Hatukii wimbo jamani, ni wimbo mzuri lakini tuusikie. Hatusikii.
Woi. Hata nikiweka hivyo.
Ya hatusikii bana.
Oh yeah. Sawa basi nitawekea baadaye basi. Acha nitafute vile nitaiweka baadaye. But it's a very nice blessing.
Okay.
And I bless every one of you. You are meant to conquer. You are meant to go to do anything. Mtu asijaribu bring. No one should bring us down. I love all of you and have a lovely day. To those who are going to bed now, have a good night. To those who are going to maybe their afternoon, have a nice afternoon. Nawapenda, tuta catch up baadaye. Although nitakuwa tu kwa space bado, but I will be working. Thank you guys. I love you so much.
And we love you too. And the same. Have a same day, a lovely one. Okay. Huyu ametupa yake akaondoka. Sierra, are you there, Mama? Are you there? Okay, say something.
It's me.
Yeah, talk.
Nimetoka
Kumbe ni
kuongea.
wewe. Guy.
Ni mimi ndo nimetoka kuongea.
Naona hisi sauti yako ni tofauti alafu nashangaa sana. Thank you Sarah basi kama umeongea. Then I wish you a good day too. Okay?
Alafu mkiona ayo mumwambie nimemsalimia.
Sawa. Habari umemfikia usijali.
Okay.
Keoti atafikisha ujumbe. Ama Toria. Usijali, mimi niko, Toria yuko, Keoti yuko. Ujumbe itafika. Okay, Genz. Genz. Genz, mambo vipi? Huyu aongei, wacha nirudi chini. Wazalendo uko on ama ulienda job? Samuel.
Yes, niko hapa.
Good morning Samuel.
Good morning.
Aya, toka kwa duve basi.
Thank you. Actually, I'm still in bed.
Yeah, I know.
So, my fellow Kenyans, first of all, Mimi Saizi, I'm like very mad because we made our demands very clear. Lakini huyu msee sijui anatuonanga kama sisi ni mafala, is like we are not educated, is like we don't even notice what's going on in the country. Juu tulisema we don't want reshuffle. We need them fired. We need them gone. We don't need them back. But ile mchezo wanacheza is like ni kama Kenya ni ya watoto. Unaona watoto wa 12 years venye una warn mtoto then anarudi kwa hiyo kitu. That's exactly what he's doing to us. And now I know that he will not understand how Kenyans are really feeling. Cause wacha niwaambie guys, the way tunaishi millennials and Gen Zs na hawa hata parents wetu. Unaona wazungu venye wanaendanga hunting na hizo maumbwa zao na farasi. The government of Kenya ndio right now iko kwa hiyo farasi, and we are the dogs that are hunting, and we are not getting shit. We are not getting anything back. Literally. Literally. Okay?
Yes.
And them refusing to leave power, it's an insult to every value we hold or we believe in as a country. They continue to perpetuate.
Tunakupoteza Samuel.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
I'm saying the reason why hata Ruto anarudisha hawa cabinet wake is because tu ni kucement ile corruption yake venye ataendelea kupata pesa, and the way he will continue you know, the way he will continue cleaning his stealing for himself, when we know very well that corruption is stealing the very fabric of Kenyan society, leaving behind a trail of disillusionment, inequality, and social justice in the country. We all know that. But Ruto wants to show us is like, you guys, you don't know, you don't know anything. Namfundisha, it's like he's trying to teach us something. Niliona the other day Gachagua akituita his children. We are not his children. Right now, we know what our constitution means. We know what Article 1 of our constitution, the power that is given in us, the power belongs to the sovereign, to the people. And him recycling his cabinet is not, hata sijui niite insult, sijui niite nini. Huyu mzee ametukosea heshima, amekosea nchi yetu heshima. And I want to say this, guys, and I want to encourage people. This parliament, if it tries to vet those new ministers, because we should be waiting outside the parliament. We should literally be waiting there. What that the other time at Waritoroka, this time we will want to be there to see them vetting in. Can you imagine illegitimate parliament vetting in illegitimate cabinet that we said we do not want? Hawa watu wanataka kutuonyesha aje? It's like you guys mean nothing to this country. Lakini tutawaonyesha we are over 70% of the population. And there comes a time in every generation, even in the animal kingdom, there comes a time when a new generation must kick the old generation out for them to take power. And that is what we are doing. Because they have clearly shown that they cannot be accountable, they cannot solve our problems, they are very counterproductive, very unresourceful. Hata hawa mabalozi sijui tunakuanga na hawa wanini. Let me tell you the discrimination Kenyans go through. Me, I have traveled in many countries, in South America and in America, in Northern America. We are treated like dogs. Hata nchi za Waarabu. This is the truth. This is the truth. Hawa mabalozi hawatutetei. Why have our girls died in Saudi Arabia? Many of them in the Arab country. Wanakufia kwenye dollars ya Viarabu, juu wanajua huko tu ndiko wanaweza saidikia. Heri waishi kuwa watumwa. We must komboa ourselves from these chains, my friends, my fellow countrymen. We must free ourselves from all this. Thank you so much.
Tunashukuru pia kwa maoni yako. We must bring back our country. We must to save ourselves from these wrong hands. Thank you. Thank you, Samuel, for your submission. Genz, ulirudi ama bado? Huyo acha ni mdrop.
Watu huku
Kama yuko.
wamelala bana.
Ni kama wamedonge. Sijui ndo kudonge sasa.
Acha nikwambie. By the way na feel huyo mkara huyo sanze anakuja anatoroka bana. I feel vibaya. Ako na umama.
Amekufollow.
Hajanifollow na msakanya na sijui ametorokea kwa wapi. Kama we ni sanzi si unatokea mzima mzima, ni nini unakuja unapipu unatoroka, ama unaenda kusema fulani fulani ndo anaongea. Ako na umama sana.
Sijali.
will be we will be receiving seeds huko asking for funding because we did not farm this season. Anyway, guys, Muriel, I think you're up next, and then we can have Talibanelli Solomon. We can have Solomon. Thank you.
Okay, good morning guys. Mimi niko tu na kitu tu rahisi nataka kuambia. We need to come up with a strategy yenye wase watasikia. Now there is a guy who said earlier that we need to make this government tired, very tired. We need to tire the police. Na hiyo lazima to come up na strategy ingine mpya. Because you know, wase wanataka tutoke streets, they shoot us, they always do that. Hiyo ni kitu ilikuwa inafanywa time ya Moi, kitu ilikuwa inafanywa time. Yani hiyo, we know it will never work. Because these guys will keep killing us, wanatuuzia uoga. If we come up with a way kama ya kufunga all major roads, yani we cripple the economy, yani we cripple these guys hadi lazima watusikize sasa. Because every single day we are going out to the streets, lazima mtu uliwe, lazima they shoot other people, na hiyo kitu si fiti. Hata nyinyi mnaona hiyo kitu si freshi. Lazima wasewe wa loot biashara, and they are doing this themselves. Hawa ni politicians because they are fucked up. Ni wase illiterate, hata si illiterate, hata sijui ni nini. We should come up with a way yenye we are not risking our lives and we are hurting them the most. We should make business unbearable. Yani hakuna kazi inafanyika any town. Tumefunga barabara, tumefanya nini, lakini kutokea streets kudemonstrate, hiyo kitu tunaona haiwork. Because how many days have people been to the streets? Na unaona the fucking same CSs wamerudishwa pale. Now tumerudi back to step one. Because these guys knows mtatokea streets. Afu kwanza nilikuwa nataka kuwa show if you are serious na hii kitu. I made a video earlier na nikasema kama mnataka revolution hainanga off day. Revolution haina unakuja leo unakuja next week. Because this guy wananunuanga tu time. Walikuwa najua obviously mtatokea Tuesday. So tutatangaza hizi vitu leo, wakuje Tuesday wapige kelele, then watulie tena siku 3, watakuja tena maybe Thursday, watakuja tena next week but one. Kama mnataka, if we want to become very serious na hii kitu, ni venye mse alisema, we have to make the police tired, we have to make everyone tired. We have to come up with a way of making kila mtu akuwe safe, and we are in the same time we are making the government tired. Because hata tutakuja hapa every single day na kujanga nasikiza hizi space. Na kwa space mingi, naongea kwa space mingi. Sasa hii si time ya kuja kuongea mnajua Ruto sijui anafanya nini. Sasa hii tunajua everything they are doing. Now it's time for action. It's not time for politics. It's not time for speaking here kusema sijui Somaliland ilifanya nini, sijui Joho amefanya nini, sijui Margomen amefanya nini. Hizo story tushaongea for the past 3 weeks, for the past 1 month. Hizo story imeisha. This is now time for action. Hapa sasa tunafaa kuwa tunaongea strategies. Si story ya kuja kusema sijui Ruto aliappoint nani, sijui alifanya nini. Ruto must go. Hiyo ndio kitu sisi tunafaa tukiongea hapa. Hapa tunafaa kuwa tukikuja kuongea strategies. Hatufai kuwa tunakuja kuongea story nyingine. Na mimi ndo maana nimekaa hapa kutoa idea. If you are going to make this thing work, lazima to come up na strategy mpya. Lazima to come up na strategy ya kudisrupt everything that is happening in the government. Because mimi sitaki wasouliwe tena. Hiyo kitu ni sitaki businesses zilutiwe. So what do? We make biashara zisifanyike basi. Kama mse hata tusikiza revolution Kenya, nataka kuambia revolution hainanga off days, ati unakuja leo utakuja next month kufanya demonstration. Na ndio maana hawa say, because we are repeating the same mistake. Every country inafanyanga hii the same thing yenye inarudi every time it fails. Kama haita fail, the country is led to anarchy. And these people, they don't, hawa say unajua hawana akili mzuri. They want the country to head the anarchy way because they want to loot as much as possible. We should not let them loot again and again and again. Hawa say wanataka tushinde kwa streets, tunarudia the same thing every single day. We should come up with strategies. Tuache kupiga story hapa. Hapa tunafaa kuwa tukiongea sasa action. Si story na strategy, si story na story hapa sijui nani alifanya nini, sijui wapi nani alifanya nini. Already the country is fucking fucked up. Mimi sina mambo mingi. Mimi naomba tu walai tutafute tu strategies mpya. Kama ni kufunga barabara zote, tunaamka tunafunga Mombasa Road. Hakuna biashara inaendelea huko. Watu wengine wako huko Mai Mahiu wamefunga huko barabara. Watu wengine wako Kiambu Road wamefunga huko barabara. Hivyo hivyo. Yaani hakuna kitu inaendelea. Hadi umsee asikize. Kama ni kutembea uchi, tutatembea uchi. Tutembea uchi huku hadi international watu washangae hao watu wamefia tu ama ni nini. Umsee atatusikiza. Lakini tukiendelea tu hapa strategies ati wasee tunapea gava hadi options. Tutatokea Tuesday. Mnaambia gava mtatokea Tuesday kwa nini? Mbona watu wasitokee saa hii? Mkiambia gava itatokea Tuesday, mnasema tunataka kwenda Tuesday Uhuru Park. Obvious hao say they are not following the constitution. They are not following the rule of law. Mkiambia gava tutakuja Uhuru Park Tuesday, wanafanya nini? Wanafunga Uhuru Park. Wednesday tutaenda sijui wapi. Wamewangoja huko. We are supposed to every single day. Hawajui ni wapi, lazima mahali barabara imefungwa, kitu imefanyika, lakini tuache kuharibu the country. By the way, hawa wanaongea story ya anarchy. Hiyo kitu si poa. But at the same time, this government lazima iende home. But hawa wanataka we lead the country to anarchy. And we are not going to hatutaangukia mtego yao. So manze, to come up with a new strategy. The other one is not working. Ama CS wanatolewa wanarudishwa. Now let's make the country unbearable to transact business. Niliona msee spokesman akuja kusema ati you know the government lost 6 billion in revenue. How can you lose money you didn't have? Ati sasa kulikuwa na maandamano, biashara iko inaendelea. The money already haukuwa nayo, unapangia aje pesa hukuwa nayo? Nimeacha story. Mimi nilikuwa nataka kusema tu hiyo.
Pineapple.
Morio.
Okay, before Morio ende, do you
No,
know
he's
it's
the one who was just talking. I'm telling him your strategy ku occupy streets inatoka leo asubuhi. Watch for it. Ayo.
Okay. So what I wanted to say is that we also need to understand that Ruto is playing a game with us na hiyo story ya IBC. Na najua he's already strategizing about the next elections. Na we need to buy him from getting into that your point ya kuget hata kwa hiyo ballot. Juu is already niko sure kwa karibu kwanza kureconstitute IBC hapa na ataeka watu wake wenye wanaenda kuprotect vote yake. Na niko sure anaenda hata kuprotect watu wasichukue kura. By the way, I'm very sure kuna watu wanafaa kuchukua, and that's why unaona hizi stories za ma IDs na delay. Tangu lini Kenya tushai delay wa kupata IDs? Hata passport by the way inakuanga rare sana. ID, national ID yenye mtu pata after sijui ni how many weeks. This time round hatuna IDs. Watu kienda ukipoteza ID it's a wrap for you. Hadi ID kitu yenye whatever your country is supposed to be giving you, you're paying for it. Thao moja. And you're just there seated laughing with Ruto and trying to tell Ruto kuambiana hapa ati tumpatie time. Hakuna time tunapatia Uchali tunamtoa kwa hiyo kiti, na kisha toka kwa hiyo kiti tukisha get back to normalcy tunaanza kumfuata, anarudisha all the public land, all the public whatever wealth yenye ashai iba. Lazima arudishe, and we are not relenting by the way. Na atufai kwenda kwa negotiation table na Uchali. He doesn't deserve it. Nobody in Ruto's government deserves to be on the negotiating table. He doesn't deserve to be talked to, because I mean, how do you account for the lives that were taken? How do you account for the Akina Rex? But he's so busy to say rest in peace Alan Kiuna, but he never talked about the kids who died on the streets while trying to fight for their rights. Come on guys. Alafu mnatuambia ati tucheke na hatuwezi cheka na Ruto by the way. Hatuna hiyo time. Anybody trying to tell us to give Ruto room to breathe is an enemy to us. Let's just agree on that fact. Anybody trying to tell the masses to give Ruto time to smile with us is an enemy of the people. Na anafaa kwa hiyo bandwagon by the way. Hatuna time. Pineapple, give the mic to the next speaker.
Good morning, good morning. So let me just remind you, if you've had a chance to speak, we have a very long request line. So I'd kindly request you to drop. I wouldn't want to drop anyone. If you have anything else you need to say, please raise your hand so that I can address you. Dear politician, but there you've been waiting for a while, so we can have you and then
Yes.
Solomon. Go ahead.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you. Good morning again, where I am. And thank you so much giving me the opportunity to actually speak on your space. And you know, the problem we have in Africa in general is the corruption. And politicians becoming more and more selfish and every day, you know, and especially the problem we have in East Africa, in Kenya, in Somalia, and in the region is the region is becoming a hotspot for illicit and crime and money laundering, and you know what you call deep state, extreme business which is unaccounted, you know, unaccounted. Look, all the money in Kenya now, and the people I'm talking about, and who are actually crossing the border in Somalia, into Kenya, into Tanzania, into Uganda. These people are not accountable to anyone. Look, I can buy Kenyan passport for $200 to tomorrow if I want to do that, and that's how easy it to actually get a Kenyan passport, buy property in Kenya, and you know, take money out of Kenya without the Kenyan authority noticing ever. You know, the money we're talking about is a money that's a blood money, a dirty money coming from, for example, that guy, his name is Ahmed Madoba. He controls parts of Somalia, Jubaland. He destroyed the forestry in that region. He cut all the trees and he make charcoal and he sent to the Middle East, Dubai and the United Arab Emirates. So this money is I would say, is illegal money. So that money is coming to Kenya, Kenyan economy. So Kenyan economy, the real Kenyan economy will never see this money. The ordinary people of Kenya will never see this money. This money, they created a channel account which is actually they control. And what they do, they bribe the politicians in Kenya. They give, let's say, a couple of $1 million. They go to William Ruto to midnight, to 2 o'clock in the morning, and they offer a suitcase of $3, 4, 5 million. They come to the commissioner, the police commissioner, with suitcases of money. So this is how they are destroying the Kenyan economy, because we need to have transparency in African economy. We need to have an accountability. These businesses have to be accountable. So what the Islamists, especially the Islamist extremist groups like Al-Shabaab, what they are doing, they are fighting to be accountable to any government. They do human trafficking. They bring in people all over in East Africa. They bring in every single day new people into your country without no checks, without no control. So the problem in Kenya, I'm not saying everything is down to this. I'm not saying all the problem with Kenya is with these Islamist extremist groups who are running major businesses in Somalia, who are actually crossing your border. But I'm sure there is other problem in Kenya. But this is one of the problems that you are facing. And my worry is that they are bribing your soldiers. They are bribing your forces, the customs, and you know, customs and excise people who supposed to collect taxes, and they are bribing all of this. And the money, I am sure 100% that money or their businesses will never, the ordinary people of Kenya will never see this money, because the way they do business, actually they created their own companies. These companies launder the money. They control how they take the money out of the country, how they bring the money out of the country. Even, you know, during the COVID coronavirus in United States, there was a program which was helping the children who were in, you know, malnutrition in United States. The United States government provided for children in need during the COVID a lot of money to feed the children. What they did, they steal this money and they bring to Kenya. In Jomo Kenyatta International Airport in Nairobi, the customs of Kenya, they captured this woman. She had something like 800,000 US dollar taken from the United States, bringing to the Kenyan economy. So this kind of money is not helping your economy; it's destroying your people. Because what they do, they go to the commissioner, the parliamentarians, and the president himself, and they offer a lot of money to them, a lot of money, a money that you never dream of, suitcases of millions of dollars, and that's how they destroy Somalia. That's how they want to destroy Kenya. And I think the Kenyan people, I'm sorry to say this, have to wake up and have to wake up and have to look. The politicians who are actually infected by this disease are all over the place. Look, you have got a parliamentarian who have been in Kenya parliament for 3 decades, more than 3 decades, without a control, without doing any kind of thing. Look, this Farah Malin guy, what does he do? He doesn't even build a roads for his community. And he's actually crossing the border. When he's 1 minute in Ethiopia, the other minute he's in Somalia. Look what he says on YouTube. He's talking about the politics of Somalia. The other thing is that I'm a bit worried, and I want to finish by saying this. They make a SLI, which is in Nairobi, a quarter. They make the global headquarter. All once a year they come together. The people I'm talking about is called Al-I'tisam, Islamist, which is part of Al-Shabaab, and they are the business in arm of Al-Shabaab. They come once a year to Nairobi and they do conferences, meetings, and they come all over the world, including Al-Shabaab, the military wing of Al-I'tisam. And they invite politicians from Kenyan government, from ministers, even the president, to their conferences. This kind of conferences is running in Kenya. And Kenya is they're not only destroying Kenya, they want to destroy Tanzania and all the way to Uganda. They want to spread this kind of, ethics, which is unethic business kind of dealing throughout East Africa. And their dream is to create Islamist state of East Africa. And this is very dangerous. And I think the sooner you guys wake up, the better. Thank you so much. Thank you for giving me the time. Thank you, everyone. Take care.
All right. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you guys coming on this space and giving your amazing sentiments. Thank you so much, Geopolitics. TV, Africa TV. Guys, it's 5 minutes past top of the hour, 8 a.m. East African time. And the hashtag is Ruto must go. We are 1,228 people plus on this space. And I want you to just take a moment and go post on your timeline, share the space, and just use the hashtag Ruto must go. Kindly. Just go on your TL, share the space. If you want to share the space, go down there on the share button and just type on your TL, Ruto must go. Okay? And please keep on requesting the mics. I'm seeing the request. From now on, we are not going to hog the mic for like 10 minutes. I'm giving each and every one of you, and you will be timed. I'll give you 4 minutes each. 4 minutes each. 4 minutes yako safi. Give your sentiments, your submission. Then we move on past that. If anybody wants to rebuttal, you rebuttal as quick as you can, and we move on. So I'm gonna go in this order as we speak. I'm gonna start with Josephine. Josephine, you have your hand up. Then I'll go to Wango. After Wango, I'll go to Talibanel. Mkona majina kwa hii Twitter. Taliban, hey, that one. I'll go to you, then Liz, then Billy Mijungu, then W Munga, Omu, then Kibogong, then Escowino later. So let's go in that order. kindly 4 minutes yako safi, ukimaliza na kudrop na leta watu wengine. Niko na 33 requests and they must all give their submissions. Ukioverrun na kumute na kudrop, we have to follow instructions, please. We all have something to say, so let's keep the ball rolling. Josephine, your 4 minutes starts now.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
100%.
Yes, we can hear you.
Good morning, fellow Kenyans. Thank you, Mr. KOT and your team for hosting us this morning. Yeah, I am just as furious as any other Kenyan, but I want first to rectify a word said by one of the gentlemen who mentioned me. Yesterday, who had me keenly. I think I was very categorical because by the end of the day, what I said is that we need to protect the businesses so that the business people are the people who are donating food to bring to the people when we are seated outside there. And today, I've always said that we have to remain focused. I want to bring to your attention another way because I'm very furious. I feel President is just taking us for granted. Even with all the grievances that we have, he's just doing the opposite. Actually, I want to believe right now, the only sector which should work in this country from today should be only hospitals peke yake. The rest of the Kenyans should be out there fighting for their rights, fighting that Ruto must go, and with all his rotten government, he should leave our country for us, and we remain for ourselves and fight for ourselves. We cannot sit here and see him just recycle the same people he terminated the other day. He failed to gazette purposely to bring them back again to manipulate us to see how are we thinking. We can see now the Raila team is also coming up inside there. Guys, can we first occupy those offices at an SSF building around Milimani? Can we protect those offices? Those guys should never enter those offices. They are our offices, it's our country, and we are saying we don't need them. We are tired of them. We don't need them. Let them go with the Ruto. Kindly, can we come up? Can we win the confidence of every Kenyan, and every Kenyan feel the same pain we are feeling? And we stand firm and they say that there is no any other structure. Kama kuna mabasi zitaruhusiwa kufanya kazi, let's allow the buses to work to ferry people to Nairobi so that we occupy everywhere. Nowhere is going, nothing is going to happen so that Ruto can go. We cannot just take this again. I'm so furious, I'm so mad. But the truth is, we are not going to sit here to also to discuss tribes right now. It's too late. What we need to see is putting our country straight and ensuring that nobody ventures into the people's businesses. We are there with a purpose and with a mission, and we go with our mission. Because when we get distracted, starting going to the people who are rooting, then we will be doing it the wrong way and we will not be having merit on what we are doing. Eventually, we will be killed, so many of us, for no good reason. We don't want anyone to be killed, but we should be all there. And actually, we should occupy all the government premises and say there is no civil servant who is going to work unless he's a medic. And that medic should be out there actually giving us services when we need them, for those who need them. Thank you so much, and may God bless us. May God bless Kenya. That's my submission for now, because I'm feeling furious. Let me be honest. I'm feeling bad. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Josephine. Let's go to the next patient, please. Your 3 minutes begin now.
Hello?
Who was next? You guys, I gave you the whatever, the flow of events. Who was next? After.
Are you listening to me?
Okay,
Hello?
talk to us, Wangao.
Okay, this is Wangao from Nyanza.
3 minutes.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, to my surprise, I think we are in the 5th week since we started this. And Ruto has never gone abroad anymore. So, like, this guy is, first of all, is a robber. He's been robbing Kenyans. from whatever little Kenyans have in their pocket. I want to address mostly my fellow Luos, because I'm one of the Luos. We have toxic people, toxic politicians within us, and like everyone listens to Raila. So it's like Raila's infiltrated with something that is very toxic. And I think last time on Thursday we had some goons in Homa Bay who could protest against the protesters, who could beat the protesters who were very peaceful because they have been paid by such a politician. So to my fellow Luos na wale wamama ambao wako nyumbani, tafadhali, 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 it is the right time we should wake up. Let us not be keeping on listening to Raila, sijui mara yendi amesema, sijui nini. No, it is the time we should wake up to avoid tribalism. There was a time some of these politicians said like, oh, the fight is for them. Why should we get involved? We have been fighting ever since 1960, whatever. Now let them fight against themselves. That is tribalism of the highest order, and we should not tolerate that. We as Gen Zs and millennials and the alphas, we want to make Kenya a better place for each and everyone. Ruto has to go because right now is the problem. You cannot recycle the cabinets who are there before. You cannot bring the old faces, and you cannot like last time vile alisema Mars G want to make us around the table with dialogue or on whatever. No, dialogue is part of what? Part of like encouraging them to be in power. If Ruto can go before 2027, kindly, if Ruto can go before 2027, I think we'll be having a better country. So to my submission, let us march together, let us occupy everywhere. Kesho wale ambao wanaenda church leo, don't leave politicians the podium to address. Wale ambao wataenda kesho the same. Monday vivo hivyo. We should be restless, guys. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Wangao. Let's go to our next speaker. Your 3 minutes begin now. Okay, seems I have to call the names, and if I call the names, I'm gonna rearrange the order. Billy, talk to us. 3 minutes begin now. Billy, are you there? Billy Mijungu. Okay. Let's go to W Mungadi at yahoo.com. Your 3 minutes begin now.
Yes, thank you, Ayo. I'm James Mugeni from Busia, from Uganda. I first want to thank you people for what you have done, because I'm basically here to study, to follow, and because we are trying to replicate, we are trying to follow what you have done. You know, for us, we have been in captivity for 40 years. And when you started, when the Gen Z of Kenya started, they motivated us, and you have seen everybody's addressing us, ministers, what have you. Don't emulate the Gen Z of Kenya. And we are like, no. They have started something that we are seeing producing results for them. We are following it. So if you see what is happening in Uganda, we are replicating, we are mobilizing. Now, I got interested when somebody mentioned closing borders, closing the Nyangata. You said Langata, Mombasa Road. If you did that for us, because if it is said, if when Kenya catches a cold, when Kenya sneezes, Uganda catches a cold. Close off Kenya, then you'll have liberated us, because Ugandans will pour on the street en masse. There's no way, if you starved us, hunger will not bring us out. All our goods pass through you, through Kenya. So we are hoping that Busia border will be closed, Malaba border will be closed, and even the new oil, whatever, that port they're opening on Lake Victoria through Kisumu will be closed, such that Uganda can be liberated. We have suffered under Museveni, and there are a few things that I'm seeing in Kenya that are being exactly the same like it used to be in Uganda. If you heard of killing of women in Wakiso, there was a group of people that started killing women, and they killed so many women. I have seen this thing happening now in Kenya. It's like it's a system they use. Now there's that Somali friend of ours who was talking. Trust me, for us who have lived in this, there will be bombs thrown such that security dominates again. That's what they do. Within the system, goons are planted. And the goons that are destroying business. But if somebody has said Kenya has closed, why would somebody say they want to do business? And I'm so happy about it. Is it Josephine who said only medics? I'm a medic. Only medics should work because you are saving lives. For now, close for innovation. And if you're closing, then you're closing East Africa. You're helping all of us. Thank you.
Thank you so much. You utilized your 3 minutes so well. Let's go on to the next. Kenyan lady.
Well, hello, everybody. I know you can hear me, so I am gonna go straight to my point. Oh my God. Yeah. Okay, so let me start here. Can we sanitize our environment? I do understand that nataka watu ati sijui waje hapa and they speak their mind and we listen to them. Let me tell you, I know there's democracy and there's abuse of democracy. So there are people who are coming in to abuse that democracy. So if you keep letting people air their views, even if they're against the movement, that is not going to be, the right. I don't know. I don't know where we will be headed with that. So I would just advise, or I hold the alignment that these spaces should just be for those that are pro-movement. If you are for the government, that does not make us opposition. We are in the opposition. That makes us Raila. You know what I'm saying? This is a platform where we should be able to be speaking our issues of pro-movement. I mean, there are so many barazas out there that they can form. They can go to Itumbe, they can have their own spaces. So, end of rant as far as that. So, a very, very important point that I want to make. Sorry? Am I?
Sorry, Dennis, it's either you mute your mic or you get dropped. Please, space discipline, eh? Sorry. Kenyan lady, continue.
All right. So there's one question that has been asked over and over and over and over, and I want you guys to listen to me. The older millennials, young Gen Xers that are here, they can stand with me on this point. So watu wanashinda wakiuliza what next? Okay, Raila actually asked, okay, so remove Ruto, what next? That is number one, to justify that there's nobody else that can rule other than the political elite. That's the number one point that you need to know they're trying to make. That without us, what do you think you can do without us? We are the ones who are going to lead. And even if it means that we are leading by the fist, that's what we are going to do. So that's exactly the point that they are trying to make, which we should rebel against. That question of what next. So now let me give you the answers, my response to what next. And I will give you a very, very good example. When we brought Kibaki to power, I was very, very young. I was young and I remember everything. I remember the following day after we voted, I think it must have been probably the first time that I voted or something like that. I remember people coming from all over because somebody was trying to sell KICC. And this is very, very figurative what I'm saying. Moi was trying to sell a KICC and was not successful. So I remember when we chose Kibaki, the following day, everybody was singing around KICC. And there was another, is it Intercontinental Hotel or Hilton Hotel? One of those hotels, they belonged to the country.
they had not been privatized yet. And I remember KICC is one of those facilities that Moi was just about to sell it, just like the way JKIA is about to be sold. Watu walikuwa naimba, mali yetu, mali yetu. I remember very, very, very well. And I think I will try to see if I can pull those footages. So what is to happen next is that us, the movement, will be the leaders. And we will appoint these leaders once we straighten up Ruto and his people and all these demagogues, including Raila, when they leave. Because that's our priority. Ruto must go with the entire system and everybody else. We will have our leaders. I remember that was the first time Najib Balala was able to make his way into the parliament. Very, very, very many people were the first time, attendees, or they were the first time visitors of parliament, or what do I say? MPs, they were first time MPs, and they did not even know how the rule of the orders went, when you were supposed to lift your hand, when you were supposed, but they were mentored through, and there were so many of them that came in the first time, So let me tell you something. When they tell you what next is we become leaders. Again, when we elected Kibaki, we had so many members of parliament that showed up the first time as members of parliament, the first time as cabinet. They did not even know how the rules go. They did not even know how the house, the floor rules were going. And they got educated as they went. They educated themselves as they went. So first we remove Ruto. And the second thing, we will get our leaders. When that call comes, we will get our leaders. So let them leave us alone. We saw it in Kibaki. We saw very, very many new faces. We saw very many people who built their career after Kibaki, and that's what's going to happen to us and our movement. So that's the first point I want to do. Sorry?
As you wind up, your time is up.
No, I'm not winding up. I have to make my point. I've been here long enough. I don't think 4 minutes is over, but I will make my second
We have to be
point
fair to
and I
everyone.
will leave.
We have to be fair
Okay.
to everyone.
Okay. Then I'll yield. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. You'll come back on the next round. Let me go to the next speaker, Kibongong.
Yes. Can you guys hear me?
Go ahead, please. We can hear you.
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes. Mimi, I have ways we could improve this maandamano, and I think we're headed in the right direction. We're all very upset with how systems are being run. Iyo hasira ifai kuisha. Let me even set my timer. I don't want to take more than 3 minutes. 3 minutes, 30 seconds. I'm done. Where's this timer? So meanwhile, I was saying, yep, timer started. Yes, I was saying, mi nataka tukasirike. It's not about wewe ni Mkale, wewe ni Mkikuyu, wewe ni Mkosterian, wewe ni Msomali. It's not about that. We are Kenyans and Kenya is for us. There's no, I'm a Kale, if you must know, I'm a Kale. But hakuna kitu Ruto amenifanyia. He's done nothing. If anything, he has stolen from me. Nimepanda, nikauziwa wrong fertilizer. Tukaambiwa muende mrudishe, bring your receipts, you'll be refunded. Nothing happened. After tumengangana, tumelima, tumeweka fertilizer yetu that we bought with our own money. Tukipeleka mahindi cereals, tumevuna, you can't, mahindi yako ichukuliwi. So I want people to be upset. It's not, na nimesikia, I've been here a while, and I've heard people talking about, Somali, I get what that MP said was wrong. I get it, but we are not directing our anger to Somalis. We are not doing that. That would be taking us back. Now, the point of this Ruto must go is Kenya must move forward. There's unity in numbers. Let's agree that these people are in our country and they are Kenyans now. So maneno ya kwanza can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Niliona ni kama hii mic yangu haisongi. Sorry. So all I'm saying is in fact, this is a time for these Somalis to come and prove how much of Kenyans they are. Tokeni, fungeni isili, kujeni, let's all march. Indians, fungeni huko Parklands, wapi wapi, kujeni, let's all march. Because if business works for us, we have the financial power to come and build your businesses. So me, my plea, kabisa, my parting shot is tuungane wote. Akuna tribalism. Let maandamano happen in every county. Kila mahali, hakuna kubaguana. You're a Kenyan, sitaki hata kujua kama uko na ID ama hauna. The fact that uko maandamano na mimi, you're Kenyan enough. That is enough naturalization for you. So anyway, let's all stay safe. Ninge recommend, we said we are leaderless. I've got 1 minute and 7 seconds. We are leaderless. That doesn't mean we can't be accountable for each other. Tukienda kwa street, me, I'll be on the streets on Tuesday. Physically, I'll be there. If we're on the street, please try to know at least 10 people around you. Hata kama utamjua jina, hauna namba yake ya simu, just know that huyu ni part of us, tunaandamana. The 500 people will be able to stop that wenyewe and even report them to the police or even do a citizen's arrest. Anyway, I've got 25 seconds, and before I leave, akisida followers, si muni follow kidogo. Well, anyway, me, I'm a strong Ruto must go fan, so you won't go wrong with me. Please follow me and let's enjoy hakuna kuenjoy, tuna jam. Hasira, tumejam. Thank you kwa kunipandisha. Thank you the Sixth. Thank you Pineapple. Thank you Afrocentric. I'm done.
Thank you so much. Asante sana, tunashukuru. Let's go to Kema. Hey. Kemanga Samuel, your 3 minutes begin now. Talk to us.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you so much. I think my voice is your voice. We talk as one people. We were in a space some minutes ago or some 1 hour ago hosted by the KOT. And the conclusion was that we ain't relent. We are brave enough people. We are very brave. We did not go to school to fail such simple tasks. My opinion to Ruto is that on the cabinet he brought back is that we cannot agree with them. We cannot agree with it. Why should he care for Kindiki and Duale and other characters who he suggested back? I'm sorry, he suggested back to the cabinet. We are not agreeing with that. If he really care for the Kenyan, why don't he care for the poor Kenyans who cannot even offer? They are not able to put a single meal. They cannot afford a single meal a day. While they can eat as much as 5 times anywhere, everywhere. There is a Kenyan somewhere I know who lacks a proper house simply because they took their children, they sacrifices to take their children to school so that those children can come back and secure a proper job and look after that family. But they are not. Why should he give job to people who actually they are not necessarily in need of that job? They are being given a job. They are being brought back to work. Me, what I would like to say that is that we agree, all of us, and we should agree that we don't want the same people who are kicked out from the cabinet to be brought back. Guys, are we agreeing with that? First of all, you see, we should have a way of solving things here. Are we agreeing with that? First of all, and then, you know, Ruto thinks that we are foolish. I know one thing, that we might not be clever enough, but we are not fools, because he can twist us and come up with a strategy of signing a check rather than giving cash in a church, tasking Gachagua to inquire the problem or the money they need, and then submit to him to sign a check. What is that? Is there a difference between giving cash and signing a check? Is that not a Harambe in church? bana, tukatai hiyo maneno bana, tukatai hiyo. Mimi hiyo dakika yangu imebaki, naweza pea mtu mwingine, lakini lazima tukatai hiyo kabisa. Asante.
Asante sana, hata zilikuwa tu 10 seconds. Let me go to Kadeno. Kadeno, your 3 minutes begin now. Take the
Thank you,
mic.
thank you so much. Thank you so much, you guys. Thank you, Afrocentric. Thank you so much. Can you guys hear me?
We can hear you. Just go on.
So me, I'm very pissed. First of all, I came when I joined the space. I met someone who was called Abdul, saying that their counties have no development. They have no Jewish schools. And I want to ask those people: do you know how much money has been given into your counties in terms of counties, the funds that is given by national government to counties, the money that have been given by the CDF, the money you were given because those areas are extreme. You have been given a lot of money such that you would have turned Northeastern into Dubai if your leaders wanted. But what have your leaders been doing? They have been investing that money back to Eastleigh. I know they doesn't want to be told this because that is the truth. Hiyo pesa wamekuwa wakiitumia kuinvest other places. Can they go? You can't expect other people to build your counties. That's the truth. You must build your counties, you yourself. You know the thugs who kill other people's there. You know everyone who doesn't support government there. You need to come together and say, this is our county. We must guard it. We must ask for accountability. They must develop their counties. They shouldn't expect people from Central to go develop their county. In fact, they shouldn't expect anyone. They should guard their money and force their leaders to conduct development. With 10 of billions that have been allocated there, the county should be having like 17 universities, big hospitals, big schools. But what is happening? Droughts every now and then. When the rain comes, they are here showing us and being happy that the rain have come. They have food for their sijui what, but not to advise their leaders to build dams, to build water harvest systems, to build infrastructures. They only cry, yet they are being given a lot of money in those counties. Personally, I've been pushing. Personally, I came from Moranga and I've been pushing to call our governor and so that he can come and talk to us. We exchange ideas, but it's very difficult. We are trying to hold those people in power accountable, but they are trying to show us they doesn't want to do that. Me, I'm very pissed. Look at our government.
Start landing.
Ruto, sorry?
Start landing. Your time is almost up.
So I will finish by saying this. People should go to the street and we should demonstrate. Those who want to occupy the JKIA, those who want to occupy the port should do that. Those who want to occupy State House, occupy everywhere you want. There is no way someone can borrow 1.2 trillion and nothing serious to show. We should go to the street from tomorrow, even from today, until when Ruto and his crony thugs, because they are thugs, are gone and out of our country. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Really appreciate your time.
Let me jump in there, guys. I've just shared on my timeline, which I want to direct everyone's attention to, because for the past 2 to 3 weeks we've been saying occupy everywhere. And right now, I think we've been discussing, we've been taking a lot of notes, and we have been working with some graphic designer who has helped come up with meeting points. So we were trying now to concentrate our forces, because if you say occupy everywhere, hata kutoka kwa nyumba na usimame hapo kwa barabara, you are occupying in the literal sense. But anyway, right now we want to switch strategies, we want to switch tactics. Ukiona hapo kwa tumepatiana, if your where you reside is closer to Thika Road, tunasema hapo tukutane hapo Juja bypass stage kwanza towards kama Kamakis hapo Githurai, tuchoka hapo Githurai, the turn at Kiambu Road, hapo turnaround ya TRM Mall can be another meeting point. Alafu pia around MT Mall towards Garden City Mall hapo Kasarani. That's a choking point. So guys, let us retweet this so other people can see it, because people don't know where to meet. One of the most things have been the confusion of our own spaces is wase tunakutana sangapi na wapi, because ukiona kuna team inakujanga hata hiyo siku ya Occupy Parliament, kuna wase wa Thika Road walichelewa, wase wako town tayari iko 12 na wengine bado hawajaingia. So if we can synchronize, it's one of the demerits of being leaderless, but we're not directionless, is knowing what time are we meeting and where are we meeting, because we can have the same meeting point but different times, or we can have different times but not the same meeting point. So this is just an attempt to try to have that harmony in terms of where we are meeting. If you're on Gong Road, if you're on Mombasa Road, if you're in Thika Road, if you're on Southern Bypass, if you're on Mombasa Road, even the idea of Occupy JKIA, just shutting down Thika Road, nothing comes in, nothing leaves. No one can go, no one can fly out of the country, and no one can come into the country. Like, you'll be stuck there. So guys, great idea. We're implementing, we're taking notes of everything we said on this space, and this is how the movement keeps growing, and we are not relenting until Ruto must go. Back to you, Ayu.
Thank you so much, Afro, for the update. And please, just go on those tweets on the Jumbotron and make sure that you retweet all of them. And probably, if you have to quote tweet, ensure that you use the Ruto must go, hashtag Ruto must go tag. So, guys, acheni kuni DM niwapatie mic. Requesting to mic. I can see them. There are 61 mic requests. I'll accept all of them. So just chill.
What do you mean 90? I'm seeing 97 plus here on my side.
Me, I can see 60 on my end. So you guys, you can see. So just chill, eh? Time yako ikifika itafika tu, utapikiwa na utaongea. Ukini DM, it doesn't make it any easier. And karibu sana Daktari Ekuro Court for joining us. And probably I want to give the mic to Bluesman. Bluesman, your 3 clean minutes begin now. Take the mic, please.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So, my points are clear. Number one, sisi kama watu wenye, everyone who is in this space, we should take an initiative of educating, because unapata there are so many Kenyans wenye hatuko on the same page because of misunderstandings. Maybe msee hajui kwa nini hii regime inafaa kwenda, maybe anasema alisieza so tumpe time, wengine anasema sijui siasa. Like, take your time, the best understanding yenye uko nayo, make sure umeshare na wase. At least try to highlight that the country is headed in the wrong direction. Ukiweza, kama ulisikia ile story nani alisema huyu Jimmy Wanjigi about debt, venye debt tunaenda tukisonga and it's not well used, you can explain that. You can also explain story ya recycling, how are the CSS. Again, you can explain story ya all those people who have been involved in corruption have not been.
Are you there? Bluesman, we lost you.
You're back. You lost me? Okay, I'm sorry. Guy. Okay, nili lost kama how long ago?
Like a few seconds.
Okay. So I was saying, try to explain to your fellow citizens the reasons why we are headed in the wrong direction and why protests should not end any soon. Like, hiyo itasaidia sana at least country kuwaleta pamoja. And then the story of kusalimia wasee, hiyo kitu inafaa kuwa almost kila siku. Like, hiyo inafaa kuwa culture hadi 2027, so that those corrupt leaders waswai pata kiti. So kusalimia wase kwa simu, kuwasalimia kwa ground, at least like hiyo si kitu ya siku moja, ni siku ya kila kitu, same as occupy churches. Again, something else ni historia leaderless. Historia leaderless, so many people wana doubt, wanasema mwezi enda place mkiwa leaderless. So kitu naweza sema, kama maybe uko kwa space fulani wanauliza ama somewhere, you can say as long as tuko leaderless ndo kusikue na msee yote mwenye atawai call off demos ziendelee. But if you feel like you can represent Gen Z, wewe unaweza enda kwa preso maybe na memorandum ama kwa koti as a voter ama as a taxpayer, like uende we mwenyewe urepresent whatever you're saying, na sisi wenyewe tukiona wewe unafanya kazi poa, kama maybe unataka vote tunaweza kupea later, but usiende kusema tuache demos ati ndio muongee. Same way to hata they said akina sijui Raila I think ni this guy alisema Raila is not representing Gen Z akienda kuongea, so that means yeye afai kuambia Gen Z waache maandamano. So hiyo ndo ni story ya leaderless. And then what else kitu nasema ni tukiulizwa maybe agendas ni gani. Agendas I think very clear, kitu kama kujail wale wase corrupt, hiyo ni kitu iko very clear yenye sidhani itakuwa yani itakuja kutimizwa any soon, na tunaweza kuwa nayo kama constant grievance yenye tuko nayo tukienda kwa street tukimobilize hapa online. Na pia justice for wale wase walidedi, hiyo ni kitu yenye naona kaa tunasawa tuisemi sana. We should always insist on that, ati kila siku hiyo ni grievance yenye tuko sure si rahisi ati ikue annulled, juu kama juzi si wame suspend ile cabinet na ikakuwa like wametukul. But those two things, kujail wale wase corrupt na kuleta justice for those fallen soldiers, hiyo ni kitu yenye iko very iko valid kama grievances. And then kitu very important ni kitu mimi na insistingi sana ni tukienda demos ama tukienda kuoccupy, please can we insist graphic designers, can we insist on kutokea mapema. Naonanga mimi that's the secret card yenye tumekosa in all the demos zenye tumetokea ama all the occupying activities zenye tumekuwa nazo. If we could occupy CBD by saa 1:30 ama saa 2, ati upate saa 2 kuna wase 200 wameketi pale CBD, watu wenye wataona hiyo by saa 3 utapata wengine dhao wameingia, by saa 10 dhao 10 wameingia, like na already ishakuwa revolution na tushamaliza hii kazi. So graphic designers, make sure ume focus on that story ya kutokea mapema, like that's very important, cause venye tunaendelea ku waste time tukitokea late, hii kitu inakuwa tunapea wase chance ya kuinfiltrate yani kutu counter, but the day tutokea mapema, I think hiyo inaweza kuwa game changer. And then kitu ingine maybe naweza ongezea ni graphic designers, hizi poster mnatoa, can you highlight mambo ya mambo ya those corrupt leaders na scandals zao, like at least hii itokee, like watajwe, cause inaendelea kuboil temper zetu. Something else yenye sijataja ni okay, somebody kama anaweza nipea more info, siko sure, ni historia public prosecutor. Sijui kama public prosecutor anafanyanga kazi yake with the anaitwa nani sasa, auditor general akitoa kama maybe akitoa list fulani kumekuwa na corruption, public prosecutor anafanyanga kazi yake like ya kuprosecute wasi, like wasi wangapi wanashtakiwa. I think pia hapo tunafaa either kusalimia ama kuapply pressure ama kucomplain sana about that. Thank you so much.
Asante sana Bluesman. Thank you so much for highlighting hizo issues ume highlight, and yes, your story posters, graphics designers out there, make sure that you also include the plights of the people in those posters, na tuanze kushema wase publicly, because hatuwezi keep on kurelent na kuprotect jina zao. Hatuwaogopi, hakuna kitu watatufanyia. The least one, the best one is tufanyia ni kutu whatever inaitwaje, kututeka nyara. They can just kidnap us. So we have to start calling those names the way they are on their IDs. Kama tunaweza weka phone number zao na ID number zao tuweke, tutaziweka hadi account number zao za bank, kwani ni kesho. If we die, we die. So I want to take this opportunity to bring in Kowino on the mic, and then probably later on we can now bring in Daktari. Kowino.
Thank you, Ayo. Good morning, everyone. I think I came here to say probably one thing, because earlier on, I think everyone is trying to make this this war to become an ethnic war. Nilisikia watu wakifanya ikuwe ni kama we are fighting against each other, mpaka tunasahau kwenda kwa goli yetu yenye inafaa kuwa ni we are fighting against bad governance. Tunataka kwanza kudrag mara Somalis, mara sijui kabila fulani, and we are not supposed to go that direction. Tunafaa kujua everyone is a Kenyan. Hakuna mtu anaitwa Somali mwenye ni Mkenya. Huyo mtu mwenye unaitwa Somali mwenye probably ako Kenya ni Mkenya. So hatufai kwenda hiyo direction, because tutaanza kuanza kujidivide sisi wenyewe kwa wenyewe in house instead of fighting bad governance. Just like I said last night that this is not anti-government protest or anything. It is anti-bad governance. Because hatupige tu serikali, tunapiga bad governance, ndio sisi hatutaki. Na from what has been going on, tukiangalia appointments za jana, inamaanisha I was looking at those appointments na kitu inaniambia hizo positions zenye zimebaki hata maybe ndio zinaenda kuwa worse than hizi zenye tumeona. Ndio mnaenda sasa kuletewa positions za Raila sasa. Na ndio hata mnaenda kukasirika zaidi. I hope ifanywe hata Monday ndio sasa Tuesday tukuwe na more rage ya kwenda huko kwa streets. Na if you want to give up, bado naweza sema hivi, if you want to give up or if you don't have a reason for going to the streets next week, please don't go, just stay at home. Na pia usikuje kwa microphone kuambia watu ati please don't give up, we go to the streets, na utakuwa umekaa nyumbani. So if you are not willing, if you feel this is not your type of war, please stay out of it. Wenye tulishasema wengine tutawapigania, wenye sisi tutakuwa wenye tuna feel this is our type of war. We are going to fight this war till the end, mpaka siku tutashinda. I know lives will be lost in the way, but it is not the time to give up, because if we give up, like I always say again, tuta spend like over 60 years kama tuna struggle, kama tuko maybe worse than we've been. Tutaendelea tu na hizi bad governance and everything else. So again, pia tukifight war in the streets, I think tunafaa pia kukuwa na avenues zenye tunaangalia constitutionally what can be done constitutionally, like in the constitution what amendments can be done. And I thank God Dr. Kurekot is here again, because last time I asked him to come and talk to us about article 255, 256 and 257 of the constitution, and why is it mbona the parliament imejitana na hii constitution that unaweza pata maybe kufanya amendments and all that inakuwa so hard of some articles probably. And if we want all the changes that we want, does it mean we will have to go for a referendum? Ama zinaweza fanywa, tunaweza ekea wabunge wetu pressure and they make the amendments huko kwa bunge through bunge without us going for a referendum. So going forward, I would also like to hear about that from Dr. Ekuro. If there is a way itakuwa easy for us to do easy amendments without going for a referendum, na maybe zifanyike venye tunataka. If we can also have program changes like mtu akishavai kama governor hakuna tena kwenda kurudi sijui kuvai senator, vitu kama hizo, because I think that is greedy pia. Yeah, thank you Ayo.
Thank you so much Kowino. Nilikuwa nataka daktari ya take through hizo manini, but ni kama amedrop, so tutamgoja rudi tena. If you can send him the mic again, but meanwhile tukimgoja, let's try and hear from Dennis Mutwiwa. I give you 3 minutes to give us your submission there as we wait for daktari akuje. Asipokam tutaendelea kwa na maspikers wengine, but meanwhile try and share the space, use the hashtag Ruto must go. You can follow the speakers, follow the host and the co-host as we keep on. Daktari is here. Dr. Ikuru, good morning. How are you?
We have been asking.
Good morning. Good morning, Ayo. Good morning, Afrocentric.
Go ahead.
Good morning, everyone. So I think, I don't know, for some reason my mic dropped, so I didn't get the question from Kowino. Kindly, can you repeat it for me? But I wanted to make just a very quick, maybe 1 minute submission before maybe I answer some specific questions on matters constitution, if that's okay with you.
Yeah, sure, that's okay.
Yes, please. Go ahead.
So, you know, I've been listening to a lot of spaces and including yours here. And so I'm just reminded of one poet, one literary artist. And I wanted to share this passage with all of you guys, because what you are speaking about is actually what this man spoke about sometimes back in the early 90s. Is one of my favorite people I like to read about. It's called Bertolt Brecht. And he speaks about the political illiterates. And when I listen to these spaces, the Gen Z revolution and all that, people are wisening up, because this man, Bertolt, wrote this passage long time ago. And I don't know whether he had Kenyans in mind or he had this awakening that is coming up with the Gen Zs. And this is what he said. And just allow me to quote him verbatim. And you can Google him. It's on Google. He said that the worst illiterate is the political illiterate. People who say that we don't want to be in politics because politics is dirty. He doesn't hear, doesn't speak, nor participate in political events. He doesn't know the cost of life, the price of the bean, of the fish, of the flour, unga, of the rent, of the shoes, and of the medicine. All depends on political decisions. The people we are now questioned to be in power. The political illiterate is so stupid that he is proud and swells his chest, saying that he hates politics. The imbecile doesn't know that from his political ignorance is born the prostitute, the abandoned child, and the worst thieves of all, the bad politician. And emphasize that, the bad politician, corrupted and flunky of the national and multinational companies. So, guys, I think this, for me, speaks to the spirit of what is happening today in our country. And I just wanted to say that I'm very, very happy, very proud of what you guys are doing, the Gen Zs are doing, and I hope really you can maintain this momentum. And yes, the question of whether you are leaderless is now emerging. So what next? I heard Raila try to defend the government by saying that it's not about Ruto must go. It's protectionism. I think it's trying to protect William Ruto. But then we need to ask ourselves also the question, we need to prepare ourselves. And one of the things that I have insisted over time, especially since I formed Third Way Alliance Kenya as a political party, is that because of our non-participation in politics, that's why we end up with the kind of people that we have today. The people who can easily just gang up together. Today they are enemies, tomorrow they are friends. And honestly speaking, I want to throw this question to the floor. Why should our country, Kenya, be defined for decades in the context of just a few individuals? Why? Why should it be the name of, I don't know, Uhuru Kenyatta, Raila Odinga, William Ruto, Musalia Mudavadi, Kalonzo Musyoka? Why cannot it be about Koyo, Kowino? Why cannot it not be about Ayo? Why cannot it not be about Brave Girl, Otumba? Yeah, even if it's not about Ekuru or Okot, but there are many names here. So the question is, our non-participation is what is giving us the caliber of leadership that we have today. And as the old saying goes, the leadership of any country is a reflection of the society. Is that really our society? We need to resist that. We need to begin to say, no, this cannot be our society, because the decisions they are making are bad. For example, let's just delve into the newly appointed cabinet. So you fire somebody because you have lost confidence and faith in their performance, then you bring them back. I mean, some of those guys, I know them. I mean, I worked with them before. But I'm wondering, so when you fire these guys because you lack confidence in them, why should you bring them back? To be honest with you, if we were to interpret Chapter 6 of the Constitution of Kenya, if you have lost confidence in somebody holding public office, then that person cannot again bring repute or respect to that office they are holding. So what President William Ruto has done actually is just to say, you know what, I can do this. He has like a carte blanche on how he runs his affairs. He does it as he wishes. So I think we need to say we, the Gen Z, a new generation, we need to get involved. So for some of us who are already on our 5th floor, honestly, I'm pleased that you guys are taking charge, are getting interested in politics, and I like the fact that we are advancing the idea of us being tribeless, which is very good. I mean, for some of us, like someone like me who is intermarried, I don't want my children to be seen as, I don't know, Kikuyu or Turkana. I mean, I want them to be seen as Kenyans. But over and above that, guys, and I will say this just maybe before I answer some specific questions on matters constitution, we have a beautiful country, and honestly, we must jealously guard it. Over to you, Afrocent.
Kowino?
Yes, thank you, Ayo. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Kowino.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Daktari, last time we were here, I think very late in the night, I had asked you maybe if you could come and talk to us about Article 255, 256, and 257 of the Constitution, which I believe is the amendment of the Constitution. Because I think those articles, especially 256 and 257, really protects the county assemblies and the parliament, that is the National Assembly and the Senate, that they are probably the ones who will decide if we are making these amendments or not. There being that the legislature, as we see in this country right now, is really captured by the executive. It means that if we want these amendments to take place, they are probably never going to take place with the type of parliament we have right now. And if you even want to reduce probably the governor's terms and all that, the county assemblies will also vote. And these people have their own interest and they want to serve their own interest. Is it really possible that this thing can take place in this country right now? Can we go that direction of amending the constitution and probably cutting these terms, reducing some seats and so on?
Yeah, so I don't know whether everybody can actually access a copy of the Constitution, but I have my copy with. I know whether it's okay for me to just read for you guys verbatim Article 255 before I explain 256 and 257. Is that okay?
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. Take your
Okay.
time. We have our
Yeah,
constitution on our phones, so it's okay.
Exactly. So if, for example, if you look at Article 255, I mean, first of all, let me just have a disclaimer. I say that, there is really no perfect constitution anywhere in the world. And sometimes when people say, oh, you framers of the constitution, you didn't do this, didn't do that. Constitution making process is basically a negotiated agreement. And especially before it becomes the ground norm, the ICE law in the land, it is actually very political. People bring in proposals, what they want to be in the constitution, and then of course there's a negotiation. So for us, as the committee of experts, when we sat down to write our country's constitution today, we considered all the various views. I mean, you may recall that there was the Bomas process that went into referendum in 2005, and that referendum failed. Then when we, as the committee of experts, where I was basically in charge, came on board, we say that we are not going to throw away anything that was proposed by the CKRC, the Constitution of Kenya Review Commission of 2000 to 2004, leading up to the referendum of 2005. We also looked at the Bomas process. We looked at I think there was Kilifi and all that. And we went back to the people and told the people, okay, what exactly do you want, honestly, in this constitution? And if you may recall, the Bomas process had proposed about 4 levels of government: the national government, a regional government, a district government, and a locational government. So when we went back to the people as the committee of experts, we asked people, honestly, can we manage, can we finance these 4 levels of government? And today, the debate is very ripe that do we actually need the 47 counties of Kenya as they are today? If you ask me, if I was to rewrite Kenya's constitution today, I would say no. I need more of the wards. There are 1450 wards, so that they can act as a unit of delivering services to people's very doorsteps. Now, having say compromise on some of the provisions in the constitution, that's how the committee of experts came up with Article 255, where we're speaking about the amendment of this constitution. So if you are proposing an amendment to this constitution, it shall be enacted in accordance with Article 256, which is parliamentary initiative, 257, what is the popular initiative, and approved in accordance with clause 2 by the referendum, if the amendment relates to any of the following matters. For example, the supremacy of this constitution cannot be amended by parliament. It can only go to the people of Kenya. The territory of Kenya, if you are going to try and tamper with the boundaries, the territory, the region now we call Kenya, it must go to the people of Kenya. The sovereignty of the people, Article 1, which talks about all sovereign power and authority vests in the people to exercise it directly or indirectly. And speaking to what is happening in Kenya today, Kenyans are actually invoking that article to say our elected representatives are actually failing us, so we want to exercise this power ourselves directly. The national values and principles of governance, which are referred in Article 10, accountability, transparency, equality, human rights, all those things. Those ones cannot be amended by parliament. It must go to the people of Kenya. The Bill of Rights, term of the president. I mean, we proposed, for example, when in Punguza Mizigo, we proposed that we must reduce the term of the president to only 7 years, one term. You serve your 7 years and you go. That's why we invoked Article 257, what's called the popular initiative. Now, in the popular initiative, you must go to the people, get at least 1 million, endorsements from Kenyans. And then you take that bill, you draft the bill like we did in Punguza Mizigo, and I will invite you guys, just have a look at it. I think it's online. Then once you draft the bill, you take to IEBC with the supporting signatures. Then with those signatures, once IEBC approves that, yes, there's an endorsement of a minimum of 1 million, it goes to the county assemblies for debate. Once the county assemblies, at least a minimum of 24 of them, the majority, pass the bill, then it goes to the people in a referendum. Now, what we did in Punguza Mizigo, we crafted in such a way that we did not want Parliament to even have a say or amend it, because we've factored on those issues that actually anger Kenyans. For example, the size of parliament. Honestly, why do we need 416 parliamentarians? At the time we were doing the constitution, it was a negotiation, remember? And for some of us who probably have followed the process of constitution making in Kenya, if you can start from, say, the independence constitution, the Lancaster House Conference, which culminated into the independence constitution. Kenyans did not participate in that constitution-making process. There was a few representatives. They didn't go to the people. And that's why, for example, Article 10 talks about public participation. It's meaningful public participation. Then you go back to as early as 1990s, the agitation for repeal of Section 2A of the Constitution, which ushered in multi-party democracy. And then thereafter. So we said, for certain fundamental issues that affect our lives, the size of parliament, salaries, the size of the commissions, elections, let's go to the people of Kenya, because it's the people of Kenya who actually feel that. That's why we came up with Article 255, which talks about what are the other areas that can only be done in a referendum, and then 256 that gives Parliament certain, and it's minimal. So Article 256 is basically limits What amendments can Parliament do on their own? But on issues fundamental to the country, that's why we came up with an elaborate Article 257, which is the popular initiative. It must be about the people of Kenya. Just like now what we are discussing, that we have a presidency that has actually failed us. We have a presidency that made promises in 2020, promised heaven, but the road we are taking is to hell. So the people of Kenya must now come and say, okay, we can collect signatures, a vote of no confidence on this presidency, a vote of no confidence in parliament. We can recall our members of parliament because they are failing us, and that's why the popular initiative in Article 257 is there. Over to you, guys.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Ari, for talking about the Article 257. But now my issue comes here. In that Article 257, after the people have collected the signatures and submitted to IBC, and IBC have verified the signatures and all that, the bill is sent to the county governments, where where the county assemblies will vote for it. If they approve it, which we don't know if they can approve it, probably. If they approve it, it's again sent to the speakers of the two houses of the National Assembly and the Senate. And it is voted upon by the MPs probably. When they are done and it is approved, that is when the bill is sent to the president to send his signature. And now my questions come in that with the kind of system we have right now, do we have faith that even if the popular initiative has done the necessary, is our parliament capable of approving the bill of sending the president home? Because that is why I feel they have protected themselves. Ayo, is Dr. talking?
Daktari, did you hear the question from Kowino? Daktari?
We lost him.
Probably. I think we lost him. Probably he's in a call or something. I don't know. Is he on a call? Daktari? Okay. I think yeah. Tumemlose. Kowino, hold on to that question. Hold on to that question. Afro, do you want to refresh the space? Afro?
I think he's away from the mic.
I think he's also away from the mic. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, it's 9 minutes past top of the hour, 9 a.m. East African time. And the hashtag today is Ruto must go. Your neighbor is not your enemy. The enemy is the government, and you're working hard to send the government home. By all manners of fairness and logistics, whatever we'll do to have him go home, yeah, we have to do it. So we have a few speakers on the mic as we wait for Dr. to reconnect, and Kowino is also reconnecting. Just take a minute and share the space on your timeline and use the hashtag Ruto must go. And even as you type the hashtag Ruto must go, make sure that, kindly ensure that you type something so that it doesn't come out as a spam tweet. Meanwhile, I have new speakers on the mic. I can see 6,000. Good morning, 6. KOT, you haven't spoken since you came in. And I have James Muli, I guess James Mulamba, sorry. Otumba Masharia Omu, Better Living Standards, and Dennis Mutwiwa. I can see Daktari is back and Kowino is also back. Daktari, Kowino had a question for you. So I think Kowino will have to repeat the question one more time so that you get to probably give us a response. So Kowino, the mic is yours. Daktari is back. I hope you can hear me, Kowino, loud and clear. So you can probably ask the question again. Daktari is here.
Yes, thank you, Ayo. Dr. Ayo was saying that I'm happy about the Article 257, where the people we initiate the popular initiative. We amend the constitution by popular initiative, where probably we collect signatures. After the 1 million signatures are collected and it's submitted to IBC, they verify the signatures, and when it's done, they submit the bill to each county assembly for consideration. That is within 3 months after the date it was submitted by the commission. Yeah, and if all the county assemblies approve the draft bill within the 3 months, then the speakers of the county assembly, I believe, they submit it to the speakers of the National Assembly and the Senate. That is, and now it is voted upon again by the same MPs and senators that I believe we the people have lost faith in. Currently, we are pushing for the hashtag Ruto must go, and if we want him to go, the same people that he has in his pockets, that is the MPs and the senators, he commands probably the majority. We don't know if he does, but he does because he has captured them. He commands the majority in both houses, and if he has to go home and through a popular initiative, it means that these MPs that he has in his pockets have to vote for that bill, for the 1 million signatures, for the bill that has been submitted to the House that people want him gone. So my question is, I don't think if there's any other way than Parliament voting for it. So my question is it possible for us to trust these people to send him home, or we just have to go the streets way, because the Parliament way could be much harder than we think?
Okay, thanks, Kowino, for that. So for example, if you look at Article 255, Sub-Article 1, Part F, the term of office of the president. That is the part where now we can say we have lost faith in the presidency of the country and we want him to go home. So we can do the two approaches. One, we must remain on the streets. We must resist. He must, because I don't believe Ruto has the integrity to be able to say, okay, people have disapproved of me, now let me resign. Ideally, a good leader should be able to say, okay, people have lost faith in me, let me go home. You know, like in other developed democracies. But we know our kind of democracy and governance in Kenya is commercialized. It attracts the deplorables. Now, in Article 255, 257, which I think for me is where the way to go, we can now invoke Article 257 to amend Article 1, where we are saying all sovereign power vests in the people to exercise directly or indirectly. So we can create an amendment to that article in such a way that we the people, when we collect requisite signatures and is approved by the majority of counties, then the entire government goes. Because today I don't see Gachagua as an alternative to Ruto. I think the only person now, so Ruto is not an alternative, an option, neither is Gachagua. So the only way to go about this is to go the popular initiative. We collect as much signatures as we can. We amend Article 1 so that we can have the people have the power to be able to fire a government. Because at the end of the day, guys, we are actually the employers of a government. We are the employers of the president by dint of our vote. So we need to tighten the provisions in the Constitution. That's why Article 255, 256, and 257 are very relevant. And like I said earlier, there is no perfect constitution in the world, and because is a product of negotiation. But we give people the opportunity to say, at what point are we dissatisfied with certain provisions of the Constitution? And therefore, can we amend them? Can we revise them? Can we even delete them? Some of them. So I think the way to go is the popular initiative, that you collect enough signatures, but you must now zero in what aspects or provisions of the Constitution you want to amend. And for me now, what's emerging is Article 1 is one needs to be amended, and of course the chapter on the executive, where actually we have to make sure that we reduce the presidency, the oversight on the presidency, because Parliament has actually failed us. So the way to go about it, Kowino, is it depends on how you want to craft your amendment. If you craft your proposed constitutional amendment in such a way that it gives Parliament some leeway, then we are losing the plot. I want to invite all of you guys to look at the Punguza Mizigo Constitutional Amendment Bill of 2019. We crafted it in such a way that Parliament was just by the way. They were not going to do anything to it anyway, because the issues we wanted amended, Parliament could not actually even have a vote on it. So they were just a passage, even though the Article 57 requires that from the county assemblies you send to Parliament. In fact, let me just remind you guys that when the Punguza Mizigo Bill was rejected in almost all the counties, except, of course, there are counties that did not even debate it anyway. And there are counties that voted for it. The requirement is that there has to be a report from the speakers of the county assemblies that this bill has failed. There was never such a thing, you know. So ideally, actually, the Punguza Mizigo Bill did not actually fail because they did not follow Article 257, strictly speaking. And even if it came to Parliament, Parliament could not do anything about it because the issues we are intending to amend must go to the people, not Parliament, as per Article 256. So I'll still invite us, please, let's read keenly 255, 256, and 257. We can also come up with a popular initiative to amend those articles to tighten the controls on how the Constitution is being implemented. I don't know whether I've answered your question, Kowino.
Yes, you have. Yes, you have. Thank you.
Thank you. Over to you, Ayo, Afrocentric.
Doctor, I had a question. In terms of the elephant in the room, in terms of, because in subsequent presidential candidates who have had Moi, Kibaki, Uhuru, one question we have been seeing that, you know, Kibaki borrowed X amount of Kenya shillings. Who approves public debt in Kenya? Who manages it? What restrains a presidential candidate or a sitting president in terms of borrowing X amount of shillings from, let's say, the IMF?
Yeah, so I think honestly that goes to the bigger question of representation. For example, if we are borrowing, there ought to be a motion or a debate on the floor of the House, where now the representatives of the people can actually say, can question the borrowing. Treasury cannot willy-nilly just go and sign agreements there and say that, we have borrowed X amount of money on behalf of Kenyans. There ought to be presentation in Parliament on the people's representatives. The president himself must seek actually approval of Parliament, of the people's representative. That has not happened. So we have a presidency that just goes and borrows, and without even tabling the reason. Because the question then also becomes, honestly, so yes, we have borrowed, for example, the trillions that William Ruto has borrowed in the last 2 years. What is there to show for it? We can compare it, say, with Uhuru's presidency, where, yes, he also borrowed, even though it's a painful thing. I mean, we can talk of an expressway, 27 kilometers, which is still costing Kenyans a lot of money. We can see an SGR, some infrastructural projects emerging. But what is there to show for it? So there has to be parliamentary approval. And that's where the crux of the matter is. Do we have a parliament that is actually representative of the people? Today, as we speak, the Parliament of Kenya is actually an extension of the executive. It's a department of the executive. It's an appendage of the executive. And that's why William Ruto's first move, as soon as he was declared president and sworn in, he went and compromised members of the opposition, especially from Azimio. They closed the floor so that he can have majority to be able to compromise some of his administrative and policy and legislative decisions. So it is Parliament that's actually failing us. I want to throw the question back to you guys. You must offer yourself for leadership. Otherwise, you will be what Bertolt Brecht describes as the political illiterates. We cannot be lamenting, complaining, sitting by the fence when we are being actually governed by the worst. Again, as I've said it in many platforms here, I want to remind you of the wisdom of Plato, who said that your refusal to participate in politics is that you'll be governed by your inferiors. We are being governed by our inferiors today. As intelligent as we are, canvassing these issues on these spaces, we must, seek leadership in this country. Over to you, Afrocentric.
Doctor, I have a question, yeah? Another elephant in the room. Kenya Airports Authority. We're being informed that news coming in is that they are supposed to lease it. Is it to lease or to sell it? Either or. It belongs to Kenyans. Okay, it's like Kenyan Parliament. It's for the Kenyans. You cannot go and auction the Kenya Parliament, right? So, at what masses are we in, or rather, at what point does the government feel fit to sell something that belongs to the public without the public consent? Something like Kenya Airports Authority. Yeah. Why do we get to that point whereby they have to now lease it or sell it to a foreign investor or foreign country? Is that legal? Is it something that the parliament has to approve of? The parliament system has to approve of, maybe? Probably under your guidance, you can help me demystify.
Okay, so first of all, that speaks to the bigger question of bad leadership, bad policy. KAA is a parastatal. It's owned by the people of Kenya. So it's a public good. For you even to consider privatizing it or selling it, you must go back to the people. And the way to go to the people is to go to the people through their elected representatives for approval. The president is supposed to speak to the people about some of the public decisions that he is making. He is not doing that. So we have a rogue leadership in place that thinks that Kenya belongs to them and the rest of us are just curious onlookers or spectators. That is the sad reality in our country today. So it cannot willy-nilly just wake up one early morning and say, I'm going to sell KAA or privatize some of our parastatals. We know it's deal making. We know it's corruption. We know people, they're striking these deals so that they can make some money on their part at the expense of Kenyans. So it is something we must resist. And that's why I am happy that the Genz are out there occupying places, even if it means now saying occupy KAA, Kenya Airports Authority, occupy Parliament, occupy whatever. But over and above that, this kind of presidency really must go. And more specifically, Ruto must go because he is actually selling our country. Today, you may not know that the so-called May trip to Washington, D.C. was about to procure the United States of America globalists, some of them, to dualize our road from Nairobi to Mombasa at the expense of Kenyans. So there's nothing reciprocal to us Kenyans as such. So it's business making. And that's why we must continue occupying the streets, occupying all the public spaces. We must resist this because a public asset is a common good, is wealth to the nation. It cannot just be decided by one individual calling themselves the president or even some director or whatever the case may be. It must come to the people for their approval.
Okay, thank you for that. So, from the look of things and from how the president has been behaving or how he's been moving, clearly it's safer to say that he's just a narcissist, right? And he literally has no feelings. And we've seen how brutality by the police has been inflicted on, the citizens during the mandamanos, during the picketing, and it's clear, we can easily also say that he lacks empathy, and him not having the ability to appeal to the masses and probably talk to the masses in a better way, and probably keeping his his promises, and now he played with our minds by firing all the cabinet secretaries, and a few days later he recycles them and reappoints them. Do you think that is not abuse of power? And how can you probably guide us when it comes to ensuring that all these reappointed CSs, or rather public servants, what can we do to make them, go away? Because we want them to go home. We did not ask him to fire and rehire. We asked him to clean the cabinet, send the MPs back home, and we want a fresh election. So how can we go back to get a fresh election? And right now they're saying that I saw an update that IBC claims to not have the budgets were slashed, so probably going for an election is gonna be crazy. But at the end of the day, we pay taxes, and our taxes need to work for us. Do you think there's a probability of that happening, the MPs getting recalled, probably all the cabinet secretaries getting recalled, and probably us going for a fresh election? Sorry, I elongated that question, but probably my question is towards the end, and you can also help me demystify a few issues that I said in the middle.
So, for example, okay, I think, first of all, I mean, you've raised a couple of issues in that question. One, let's study, for example, a small country like Switzerland. In Switzerland, they don't even know. I mean, I've got very good friends in Switzerland. We visit each other regularly. And sometimes I pose the question to them because I try to follow even international politics. I ask them, who is your president, by the way? Most Swiss nationals may not even tell you who their president is. They have got a 7-member cabinet, and the presidency rotates annually. So they say, I mean, we don't care about the president. We care about what the canton, like the local authority, maybe equivalent of our ward. We care about what those wards and the canton gives us. So the question for me is that we need to create a culture where we, the citizen, can actually have a say on anything that we are unhappy with. In Switzerland, they have a referendum on almost everything. So we need to create in our governance structure a situation where Kenyans are able to actually vote even electronically. When they speak about the cost of elections, again, we proposed this in the Punguza Mizigo Constitutional Amendment Bill in 2019, where we're saying, and our proposal was simple. If we can actually have a transaction on M-Pesa of about 25 billion, I think daily, if I'm not wrong, I mean, people in the statistics can correct me. We trust sending money to somebody, perhaps somebody you don't even know, strangers, when you're paying bills. What is so magical about just voting every 5 years from my phone, the comfort of my phone? So the truth for the matter is that the presidency we have today is actually a failed presidency. But it's an awakening call for all of us. And the fact that, we have allowed this country to be defined in terms of Ruto, Raila, Suji, Nini, and those other people, actually that's why we are losing the plot. So I still feel that we may need to rethink about our constitution, our laws, in such a way that the people should be able to actually make a decision instantly. We don't have a parliament because of the quality of people that we send there. And because many of us actually sit back and say, we don't want to participate in politics. And that's why we go wrong. And I always like giving my own example. When I offered myself for the position of president of Kenya, or some of the biggest critics were my good friends. And they're telling me, hey, Kurubana, you to Rus, Turukanas, you're so few. I mean, do you have the money? And I think that's the whole ambit of where we are going wrong in our country. We are not rational when it comes to making political decisions, because it is those political decisions that actually have made us be in the state we are in now. I don't know whether Ayo have addressed your question.
Yes, you've addressed my question. And probably, finally, let me just ask the final question before we get questions from the other speakers.
Although I would also love to hear what other speakers think, so that it's not just a monologue between us.
Yes, it's okay. I just want to ask one final question, then I open it to the floor. Yeah? Right now, the main bone of contention, the main meat on the table, the main meal on the table is matters IEBC. It hasn't been reconstituted yet, right? And as we speak, and I'll tie this question to the issue of the identity cards. Right now, we don't have the IBC reconstituted yet, and if we were to go for a fresh elections, what does that mean for the country? We have to get the IBC reconstituted. We have to get a budget, and it has to be approved. And how independent? Because I know. I'm very sure, because I mean, we are Kenyans and Kenya is our business. I'm very sure that Ruto will ensure that whoever is going to be the chairman, whoever is going to be admitted into the IBC commissioners, is someone that is going to speak his language. I'm very sure. We are Kenyans and we know how these things work. So, how are we going to ensure the independence of that Electoral Boundaries Commission? How, as Kenyans, how are we going to verify that this is going to be independent? And what role can Kenyans also play to ensure that whoever is whoever commissioners and the chairman of the IBC is going to be appointed there is going to be very liberal, is going to be very transparent, and is going to serve the interests of the country and not of a few individuals who want to benefit themselves in the name of being a president or whatever that is. Probably that's my last question.
Okay, so Ayo, first of all, I think as citizens of this great nation, we must always remain vigilant and ensure that we express our displeasure at the manner in which we are being governed. We must speak. The leadership must know that we are not happy with certain things. But over and above that, we must now have some introspection in ourselves. Who are we actually giving these obligation or duties to governors? So the question is that we must now begin to deconstruct occupiers of those offices, the people we have given those offices. If they fail, if they don't live up to what we want, as Chapter 6 of the Constitution of Kenya speaks to, that the people occupying a public office must bring respect, must not demean the people, in that language in the Constitution. So it is also
Yeah, doctor, we have lost you. We have lost you. Can you guys hear him?
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Am I on?
Yes, you're back. Talk to us.
Yes. I know there are a lot of interference on these spaces, but I don't know. Anyway, so what I was saying is that there's a double-edged sword, double effect, if I may use that phrase, that we the people also must be able to say, who are we putting in this public office? So we need to begin to deconstruct those individuals. Let me go to the question of IEBC. The Supreme Court of Kenya made a decision to say that to establish what is called the principle of necessity. So it is not it's a constitutional body today being headed by the CEO. On the principle of necessity, which was affirmed by the Supreme Court of Kenya, nothing stops the secretariat, because after all, think about it, guys, commissioners do not register voters. It is the secretariat that does that work. Commissioners do not count votes. Chebukati or the chairman of IEBC only just announces the results from the work of the secretariat. So on the principle of necessity, which is already established by the highest law in the land, we actually have an IEBC. Of course, the mischief in delaying to appoint the commissioners is so that the political class can actually control that institution. And I don't know if you remember the wisdom of Joseph Stalin way back, I think in 1912, when he said that those who cast the vote decide nothing, but those who count the vote decide everything. And that's why we must be vigilant on who becomes a commissioner in IBC or becomes secretary. Because today, nothing stops us from presenting signatures to Marjan, the CEO, to say, here we have 1 million signatures, we are recalling MPX, YZ. You know, please do the needful. And we can back it with the legal authority from the Supreme Court. Go ahead. Our country cannot be held in abeyance just because somebody somewhere is refusing to appoint commissioners. Why will it take over 2 years just to recruit commissioners? I was the chairman of the first IBC selection panel. We did our interviews. We put an advert on all the dailies. We did our interviews in the open. It was covered, and we came up with a formula on how to elect those commissioners. So there's no rocket science really. In other countries in the world, actually, people who participate in elections are ad hoc. They almost like do the jury kind of system. You are just appointed today, you count the votes. We are making election in Kenya look like it's a matter of life and death. It shouldn't go that route. And that's why I think the people's vigilance is very, very important. On the IDs, I don't know whether you guys have now noticed. I just got our daughter an ID the other day. You can't believe now an ID in Kenya has an expiry date. It makes no sense. Article 12 of the Constitution of Kenya speaks about national documents that each Kenyan is entitled, including passport and ID. Why should those documents have an expiry date? Because the government is controlling them, because the government is making money out of it. So the last question you entered to was on the question of appointments. Now, if you look at the constitution of the selection panel today, under the proposed IBC Amendment Act, of the 9 selection panels, 5 are from political parties. For me, that's a big mistake, because it's like football players selecting a referee that they want. And then, of course, the 4 others are from others. So the way we are being manipulated in this country is such that the appointing authority plants people they can control. And many times, they don't pick the best. They pick the worst. I'll give you an example. Nothing personal on this guy. The former chairman of IBC, Chebukati, was actually, I think, number second last in the interviews. But they picked him so that they can control him. And that's exactly what's happening to all our institutions. You know,
Doctor, I think we lost you. His mic is on
wow.
mute.
Hello. Am I back?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, it's funny. I don't know why they keep on switching on my mic. Anyway, so I was saying, the way they also control our institutions in this country is that they pick the worst. I was giving an example, for example, of Chebukati, where he was actually bottom last. I think not bottom, but I think number second last or number third from the bottom. But they picked him so that they can control him. And so the only institution so far you can actually say they give us a glimpse of hope in the country is Gadangu, the Auditor General, Nyakango, Controller of Budget, because they are speaking to the bad things that are happening in our governance. I don't know whether I've sufficiently answered your question, Ayo. I want to pass the mic to other people.
Yes, you have. Probably we'll start with James Muli, if you have a question to Daktari.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. To keep the space more interactive, I think kuna watu pia in the listeners that have burning questions to Daktari, and Afrocentric can choose. You can comment your questions on the comment section, then Afrocentric will choose a question that he can pose to Daktari. Is that okay with you, Daktari?
Okay, I'm fine, but I really want to also hear views from other people. I hope it's not I don't
So
want to
probably
monopolize the conversation.
probably I'll give the speakers I think 2 minutes each to ask their questions, and then at least we get a few questions, then you answer them in a batch, so that we get more speakers, if that's okay with you.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Okay, I'll stay on.
All
I
right.
think let's open, Doctor. If you have time, we can open again the platform. The reason when we get speakers like you who are experts in, let's say, a field of, let's say, constitutionalism, we try to concentrate, and because we're having these spaces and we have so many questions, because information is power, and the more you inform us, the more we know how to move, and that's why having an informed protester on the streets is more powerful than no Raila, no peace protester. But now it's a different generation. So if you have time with us, we can open up the microphone and we move on with our conversation. And those who have questions to ask you, they can always throw them at you. Are you comfortable with that, Daktari?
Okay, I'm fine. Let me stay on. These conversations are very important.
Perfect. Let's move on to the next speaker.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone, depending on where you're streaming live. My name is James Mulamba, a youth leader from Kitui County. Well, I've been pushing the demonstrations, and I've been present in all of them from the first till last Tuesday. And as you have all noticed, the revolutionary fire has kind of dwindled. I think some Kenyans feel pacified, they feel appeased by the conciliatory efforts that President Ruto tried to pull. And by now, we already understand it was a game. The dissolution of cabinet was a game. And anyone who cannot see that, I don't know how else I can explain that to him. We've been pushing against Ruto for years. Personally, I've been pushing against Ruto for close to 10 years. I don't know how long Dr. Aukot has been pushing against Ruto and Uhuru. But personally, I've been pushing against Ruto personally for more than 10 years, both on Facebook and on Twitter. And I remember back then when we were pushing against Ruto and Uhuru, especially Ruto, Kenyans who are not awakened by then were against such dissenting voices. They were solely behind these people. And I remember at one time, I was reminded vividly that this is the culture of Kenyan politics. You either accept it or decide to quit politics. That politics in Kenya has to be about corruption, tokenism, tribalism, and that is the norm. And to some extent, nepotism. By now, you must have information on how some of these MPs and the cabinet secretaries have appointed their family members into these positions. For example, you know about Aden and his appointments. You know about his second name. I don't want to mention the second name. You know about Kimani, that MP for Kikuyu, and his appointments. And the list goes on. Hizo ndizo zenye ziko public. So we have a system that has been rotten for a very long time. And there's one thing people don't seem to understand. That when we started these protests, they are a culmination of work that has been plowed for years. This is the harvest of years of speaking against the government by those who never relented, like myself. When this protest came to the limelight, it appeared as if the main goal was rejecting the finance bill. But deep down, we had two factions. One group that was comfortable with government reforms, and another group, which I'm part of, that was not comfortable with the reforms at all. We already knew we had a bad president. We already knew how screwed we are, and we wanted him out. And that is the faction now that is prominently being featured now, that is pushing for Ruto must go. And I'm glad that those that wanted government reforms have opened their eyes and they have realized that There is no reform in this country instituted by the problem, because President Ruto is the problem that is going to solve the problems we have. Because to be honest, Ruto represents corruption. He represents tribalism. He represents patronage politics, clientelism. That is what he stands for, because he's a mentee of former President Daniel Moi, and he's also a mentee of Raila Odinga. And he has, in all his wisdom, he has decided to acquire the bad traits. He is in favor of the old style of politics, even though he knows there was a different way, a new way to do politics in Kenya. If he was virtuous enough, and if he was leader enough, he would have chosen the high road, the narrow road that pushes for better politics and reforms in how we conduct politics in Kenya. But he chose to still pursue politics in the old style. So he is in on it, and he is the problem. If anyone cannot see that by now, then we should push that message to them to see it. We should push our parents. We should push our brothers. We should push those that are older than us and the generation that is coming after us to realize that politics can be done differently. It can be corrupt-free. We can have a tribeless Kenya, and that we can have a Kenya that does not value tokenism. Siasa za kupewa 50 bob, 100 bob, dishing out tenders and government jobs to those that supported you. That we can have a government almost similar to an American system. I remember when Obama formed government in 2008, he actually went against the grain and chose those that did not campaign for him and those that were of the Republican side to government. They formed his cabinet, and they formed the team of experts, either as economic advisors or as political advisors, because he wanted a variety of the American people in offices, so that he does not have people who pay lip service to him. He does not have people he controls that tell him exactly what he wants to hear, so that he got an almost uniform representation of America into power, so that they would correct him and advise him appropriately on what is right. Anyway, I have two questions to Dr. Ekuru Aukot. By the way, I'm a big fan, and I actually remember almost breaking into tears when Akina Raila Odinga and Uhuru trashed a noble bill, the Punguza Mizigo, just because they wanted to push a BBI bill. I mean, it was all political. I wish we had that bill sail through. There's one thing Kenyans don't seem to see and are not voicing it out there, that the problem we have now can be solved through parliament, and that we have a compromised parliament. And if these opposition MPs, Akina Babu Owino, and the rest of MPs and the senators, Akina Sifuna, Akina Kajwang, are for Kenyans, why is it that they have taken so much time to push for removal of the president on grounds of incapacitation or through a motion of impeachment? Why have they taken so long? Does it confirm to us that they are remote controlled by Raila Odinga, and that it has to be his will over the Kenyans' will? I mean, I found it funny that now that Kenyans are pushing for the unseating of Ruto, the opposition leader, well, let me call him the former opposition leader, who is also the former prime minister, is uncomfortable with that. I mean, which opponent would be uncomfortable with the unseating of their political nemesis? It doesn't make sense that Raila Odinga is comfortable with Ruto holding power unless he is dining from the table of government. There must be positions, there must be tenders, there must be monies allocated to him that have appeased and conciliated him to the point that he doesn't want Ruto out of power. I mean, if we go by the current situation, all Gen Zs are not qualified by law, by matters of age, in regards to age, to run for president. And if we were to have a better president in this country, probably by now Kenyans are looking into the vocal Gen Zs. So it goes without saying that Raila Odinga would have a higher stake of being elected today if he applied if he continued applying pressure on government, and if Ruto goes today, we may front Okiya Omtata, we may front Dr. Ekuru Aukot, with all respect, but we understand that Raila controls a good following. And I would not want him to be president now after I've realized that he's a traitor and a conman. But then he stands to gain if Ruto goes today. But then he does not want Ruto gone. Because of what? What is he eating from this government? He has sold us, and I'm appealing to all Kenyans to unsubscribe from the Raila shadow. That guy is a sellout. He has time without number failed us. We need to move on from him. I mean, we've moved on from excess before. We can move on from Raila Odinga. So my question is, can we influence? Is it possible to influence a law that calls for that? Puts it out there that cabinet secretaries should not be politicians or politically affiliated.
James, Ukiland. Hey, my co-host, why are we letting someone talk for 10 hours? But continue, Ukiland.
So my first question is, can we have a law? Is there a way to push for a law that requires or points out that cabinet secretaries cannot be political candidates or politically affiliated? Secondly, is the parliament's majority challengeable? Because we remember that the opposition had more MPs than the Kenya Kwanza government, but the government bought the independent MPs and some of the opposition MPs. Is that constitutional? Can we challenge that? Because if we were to challenge the majority, the majority numbers that UDA and Kenya Kwanza claims to have, we can win back parliament. And it is through parliament that we can remove the president on Article 144 and Article 145. I think I would yield the floor to other speakers.
Thank you. You've taken the mic for 15 minutes, my guy.
Thank you.
3 minutes.
Let me handle it. I want the doctor to experience what a forum like this is. So, doctor, I hope you are jotting down the questions as we move quickly, as we iterate through the speakers.
I'm noting. I'm noting the questions.
Kowino nishike timeline ya 2 minutes. Guys, 2 minutes for all speakers. We have over 100 requests. So I'm going to iterate quickly through the speaker panel. So we can hear everyone air their opinions and their views. So Masharia, mic is yours. Twende kazi.
Yeah, so thank you Afro. Yeah, so nataka kukubaliana na kila kitu the former speakers amesema, but only one thing nataka kukataa. So there's nothing good about the mornings, the afternoons, the evenings, as long as you are Kenyan, because your systems are run by hypocrites and mediocre people, you know. So there's nothing good about being associated with mediocre and hypocritical systems. Yeah, so one thing I want to remind everyone is, as we are continuing with the fight, there's something about our leaders. There's no true African leader, because if you look at the leaders we have these days, they are all controlled by some Western power. I want you guys to check. There's no leader who has come out to support the three, West African countries that are now, revolting against their colonizers. The likes of Burkina Faso, Mali. Akina Captain Ibrahim Traore. No true African leaders have come out to support. So yeah, we need to, as we are going on with our movement, we have to remember there is no foreigner who is our friend. We should not allow any foreigner to call themselves a friend of Kenya as of now, because they have not been standing with us during our tough times, during fighting the US. Our president is recognizing their attempted assassination of Trump, who has not even recognized Kenya is having tough political times. So I don't get why we always seek recognition from our oppressors. It's kind of cliche. So that should end. So yeah, the second thing I wanted to say is we wanted to solve that thing of accountability for our leaders, where our leaders. Let me finish on this. Our leaders, they are not accountable. So there's this thing that is being pushed. It's called Mkura. It's like a digital baraza where every citizen can, can make a vote on the projects they want to be undertaken in their wards, constituencies, their counties. So yeah, it's like always involving the mwananchi in every decision, because power belongs to the people and should always belong to the people, because the people are the government. Yeah, so as I finish, civic education is the most important thing, because everything you learn today is not what you learn tomorrow. Tomorrow is a new experience. So as you get new information, try to pass that on, new information you're getting, which is factual information that is real, that is accredited for. Try to pass on information to those who cannot get that information as you are getting it in the simplest way. Yeah, so thank you.
Thank you so much. Otumba, are you there? Guys, hashtag is Ruto must go. Please retweet the space, retweet the pinned tweet on the Jumbotron. That is the location where we'll all be meeting on Tuesday. Different roads occupy: Jogo Road, Thika Road, Mombasa Road, Ngong Road. All the locations are there. The points will be choking. Higher. Otumba, are you there?
Yeah, thanks. I hope I'm audible enough. So, I've been analyzing what the decisions the president have been making, and I only come up with two conclusions. It's either the president is very sick in the head, or the president really doesn't care what the majority of Kenyans want. A casing point will be the appointment he made yesterday. He was saying that he made the appointment after doing a consultation, but if indeed he consulted the public records, you will see that the appointment of Chirchir was really unnecessary, because Chirchir is the real definition of incompetence. Tifa survey July last year highlighted Chirchir as one of the worst performing CS. Within Churchill's appointment, we have more than enough nationwide power outages. We've had the most embarrassing petroleum scandal under his watch, and still is being reappointed into now a different capacity. If you check on the education docket, the person he appointed yesterday has been a lawyer, a CS docket. Why can't he be given? Why couldn't he be given Attorney General then? Because he has been a lawyer his entire life, or the docket of energy, because currently is the chair of Genz. So why must he be given a docket? He has no idea what is happening in education. So and I think this shows clearly that our president is serving the interests of his fellow criminals, but not the interests of Kenyans. He's saying that you Kenyans be damned. So, and also, I think Ruto dismissed the CSS, but he knew very well those who will be back regardless of your demands. Because if you remember, immediately he dismissed the cabinet. There's a group of people who started retweeting, kind of demanding and sending the same message request that Duale and Kindiki be reappointed. I believe these people were sent by the government to come and do that kind of request. And then, okay, my last point, just to wind up, I've seen so many people trying to ask the Genz to come up with leaders, because they're saying being leaderless doesn't help. But of course, we'll need to have leaders, but I don't think it's the right time for us to have leaders. We don't need to have a leader to sit down with Ruto for him to fight corruption within his government and for him to find justice for those extrajudicial killings. So I really think there's still a lot that needs to be done before we sit down with Ruto to have a conversation with him. And lastly, even as we try to figure out our next move and the best strategy to take, I think we also need to change our strategies. I believe I don't know whether it's possible, but
Boss,
I
land,
believe
land,
filling
land,
up
land.
Wind up,
Tafadhali.
bwana.
Time imeisha.
yeah, I believe filling JKIA will be a very good move for us because we have several international flights coming into JKIA, and if we fill out that place so that no international flight can come in or out of JKIA, then this can be an international embarrassment to our country. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Otumba. Guys, let's respect the time. 2 minutes. When the alarm goes off, please begin winding up. Don't add 2 more points, guys. We have a hot speaker list. I need to iterate through it. James Muriuki, mic is yours. Karibu.
Thanks. Am I audible?
Very. Go ahead.
Yeah. So mine is a concern and like an idea that I want to float to everyone. Well, we are making a lot of reference to revolutions that have ever happened, but what I'm not seeing us do is think how can ours be better and more efficient. I have noticed from even the first demo when we were breaching parliament that it would have taken a way shorter time if we were more coordinated. So I've been assuming Kenya is very disorganized and should be running like a proper company. And I think the organization, the movement also would achieve more that way. For example, the first time there were so many people on the street because the civic education was unidirectional. Every single platform, every single space, every single person was talking about one thing. That is what we've lost so far. So this is my challenge, is my sort of suggestion, especially to the hosts of this space. Why, if all you guys want the best for Kenya, why can't all the hosts have one sitting? This is not for the purposes of leadership, but it's for the purposes of coordination. So that all of you guys who are hosting spaces, all of you, iwe ni nani ama ni nani ama ni nani, all of you get on one space first. And then on this one space, we come up with a coordinated approach. We can even achieve so much. We are limiting ourselves. We can have a unified account even where people can mchanga, and we can invest in various ways of making sure the movement progresses. We can have medical camps going all around the country, which we will fund, which we will have employed the doctors right now who are very jobless. Like, we can do so many things because we are fighting a system. And this system is fighting back as hard as it can. So if we're not more organized and coordinated, trust you me, this will be difficult, it will take time, and we might not achieve what we want.
Thank you, James. Thank you, James. Powerful point. Yeah,
Afro.
I agree with you totally. Yes.
No, it's okay. Just go ahead. I wanted to tackle his questions, but it's okay. You can go ahead.
Yeah, I agree with him in terms of having one space. Definitely, but Twitter Spaces, hey, they've been here, and KOT or KOX is one of the most lethal cyber jungles respected worldwide. So, in fact, one thing Ruto has done, he has united Kenyans on the internet. So
It's true, but
some people, some influencers, maturity, some people are not yet putting it down, understanding that this is bigger than their petty beefs. For one, me and 6,000, we were very arch enemies. But when Ruto must go, tukako marafiki, quick, fast. So yes, I see your vision that we need a one big space and we need to reach out to each other. But that thing of reaching out to each other is very difficult. But we are working towards going there. Right now, we are just working towards it. But powerful point. Hey, Weston, go ahead. Are you had something to say?
No, it's
Thanks.
okay.
Thank you,
You've addressed it.
Afrocentric. Thank you so much. I salute fellow compatriots and everyone else who is listening on this forum. As usual, I pay tribute to our fallen compatriots, comrades, and soldiers. Quick, when I spoke last year, I posed questions and I asked whether we are deploying the minimalist approach or we're going the revolution way. Because I see a lot of distractions. You know, at every other turn that the political elite makes a decision, behaves the way they have all along behaved, we get worked up. For instance, the first batch of cabinet ministers, what did we expect? What did we expect? This is power just consolidating, power fighting back. And as Michel Foucault says, power always elicits, evokes resistance because it tends to work to the detriment of those who are governed. He calls them subjects. So we will have to choose whether we want a minimalist approach where we think we can patch up this state called Kenya and move on. And that will mean we deploy the law, we invoke the constitution, we go to the courts and challenge the decisions that these people are making. Or we are convinced that this state is irredeemably rotten. It is being presided over by people who are incorrigibly ill-mannered, ill-disciplined, who have no aspirations of Kenyans at heart. And therefore, there is need urgent for total overhaul of the state as it is. We have to make a choice. So, Dr. Alcott, glad that you made some interventions. I take you back to your Punguza Mizigo initiative. How far did it go? Because you are, invoking the constitution, the provisions of the law on what to do to challenge the excesses of the political elite. Well, your initiative, popular as it was, populated by aspirations of the majority of Kenyans as it was trumped by the BBI thing, led by the political elite. Flawed as it was, oppressive as potentially it was, and they fought for its enactment all the way to the Supreme Court. So when you say we can have a popular initiative, we bypass parliament, we go through county assemblies and stuff like that, I'm not so sure. The powers that be will be waiting in the corridors of power, will be waiting in the corridors of the judiciary. They will, and they will definitely knock it out. They'll fight back viciously because definitely we will play into their hands. So we can remember CORD. They had some signatures. Yes, when they presented these signatures to the IEBC, you remember IEBC raising questions about the validity of some of those signatures. I don't know, some of them look like animals and stuff like that. Well, what is a prototype signature? If I draw an animal, I'm the one who drew it, that's my signature. Is there something like a prototype signature? But the IEBC knew what it was doing. It was pandering to the political elite, to the powers that be, which why our fixation on the reconstitution of the IEBC comes to me as a little bit strange. Because IEBC is an extension of the state, frankly speaking. It's an extension of the state. And where we are more than ever, William Ruto is invested in who is going to be party to the IEBC. More than ever, he is. Because history shows that if you want to prevail in power in Kenya, just have a handle on who is elected as the chair of the IEBC, who are the commission of the IEBC. So I'm afraid that approach will be a cul-de-sac. It will be a cul-de-sac going forward. In fact, it will be a contested terrain, just as it has been in the past. Where is the option? Our option is the protest we are having. And those protests are within the ambit of the law. It's not like anarchy, it's not like chaos, it's not like social anomie. The protests that we have been engaging in to date within the law, that is it, because the protests in and of themselves indicate one thing, that the legal approach, resort to the rule of law, evocation of the constitution, until now, those approaches are not working for the simple reason that the political elite is rogue. Is rogue. Which why it doesn't really matter who is appointed the Attorney General. That office is not really integral in the way the president conducts his business. For those who care to listen, to read, will understand that for 24 years, Moi never had a co-ethnic as Attorney General. There was no Kalenjin Attorney General for 24 years that Moi was at the helm. Why? Because he knew he could have his way without necessarily having his co-ethnic, holding that very so-called influential position. Amos Wako was there, a very accomplished jurist. But what did he do? You remember the Wako draft. You remember the Wako draft and where it took us to. So Rebecca Miano, whoever it is, you cannot appoint anybody as the Attorney General. History shows that really, that office, really, whoever occupies it usually does the bidding of the executive, of the president. You remember very well also the CJ position. None of the sitting Supreme Court judges applied to succeed Maraga. Did we notice that anomaly? In which country? In which country? Would there be shortlisted candidates to succeed an outgoing Chief Justice and none of the Supreme Court sitting judges is interested in the position? Why? Why was that? I mean, that was anomalous, really. What did it mean? It meant that the political elite had rigged the process. They had rigged the process. They were interested in capturing the judiciary. So let us not forget history, which has got very painful lessons for us, where we think if you have a professor of medicine in the Ministry of Health, or you have got a professor in the Ministry of Education, suddenly the problems in the education sector in Kenya will evaporate. They will not. We have had them in the past. Suddenly the problems in the Ministry of Health they will not. Because these people are working within an establishment that is not pro-people, that is not for transformation, that is not for meeting the popular aspirations of the people of Kenya. So the papers there don't really count. They don't count. Moi used to have very accomplished people. They would just do his bidding. They were just as sycophantic as those people who didn't have papers. Why is Professor Kithure Kindiki behaving the way he's doing? And he's a professor of law. Why? Why is he behaving the way he's doing? Is there an explanation? Yes, there is. There is always method to this madness. And what is the method? Once you are co-opted into that system, then you let go of your brain. You let go of your independence of mind. You just do what you are supposed to do. So that is the system that we are ranged against. We're not ranged against personalities like William Ruto, who is appointed to the cabinet, who becomes part of the IEBC and whatever. No, we are not. We're ranged against an intractable system that has been there for decades, that is buttressed locally and as well as internationally, that is oppressive, vicious towards the people of Kenya. Ladies and gentlemen, fellow compatriots, and it's a mammoth task. It's not easy. So we can go the minimalist way. We tried before, but the status quo will remain. The extant political, social, economic architecture, edifice will remain in place. When the police say, no, you can't have a protest, what law are they invoking? And then when you go to the courts, there's a judge who says, well, we have lifted a ban. Which ban did you lift? Whereas Kenyans have got this inalienable right to demonstrate, to protest, to express their grievances on the streets. When the judge says the police should not use lethal force, what a bizarre judgment. The police are not supposed to kill protesters in the first place. So the courts should be waiting for these police officers who are engaged in extrajudicial and summary executions and just prosecute them. There's no need for a judgment to the effect that the police should not use lethal force. No, they shouldn't, because there's no provision in the law that allows them to. And those who do are breaching the law and must be held to account. So I think we need clarity of thought, and I'm glad we're getting there slowly. Focus. What is the ball? what is the main target? What is the problem? I think we're getting there, but we should not allow the political elite to distract us. Raila Odinga, William Ruto, those people have behaved like that for decades. They are not going to change today. They will not change tomorrow. And if we care about the Kenya of tomorrow and generation to come, then these people really have seen better days. These people are part of history. As somebody puts it, they're yesterday's men and women. And that's why we want to build Kenya, reconstitute Kenya that has no room for those kind of behaviors. Very backward, very anti-people, very anti-life, poverty-inducing kind of behavior by the political elite. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Weston. Thank you, Weston. Doctor, you want to answer something? Go through, or you still want to listen? We go ahead with listening to speakers. Dr. Aukot. I think you can't hear me. Mogo, go ahead. Mic is yours. Mogo. Ayo, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. There he is.
Oh, yeah. Mogo, you're making me doubt my reality.
Okay, thank you very much, Afrocentric, Ayo, and Pineapple for giving me this opportunity. Anyway, let me say this. Good morning, fellow Kenyans. Good morning, fellow anarchists. Good morning, fellow criminals. You have all the names, but these names are not bigger than what we are seeing in Bangladesh today. I think if you want to ask about the accountability and good governance, then somebody want to relate Kenya with the Bangladesh. I think that one is a very stupid narrative that we should get off our mind. If we say Ruto must go, does not mean that we are drunk. The other day I saw judges say that some people were drunk in Nairobi CBD and they were now causing mayhems and other things. Like, which country are we running? I want to go past that. Let me have my questions. My questions goes direct to Dr. Ekuro Okot. I've heard him talking about the UDA side having less number of MPs and then buying some from the Azimio side, taking them over, crossing over to the House. If you can expound and give us more bits of how this one could affect this parliament, and what was it supposed to be done? How was it supposed to be done? Should the UDA sit at the majority side or the Azimio? And if these other MPs, no, nowadays we call them MPs, if they cross to the other side, does it really affect their affiliation, their political affiliation? And should they be given a vote of no confidence? And can their parties recall them so that, because I think when you are elected by a given political party or an affiliation, it means that the desire, you're going to champion the desire of the party, of which parties have all their memorandums and all of their policies. And if you cross over, does it mean that you're now partyless? And if that's happened, can we recall these MPs and then we see where we can base our fight? That's number one. Number two, there's this. Just give me a minute, please. There's this second one. I have it in mind. Like, after we were done away with finance bill, that finance bill 2024. Now the government came with another thing. I don't know what appropriation bill. How does it go? How does it go according to the law? How are things going to be run in that another appropriation bill that is going to run this country for for another one financial year? And lastly, if somebody is found unworthy to be an office holder like CSS and PSS, how where does we champion our things? Can we go by the law? Because we will go to the road. I think as much as we are going to the road, there must something at the court to stop all these people, because we can't be on the road losing our lives and then tomorrow you see somebody's shouting at Simba is back. Are we being in the hands of those people who want to look like they want to be like semi-gods in this country? How can you be given just a nomination from the State House and then you're celebrating Simba is back? Some people holding political rallies. These are the nonsense we don't want to see. We want to see people working for the Kenyans. And what I want to ask Dr. Can you give us a leeway? Can we stop, as much as we are going to the roads on Tuesday to say no, to reject all the things that Mr. Ruto did yesterday? Can we also have a law pursuit? And pale kwa law pursuit kitulifanya pale kwa parliament, we do the same to the to the courts. If they don't do what we want, then we occupy, and then we overturn everything. I think that's my submission. Thank you very much for giving me this chance, Afrocentric and Yo.
Thank you, guys. The tweet on the jumbotron on the nest, right above this space, guys, is the one we are retweeting. We're trying to get word out. We have listened, we have talked this week, and we said, guys, we need a consolidating plan on where to meet on Thika Road, Mombasa Road, Jogoo Road, Ngong Road, Southern Bypass. The meeting points, which we call the choke points, where depending on whether you live on South C, South B, Donholm, Buruburu, you can see what road and what rallying point you are close to. Guys, the best thing you can do, the online activism you can do right now, is share that information. The days of Occupy everywhere are gone. We are now getting more consolidated, more strategic, and more decisive, as we are dealing here with a maniac, a tyrant who is just playing games with our future. Ruto must go. That's the clarion call on this space and the four corners of Kenya. Anyway, next speaker, I'd like to give it to Better Living Standards. Your name is everything. Karibu kwenye space. Better Living Standards. What we want for our country. Mike ni yako. Unasikia?
Okay, thank you, Afrocentric, and the rest of the fellow Kenyans who are listening to me. It's a pleasure to have been part of this conversation for a while. And actually, most of the comments were just what were also part of my faculty of mind. But one thing I need to also make as a point is that the regime is also a bit more tactical with us, and you have seen the number of counter narrative they're trying to sponsor in the social media sites. Guys, you have seen also even in our protests, and there are havocs within which this rotten regime of William Ruto are creating amidst us in order that it might appear to be chaotic. But again, I will also expect in such kind of a forum, we don't also forget discussing and pinpointing areas that are also very much important into making sure that our protests are sustainable. Because much as we can discuss legal issues, constitutional matters, bring in minds like Dr. Ikuru Okot and the likes, the most important thing is power belongs to us, doesn't need any legal intervention or legal understanding, so to speak. All that we need to know is that we need to keep on focused. The things we are discussing today is a century, have more than close to a century old business, guys. It's not something new. It's something our forefathers have lived with, though have been silent and passive about it. It's something we are witnessing, generation after the other. Can you imagine? It's as simple as calculating the matrix. 1997, somebody became an Eldoret MP, and today is the president of Kenya. So time is not with my side, I can see. But the best thing is, number one, how can we, in our sites like this, make sure that the voices we are putting across are voices that are of the face of Kenya? For instance, we make sure that by the time Afrocentric is, sharing the site, he includes ideas from all over the country, so that much as we have our haphazard points, we also can say, for example, they are talking about leadership, they are talking about, political parties and stuff like that. For us, we can still remain anonymous, but again, we can talk about, for example, the 47 counties representative, social media representatives who have got, ideas, so that now jointly, because this thing does not also need to narrow down to Ruto must go business, which is of course the head of it, but we also need to also making sure that it is a national-wide issue, so that the pressure that mounts from counties can also be, witnessed at national level, because counties are also of issue today. I myself, I come from northern Kenya, and this is one part of the country that's extremely left out. Actually, people don't understand anything to do with, rights, governance, and
Wind
those
up.
things. Thank you very much, guys, and I really appreciate the work we are doing. Afrocentric and the co-host, kudos, Jameni. Asanteni sana.
Thank you so much, Better Living Standards. Eric, Mike Niako, karibu kwenye space. Guys, Ruto must go. It's the hashtag. Eric, unatusikia? Eric, going once.
Wamesema point yangu.
Sema basi Ruto must go basi kama
That Ruto must go.
yes. Very
Ruto
good,
must
very good. Dr. Doi.
Eric kukuwa na backup plan.
Backup plan iko, lakini sasa zote mbili zimesemwa na the previous two speakers. But kama kuna kitu moja yenye nashangaa ni how as in watu wenye bado wanapewa ma politician platform. As in hiyo ndio kitu sielewi kabisa. Sijui niko nchi ingine. Sielewi kabisa. Sielewi why these people still get platforms. Wanaweza kuja na magari na wanatuongelesha nini? Na tunasikia nini? Na hata mbona tunasikia? This thing is so messed up. Tuendelee hivyo. Ruto must go. Hiyo ni backup plan.
Thank you. And that's why Dr. has been saying, come 2027, youth, millennials, you have to include yourself with the political processes of your country. Run for MCA, run for MPs, run for senators, man. Please run for public office. Some of you are very qualified. Did you not see some could not even read being sworn in? Some class 6 dropouts. You guys have better ideas. The future of Kenya belongs to you. You are the ideas of today. I'm encouraging everyone hearing my voice. Please run for office if that's your calling. If you feel leadership is in you and that's your calling, please run. We will support you. Tutakuja hapa kwa hii space na kupiga sauti manze, because sometimes you can't teach a old dog new tricks. If they can't see it, they can't see it. Wanacheza tu game hapo. They're changing the forest, lakini nyani ni wale. Mike to Danny. Good morning. Welcome to the space, Danny.
Good morning, Afro. Please pass me for 3 minutes. There's something I'm doing. Then I'll come back to talk.
Understood. Babu, are you there?
Yes, I am. Thanks, host. Thanks for the privilege to speak. I want to speak about two things. One is there's a speaker, I think James Morioki. I've even DM'd him, and I think he has responded. He spoke very well about the need for us to rally. This is something that I have been calling for. I have some ideas. He spoke about let the space hosts come together, blah blah. Actually, we only need one space host. So there's some ideas Afrocentric that I have. I've DM'd you. Everybody tells me the people who speak, I DM them, and they tell me this is a great idea. I've even documented it, a structure that can help rally people in a more organized way without looking like you're taking over leadership or anything like that. So please, Afrocentric, we can chat behind the tent. If you like the idea, well and good. If you don't, of course, we'll live to fight another day. Secondly, I can't wait for the day when the legal experts will, rally together and push, whichever competent court on the idea that I think we have an odious debt. I think some countries have done it. The AG, Auditor General, said that 1.4 trillion Kenya shillings that have been borrowed were borrowed without the consent of the Attorney General, for example. And she also said that she cannot account for 1.2 trillion that has been spent. So even as we andamana, there are peripheral things that are just as important. And, I would be curious to hear from the legal experts if there is a case for an odious debt, what can you do about it? What support from Kenyans do you need? But important, Afrocentric. I've sent you a note. Let's chat. I'm serious about it. I've been advocating it for 2 weeks. I'm not making any headway. Everybody says this is great, but I just need somebody who has a megaphone or a space host for these ideas to be executed. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, Babu. I'll engage you in the back channel once the space is done. I'll go through them. But I am for unity. I'm for unity. We can't be preaching unity on spaces. I mean, on the ground, and then on spaces on X, we are not united. That's hypocrisy of the highest order.
Yeah, it's all about unity. I'm with you.
Yeah. So I'm ready to put my mouth, my mind where my mouth is, and unite with everyone else. But there'll be a lot of crushing of egos. But Kenya is bigger than any of us. Giving the microphone to Vincent. Are you there, Vincent? Vincent, going once. Vincent. Aya. Shikuku.
Thank you, host. Now, mine is to say Ruto must go first of all, and then next I just want to give people some people who don't know a look at what revolutions have achieved in this country and what they have not achieved. Because if we go back to independence, the people who fought for independence were the great generation and the silent generation. They did their part. They fought. The boomers were too young by the time we were very young when independence came. And when independence came, the people who were on the forefront, the Mau Mau and the guys who are really against the colonialists, did not get it. It's the collaborators who took the trophy. Again, we started going, moving ahead, and then we realized, no, Kenyatta is not taking us in a good course. Some of the boomers rose up in the 70s. They were beaten down, thrown in detention. The Shikukus, the Odingas, they were thrown into detention. And then the momentum kept going. And by 1984, 85, then the movement started again. And by 1992, the fruits came. We achieved single section 2A was dispatched, was removed, and we achieved multi-party. Again, when multi-party came, the people who were fighting for multi-party were not the direct beneficiaries fully. The people who were on the sidelines watching are the ones who benefited. Kibaki is one of them. In fact, he came in once the cake had been cooked. He got what he got. He got into power. Again, this time round, when we started this movement, when we started this movement, we wanted these changes to be effected by the people who are there. So in short, what we have been fighting for, we have been fighting, telling these guys, we want to better governance, we want little corruption, we want this and this and this, but we were sitting back and giving them what we want them to do. They have proven they don't want to do what we want them to do. Now, what do? The only thing that is left for us is to get in. And how do we get in? When we start this chapter 2 of this demonstration, because right now I believe we have been re-energized, just a minute, we have been re-energized, is to go in forcefully, make the country ungovernable until elections are called. And when elections are called, it's us who will be on the forefront fighting to get in so that we effect the change that we want. Nobody is going to do this for us. It's going to be we ourselves who will do that change that we want to see. We cannot sit outside. These guys won't do it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Pass the microphone to Billy Mijungu. Billy Mijungu. Billy, can you hear me? Billy going once. Billy.
Yes.
Yeah, Mike Niako.
Yes, you can hear me. Yeah. I don't want to say much. I think we concentrated on the leaders more than we concentrate on ourselves. What I can say is this: let us all learn to send our best to leadership positions. Let us learn to send our best. And when we send our best, let us not ask them for money. Because if I can tell you, everybody at the grassroots, whoever campaigned, regardless of whether they were good or they were bad, they were being asked money. Who asked them money? The same people who are revolting today. So let us recheck ourselves and let us learn to send our best to politics and in leadership areas. That is the way we are going to start to change this country. But if we can't keep going around and recycling ourselves and doing what we do without having a retrospect on who we are as Kenyans, because what we see is a reflection of who we are. Then when it comes to leadership positions, let us look at a person's track record in leadership. If it is stained even for a single day, forget that person. And there are so many people who are clamoring for better positions in 2027. Some of them are already tainted, and people are singing them to the highest. So are we not boxing ourselves into the same environment we were in 2022, 2017, and the like? So the problem is not even the leadership that we have. The problem must be just us. That's all I have to say.
Thank you so much. Elijah, are you there?
Afrocentric and Ayo.
Yes, Afro, I can hear you. Though I could hear the last speaker, but now I can't hear anything.
Elijah.
I don't know whether there's someone.
Elijah.
I don't know whether Daktari is speaking. Can I just mute
Yes,
and then I let Daktari speak?
Yeah,
I wanted to make a polite request, please. And my apologies to everyone.
All right, allow me kindly to continue because I can't hear you. Mine is going to be very quick.
Elijah. Doctor is speaking. Hold up. Doctor, go ahead. Doctor, you can hear me? I will check if he can hear you. Ayo. Kowino, I will check if he can hear you.
Daktari. Daktari, can you hear Afrocentric?
Now I can hear. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Go ahead.
So I wanted to make a polite request, please, and my apologies to the rest of the speakers and listeners, because I've got a meeting coming up at 11, and I really want to respond to one or two questions that was asked of me before I excuse myself from the space, if that's okay with you guys.
Yes, please go ahead.
So when I listened to James Mulamba, I hope he's still on the platform. I think he spoke about, he kind of hinted on Ruto's presidency and, of course, Raila association. I think one of the things that we must recall, political affiliations in Kenya is actually a business. It's a business of the same people. In fact, this is probably the only time you can say that there is actually honor among thieves. They collude, they change clothes. Same monkeys, they just change forest. But I want us to look at Ruto's presidency as a blessing in disguise. And why do I say that? I say that because what does it mean for Kenya? What does Ruto's presidency mean for Kenya? For me, it is an opportunity to transition to another generation of leaders. And I'm so happy that the Genzs are now actually coming up. And this, for me, is what I describe as succession planning in matters governance. Some people have to take over from a certain generation. And I think one of the things that maybe Ruto's presidency has done for this country is to end some of the fake dynastic claims or entitlement. But now we are looking at him and saying to him, you pretended that you're one of our own. We voted for you. You are now in the driving seat. Now we are exposing you. That for me is a political opportunity we must exploit. And that's why I'm so happy with these conversations with the Genzs, what they're doing. So I'll say, let's keep the fire burning. Now, there's a question that Mulamba also raised around the cabinet being of non-politicians. Actually, if you read the Committee of Experts' final report, we were absolutely clear in our proposal that cabinet members should be technocrats, not politicians. But that was violated by President Uhuru Kenyatta in his 10 years. Now it's being violated by President William Ruto. And I will not be surprised about President William Ruto, because after all, he really opposed the campaign for this new constitution. So he does not believe in the constitution. He does not believe in the rule of law. So the Committee of Experts was very clear. Pick cabinet secretaries, people with merit, people with knowledge, and it has to be outside the political space. But now we need to go a step further and say, why should politicians like, say, Kipchumba Murkomen, Kindiki Kiture, Aden Duale, and others who are elected accept cabinet positions? Because none of them believes in the rule of law, none of them believes in the constitution, and that's why we end up with the situation we are right now. So that it does not matter to me, or even if Ruto changes Kindiki Kiture from this position to that position, they are politicians. Their first loyalty card is political affiliation, not Kenya, not to serve the people of Kenya. And that's where we are going on. So that was very clear with the Committee of Experts. Non-politicians should be cabinet ministers, principal secretaries. Macharia spoke about civic education. I want us to change the lingua, the narrative. We should no longer be talking about civic education, but political education. People, we've been talking about this civic education for the longest time, but how politically educated are we about the kind of leadership that we have in the country, about the kind of people occupying our offices? That's where we should be talking about, because the question of accountability must come from our being politically educated. Then Otumba raised a question around Ruto about dialogue. The question I will pose back, do you actually want to sit down with President William Ruto without him accounting for the deaths of peaceful demonstrators, for the killings, for the abductions, for the disappearances? What are you going to sit about and talk about what? I think I like the conversation by the Genz that we don't need to talk about sitting down. Just fulfill your political promises. If you are not able to fulfill them, ship out, get out, resign. Those provisions are there in the Constitution. He also hinted at the Punguza Mizigo Constitution Amendment Bill against BBI. Yes, it is true. We were fought. They even tried to kill my political party, and that's actually part of the reason why I was so angry with Raila. I could not even vote for him in 2022. But you will recall that we fought BBI up to the Supreme Court of Kenya and we defeated it. And the reason they brought down Punguza Mizigo, because we were going to change the political spectrum of this country. We are going to reduce the size of parliament. We are going to address on the question of salaries, corruption. If you are adversely mentioned in any corruption scandal, you will not stand for public office. We were abolishing nominations. We are abolishing the women rep position. We are bringing equality where one man, one woman will be elected from all the 47 counties, and we'll have a parliament of 100 people maximum. And we justified it. Again, please have a look at the document. I am more than happy to revise it and relaunch it, and we'll do it online, and people can have a look at it. So what Ruto did, and the other question, the second last question I want now to raise is that there is need for an effective opposition. Can parties recall the MPs who actually crossed the floor? Yes, you can. There is party disciplinary mechanism within any political party. In the constitution of any political party, you can do that. And but the game is, for you to be able to entrench yourself in the governance of the country, you compromise the other part. That's why, for example, today, whether you voted for Ruto or Raila, there is no difference because now they are working together, because for them, it's about their interest. And this actually reminds me of what America actually is. When you go into bed with America, they are not your friends. Ronald Reagan said, America has no friends. We only have interests. The same philosophy applies in the political organization of our country today. The current political crop does not really see Kenyans as friends, do not see Kenya as a country. Kenya is farmland, is shamba, ni kuvuna tu na kuvuna na kuiba. That's all they are seeing. A question was also raised around the finance bill vis-a-vis the appropriation bill. To be honest with you, it's very sad that William Ruto signed the Appropriation Act without a Finance Act. The Finance Act is normally a money collection, a revenue collection law. Then the expenditure of it is on the appropriation law. So, and you know, the lifespan of a Finance Act is 1 year. At the end, at the 30th of June every financial year, that law lapses. So today, we don't know how our money is being collected because there is no law. I know the courts have decided that you go back to the original law, but that law must have a life. The 23-24 Finance Act is a dead law. So we don't have a law. So when you sign an appropriation act, against which expenditure are you, against which collection of revenue are you expending our money? So that is the quagmire the presidency of William Ruto has put us. Then the last question for me is, I agree, Ruto must go. The question is, when must he go? Because 2027 for me is too far. Over to you briefly, and I will say for 5 minutes before I leave, please. You can excuse me.
Thank you. 2027 is too far. I share that sentiment, honestly. And that's why
Afrocentric, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Pineapple, can you hear me?
Daktari, we can hear you. Can you hear me, Daktari? This is Ayo speaking.
Yeah. Yes, Oyo, I was just saying, let me stay for another 5 minutes, please, if there's any quick rejoinder, but I really want to beg your leave to leave.
Okay, it seems Afrocentric is talking to you, but you can't you can't hear him. So probably Afro, what do you say? The space is having issues because I also dropped as a co-host. So Afro?
Well, there's a lot of interference on these spaces because I think one of the things now we must recognize is that we no longer need physical political rallies. X spaces is giving us political rallies, so we can always canvass issues here, but they are trying to emasculate these spaces as well.
Daktari.
Yes, sir.
How are you, sir?
I'm very well, and you?
Nimuli, how are you?
Oh, Dan, how are you? Good to hear from you, Muli.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you a question before we went there. I know you have pressing issues, and it's I don't know if you had you participated or you joined the X-Space on Citizen Assembly where the LSK and the Kenya Human Rights Commission held. Did you hear about that? Were you in that space?
No, I didn't participate in that space, but I'm aware of it. I think I saw it, but when I joined this space, I couldn't join two spaces at the same time.
Yeah, there was this guy from the Kenya Human Rights Commission, and he said something that has been bothering me since that time. He said that after 2017, 2018, the people who were killed by the police and their cases were taken to IPOA. Till to date, nobody has ever been prosecuted. The cases from 2023, Mandamanos, the people who were killed by the police, nobody has been prosecuted. So the question that I have that has been bothering me is, when you have these institutions who are supposed to be holding the police accountable for all the wrongdoings, for all the killings, the abductions, the torture, the holding incommunicado. When you have all these institutions that are not holding the people who are breaking the law accountable, what do we do what does the constitution state? Also, when it comes to corruption, we see all these corruption cases happening. You know, I was in management before, and before we were paid, a staff list will be sent to my office where I appended my signatures on every staff that was within my branch. Now, we see reports of Auditor General reports stating that there are cases of ghost workers being paid 35 billion within a year. Then the question is, because this money goes to a specific account and it is withdrawn, is it that the bodies that are responsible to protect our money, to hold those who are corrupt or who are embezzling money, are brought to book, are not doing their jobs? What do we do as per the constitution? Because the whole system is rotten. Money is being stolen and nobody is being held accountable. People are being killed, people are being arrested, and nobody is being held accountable. When we are playing by the rules, why isn't the government, okay, what do you do when you are following the rules, when you are playing by the constitution, yet the opponent isn't? They're breaking the rules because, you know, the government isn't playing by the same rules. They're breaking the law. They are disobeying court orders. What do we do in that state?
So Muli, I'll give you a very short response before I drop out from the space. I think for me, we are just talking about the bad governance that we have in the country. And like they say that the fish rots from the head. So we have a very bad leadership in our country, where right from the executive, they don't obey the law, there is no question of accountability, and that cascades downwards. Like I said earlier, what the executive does is to appoint people they can control who do not see accountability as part of their duty or responsibility. And that's why you end up with no solution at all to those disappearances, to those deaths. Nobody's taking up action. And normally the consequence of a rotten system like we have today is people revolting. People are coming up to say that we are dissatisfied, and I think this is exactly what the Maandamano is actually doing, because we are saying that we need an overhaul of the entire system, but we also now must elect leaders who must be able to say, we are firing so and so because they have failed in their duties. So I think that is the crux of the matter, Muli, that what kind of governance structure do we have, and who are the people in those offices? You cannot preside over a government or a country where people are being killed, disappeared like that, and then you don't account for it. And I think things go normal. That's why people pick up arms against the establishment. In fact, I again want to make reference to the African Charter on Elections and Democracy. I think must be chapter 8 thereon, that says that, they forbid what they're calling unconstitutional removal of governments. And you can read this in the context of, say, Burkina Faso, Guinea, Mali, and Niger, where the military has taken over, because people are hiding behind the idea that we are democratically elected, but they don't fulfill the will of the people. So for me, I've come to the conclusion that if you're a democratically elected country and you are not fulfilling the wishes of the people, we must now remove you, and that cannot be constitutional and unconstitutional. It is constitutional because you are defying the will of the people. So I think the rising of Kenyans, the rising of the Gen Zs to say that we don't support this government, Ruto must go now, is speaking to all those issues that you have raised. Why isn't there no accountability? But why are the people holding these public offices not feeling not even having the shame to say that people have been killed? I mean, do I still need to stay even a minute or a day longer in these offices? Hell no, they shouldn't. But it's a whole system. It's like when your operating system in your computer fails, you have to buy a new computer or you have to change it. So We have an operating political system here that has failed. You know, it cannot work anymore. It's collapsed. So we must go for change. And all you people must actually rise up and be that change. Let's not just talk, lament, offer ourselves to lead this country, because you have knowledge, you are intellectual, you have the know-how. This is the age of technology. Nobody can lie to us anymore. If it is about national debt, we can check those figures. If it's about the corrupt, we know who they are. So, guys, let's rise up. I am happy that we are rising up, and especially with a lot of anger. I think I'll leave it to that. Afrocentric, I really, really want to beg to be excused.
Thank you so much, Doctor, for joining this space. Hope you can hear me now. I had to exit and rejoin too.
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah, thank you so much for gracing this space with your presence and sharing the knowledge share that you've shared with us. I think we're more informed. This civil education, like it's the age of information, and like you said, everything is on the internet, but also you explaining what is on the internet and what you know in terms of constitution has really enlightened us. Thank you, Sana. You're welcome back again. Anytime you see us up,
Yeah, and I know this conversation is not ending now. I'm sure this is a live conversation. It will continue. Definitely, let's continue the conversation, please.
Asante sana daktari. Haya. You are excused. You're excused. I'd like to pass the microphone to 6 uko hapo 6,000. 6, can you hear us? Not there. Daudi Kabaka.
Mimi nawasikia bana.
Kiuti unasikia?
Yeah, nakusikia though microphone yangu nikaa iko na feedback kiasi on my
You
side.
want to say something? Haya. Daudi Kabaka.
Yes, I'm there. Can you hear me?
There's a lot of feedback. Can you get to a silent place and then lift up your hand when you're ready to speak?
Thank you for the space.
Guys, please, space etiquette. Please get it to a silent place and then address the nation. Now you're coming here with lot of noise. Elijah, shika mic.
Thank you very much, Afro. Right now I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. Today, actually, I'm just going to be brief. And first thing before I forget is that if guys, we happen to find ourselves in a millions people in town, let us not leave that town. Let us actually demonstrate. And if you are very lucky enough, again, we find ourselves to parliament again, please, let's come there. Let's not leave. Because that's where we messed. These guys were almost actually going home. And so we need to have a plan. We need to have a new plan, because this plan of going to town, running here and there, and by 5 or 4 we rush home is not going to work. And the reason why Ruto has done what he has done is that he has realized that the policemen that he has deployed in town, they are kind of winning the war against us. But then I think he missed the point. I think you can still come back in full force and force the issues that you want. We want him actually to listen to our issues. He is aware of our issues, but clearly he doesn't care about us. He cares about 2027 now. It's very clear. So guys, we need to change our game. And please, if we say on Tuesday, kindly let us all go to town. On Tuesday I was there. Though it was chaotic, but we were not that many, but it was chaotic. And if the way we are seeing it here online, that guys, let's go to town on Tuesday, please, tukuje zote, and I'm very sure that you're going to do something. These policemen, they can't do anything to us. If we are millions of people, they cannot control us, and we are going to send a message very clearly. It's very clear to us that all along, the people that we thought that they were fighting for us, kumbe they were fighting for their own interest. So I think it's a wake-up call for all of us, and now we see things differently. Let's keep on pushing, and I'm very sure that we are going to win this war. The last point is that, if I give someone else the microphone, is that, guys, we also need to keep on pushing on this CDF issue. So long as CDF is there, any president who will ascend into power will have the monopoly of controlling all the MPs. Because if they don't support the president, they will be investigated by EACC. And we know very well that our MPs, they have been using the CDF money for their own, benefits, not the benefits of the constituencies. So I think those are the issues that we keep on pushing. And once we win this CDF thing, believe you me, things are going to, to go back into place, because the MPs, they will have nothing to defend. They will have no reason to, to align themselves with any regime that comes to power. And I believe, guys, let us focus and let us focus. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Elijah, did you read my tweet, which I've been asking people to retweet on the Jumbotron? Umeisoma? Oh, bado.
Which one, please?
The one on the nest, the Jumbotron up here.
Like, yes. I've seen it,
That is the strategy that we're talking about. We are not going to CBD. We are talking all roads leading to the CBD. So usiende CBD utakuwa peke yako. At least that's not the plan, guys. We hold these spaces. Everyone says change strategy, and then we ask what's the new strategy. People give ideas. Let's occupy all highways, all bypasses. Okay, then we come up with a strategy. So we are saying, please. By the way, we are over 1,500 here, guys. Please, and then we have only how many retweets on this thing? We have like 50 retweets, guys. Online activism, please be active. Don't just listen and then utie manani. Please let every comrade know this is what we're doing. When you retweet it, you're putting it out there on the cyberspace. So retweet it. Let everyone know. If you live around Jogo Road, the road we are choking is Hapo City Stadium, around the industrial area. And then the second point is towards Donholm. Hapo your outer ring, Hapo we are choking that point. We are also occupying Kariobangi roundabout. If you live around there, please march there. Let's meet there. If you're in Limuru Road, we are choking Ruaka Stage, and we're choking also Oilibia Parklands Avenue. And let's march towards Karura. And this is towards the embassy. This is around the embassy area. The main, if this is to choke embassies. Unajua hizo ma number plate ni za red ama ni za green. This is Limuru Road. This is very serious. This one is the sensitive one. Okay, if you live around there, Parklands Avenue, we are choking Limuru Road. Hurlingham roundabout, choke. No one moves, no one in, no one out. Ruai, Utawala, choke it. No one in, no one out. Wayaki Way, occupy. Sit down on the road, hold your pickets, peacefully demonstrate. Hapo Runda, Kwanza Ring Road, Parklands. James Gishuru Road. Hapo around ABC, Red Hill, roundabout around ABC. And then we are choking Kabete around Polytechnic and Uthiru Market. We are choking there. Mombasa Road to Ole Sereni, hapo Airtel headquarters. If you live around there, hizo ma apartments hapo on Mombasa Road, around Ole Sereni, let us just come over there. Na kuja na firimbi yako, maji yako na camera. And then we are blocking Eastern Bypass around City Cabanas. Blocked, choked. And then directly around JKIA, SGR Terminus, hapo exit 3. Choke, nothing is happening there. Mulolongo at Expressway exit. Choke. Guys, I hope you're retweeting these things. Like, we have people who have dedicated their time to put this out. They have put their sweat so people can understand this is where we're going to meet. So guys, retweet, be active, be an active member in this movement. Don't just be, but the fact that you're in this space shows you're really active and shows that you want to do something. Otherwise, some people are very indifferent. Nilienda huko TikTok nikaona watu wana dance, nikashangaa si hawajui what's going on. Nikaanza kucomment, Ruto must go, Ruto must go. Nilichujwa bio. Anyway, we're blocking Kiserian and Upper Kajiado. Be very active and then occupy Jogo Road. I've already said that one. So yes, so retweet that. This information is already on my timeline. Please retweet it. Let's get this information out there. Screenshot the flyer if you depending on your space and share it. And guys, come Tuesday tunamwagika kama siafu kwenye mabarabara. No movement. We are paralyzing the logistics of this country. We are just no movement of cars, lorries, trucks, nothing in of Nairobi, nothing living out, choking the tributaries. You know Nairobi is like a huge lake. and it's serviced by all these roads coming in. Nothing is coming in. We're just sitting in the roads and we're letting the world know, we're letting this regime know we are tired and not passing a message, which is a constitutional right, to stand on those roads and picket and say, hey, Ruto must go. Ruto must go. Sir Vincent, karibu kwenye space.
Thank you so much, Afro. Good morning, everyone. I hope everyone can hear me.
Yes, we can.
Guys, you can remember in the morning I left for something like, I don't know, Afro, whether you were asleep, but Ayo was...
I had your friend who had been abducted. What's the news on that?
That is what we are into right now. And actually, if there is somebody who can... that echo. I don't know whose mic is on. And kindly mute your mics so that at least you don't have that backfall of the voice. Now, if there is somebody who thinks is capable of giving some help, because right now we are aware of where he is, and actually hawa watu wamenimalizia wamenizungusha bana. Nilikuwa nawafuata from the track and so on. I don't know what they did to that phone once they reached Kiambu headquarters. DCI headquarters. So it's like, I don't know how they realized the tracking, but I just lost him. But I lost him once he was in Kiambu. So I have been around here, like the guy also found a certain strange phone. I don't know where he got the phone and wrote me a message considering he's pregnant. By the way, the wife is like, can have labor pains as soon as any time from now. So he was like, Vinny, if I don't show up any soon, please ensure Anne doesn't get the other hand, and that's the wife. So I'm back to Thika right now, but I'm kind of strategizing to get back to, because I have left in Kiambu around some Tatu na Kitu, and I've reached Thika right now. So ndio nimefika tu kwa nyumba. By the time you guys were calling me name, I never had the mic yet, but that's still sikuwa nimefika kwa nyumba, ndio nimefika. And I've also just realized venye nimeingia, I've received a funny few calls from very few funny numbers. They call me and they don't speak. Like I receive, mi sahi nilisema, well, wacha kenye kinatokea itokee. So I just receive all those calls and aongei. Actually, the last one I've just received around 3 minutes ago, nikiwa tu hapo jua, hata nikishapewa mic, nikishakuwa hapa kama speaker. So like I think I need some help. Somebody who is an IT expert. There is something I want us to do. Like I want us to help this guy out. And I think my tracks have been on the hacking and doing some 1, 2, 3. So there is a way. I think these guys have realized something. So I'm just trying to push the normal things that are not going through. I'm here right now, seated, trying to under some new strategy that is trying to develop some few funny codes and characters to do the thing in another way. But I need some help. Actually, the last time I had this person is in Kiambu, at the DCI headquarters, and according to the normal, I think they may take him to Muthaiga anytime from now. So I just want to know exactly where he is, because there is some traces that I can still use. That is why I'm trying to develop some new codes and characters to do this. Otherwise, these guys are not yet, because I'm just hearing rumors that there is somebody who has been also abducted around Mlolongo this morning. I'm not sure about the truth about that, but kuna mtu pia ameshikwa, which is also somebody who is into the IT so much and trying to scrutinize this government through the internet, like through the trying to hack their funny things, like most of these police, the DCIs, the NIS. There's some things they're doing. And then, guys, just to bring to your attention, there is a rumor that is going on, and I think when it has going, because we have received this from a certain professor of comp science, who is not in Kenya, but I don't know where he's gotten this information. There is something like somebody is listening. There is a lot of rage because of this reappointment of these things, and they have realized that you using this space, they have realized you're using internet to do lots of things. Expect so many funny happenings in the internet space, starting maybe if not tomorrow, then Monday. Expect a lot of funny things. Like you will at points like have maybe no network in the whole country at some few hours. Like expect some funny things because there is a rumors that is going on. And the last time they did this was long way ago, but expect something like that. Otherwise, I don't know if there is anyone listening here who can be of help. I want us to help the guy out. Like I just don't know what to do up to this moment because
Vincent.
wamenizungusha to a point nimejipata nikiendelea kuwafuata I will have no like nilikuwa nimemaliza fuel kiflani, so I just came back.
Vincent.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Who is talking?
Ayo.
Oh, Ayo, I'm listening.
How can we help?
Maze, I still don't know exactly what to figure out. Like, can we, like, somebody who knows someone a little much powerful who can help us trace, like, something of the sort or so?
Where is Kowino? Chukua mic.
Kowino is not on the space. Anyway,
Kowino ako hapa chini. Namuona.
I think talking is Vincent. If there is somebody with some such kind of mind, he can just at least DM me. Like this account is new. I haven't received any message inbox, but somebody can just DM me so that we discuss this. I can share the number, WhatsApp number, so that we can talk.
Oh Lord, Vincent, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes. What kind of IT profession do you need? Someone what tool are you looking? Who needs to know? IT is a very broad field.
I want a hacker. I want us to breach something. So
okay, guys,
I don't want to share the much of that here because we have several people listening here. So I don't want to share much of that here. That is why I'm talking of somebody can DM me.
Guys, okay, no problem. Okay, guys, please DM Vincent on the space if you are skilled, if you cyber security, if you're good in breaching systems. This is for a good cause. Otherwise, Mike to Anthony Muridi. Mike is yours. Karibu.
Hi, morning. Afrocentric. I'm happy to be here today. Am I audible?
Very.
Now, I'll start by saying myself, I'm a millennial, and what we are doing did not start with us. I think that's the message that people need and government needs to understand. That the first people to agitate for better governance were our forefathers, the Mau Mau, because they did not like.
Unamsikia?
Usimsikia, amepotea.
Mau. That's the last thing I had.
Afro, can I say something before nitoke kidogo?
Please.
Okay, thank you. Nile doc alikuwa na maharaka, so nimemuuliza tu small question, but my point is this: the problem that we have in this country won't just stop with the president. It is the whole system. We have to clean up the entire system. There is rot everywhere, from the parastatus, from county governments, from everything. And we need to start also as ourselves as citizens. We start taking control. See, I've started something and I'm seeing it going somewhere. I've engaged several people and we want to start holding people at our own level accountable. See, I come from Nakuru County and what I did was nilienda nikatafuta the Auditors General report for the year 2022, 2023 and 2023, 2024 as up to April. And I took the budget for the year 2022-2023 for the county and 2023-2024. And after going through that report, you can see there are a lot of unexplained information. Like in the year 2023, 2022-2023, you can see the county government of Nakuru having spent a lot of money that in the previous years they didn't spend in the year 2021-2022. And unless we take it to ourselves to question these people, because they have unlimited resources, our money, they will continue spending it anyhowly. You can see how much money these people are spending the way they want. You can see one county spending 1 million shillings on a chair, I don't know, 100,000 on a wheelbarrow, all this money being spent left, right, and center. They're using these loopholes to steal our money. And unless and until we get this information, we get to go through the report and we start questioning them, they will continue enriching themselves at our expense. And at the end of the day, we are going to be told that the county, the national government does not have money to do A, B, C, and D. Interestingly, the leaders that we have, they do not take their kids to public schools, but they want us to take our kids to public schools. Interestingly, when they get sick, they don't go to public hospitals, but they expect us to go to these public hospitals. The money that they're supposed to improve our education system, our healthcare system, so that everybody can enjoy these services, they're using that money to enrich themselves. For them, they're okay because wakigonjeka, they can go abroad. Their kids, they go to international schools. We are left here with schools that do not have enough books. We have hospitals that do not have enough medication. And until and unless every one of us take that responsibility of saying, this is my money, this is my tax that pays these people, let me start holding them accountable. Go through that report, the Auditor General's report, go through the budget. This information is out there. Go through it. I was talking to some people, assume 1,000 people or 1,000 or 2,000 people march to the county government armed with the budget and the Auditor General's report, and you hold the county governor accountable. The governor, you had budgeted to spend this on this hospital, to build this hospital, to build this road. Where is the road yenye umetengeneza? What have you done with that, with our money? If amefanya Kenya alisema, well and good, but if hajifanya, we have to start holding them accountable. Hii pesa yetu ilienda wapi? If we have to go to court to get court orders to one venye pesa ilikuwa transacted, money, there's money trail. We can get court orders. We go and access these bank accounts of where money ilitoka from account A to account B, how this money was distributed. If these people are stealing our money, we have to make it public. We have to take them to court and they have to reimburse our money. But that responsibility needs to start with us. Sikupiga tu kelele, we lament and we are not taking action. We have to start taking action. You have to spike our to pressure. By the way, they will continue doing the same thing. In some years back, was it Jem Karaoke alisema we are being governed? Just a minute.
Sikio kengele jota imesha land please.
Yeah. Some guy sometime back alisema that we have a country of 10 million beggars and 10 millionaires. Right now, the same people who are millionaires, right now they are billionaires. What about the rest of us? We are beggars. So it is up to us to start changing our country, and we have to get this information. Kindly get this information, and we start taking responsibility. We start holding these people accountable. Thank you very much.
Afrocentric. I go on. Now, what I was saying when I started, I wanted to tell guys here. So when someone comes on TV and calls us brats, you need to tell that person, then Tom Mboya was a brat also. Because when Tom Mboya agitated for change of governance and better governance, he was our age. He was the Gen Z of that time. Now, let me bring the point home. What we are asking for is what the founding fathers of this nation went to war for. The only difference between them and us is that they went into the forest, and the forest we know, and the forest that is available to us is the streets of Nairobi. And I'll tell everyone, for now, let's not even concentrate on counties. When the capital falls, the entire nation follows. We need to be very strategic. And I love what you've posted today, because I had suggested this in another platform. Singapore, I think it was Thailand. Thailand did this when they realized they could not remove Takna Shinawatra through the constitution or through any other means. They simply went, sat on the road that goes to the airport and out of the airport. In that simple act, one, the police could not tear gas people sitting down because these people are peaceful and what they are doing is enshrined in the constitution. And I know someone will come and say your rights end when where the other person's rights begin. But let us do that. Why? Because when foreigners come and see Kenyans sitting on the road, they will ask, why are you sitting on the road? This government is very heavy on international image. They love that good picture out there. So what we should coordinate today and going forward is let us put all our effort on the capital. Because this is where all legislation in this country, that is the nucleus. And that is where the entire globe will focus. Once my fellow Genzs and my fellow Kenyans, once the globe focuses on Kenya, the president will have no option but to yield. And let me almost on my second last point say, what the president did yesterday was to show people and show Kenyans that I heard you, but I'm the boss. Okay? If he had goodwill, he would have said, I've heard you and I have listened. And you can't tell me that those positions can only be occupied by those people. Okay? So we need to tell him, we want not only you to hear, but we want to act. We are not asking for much. We are asking for good governance. So I'll add to what you've posted about sitting on Mombasa Road. This, the old cabinet secretaries and Dr. is here, he will tell us, I think they will not be vetted again. If we can get away of making parliament inaccessible, if they have to drive over us, let them do it. But we need to communicate to this government in the language they understand best. And that language is picketing, not because it's the language we wish for, but it's because they have shown us it's the only language they understand. And this time, let us do it in a way that we do not lose any life, because one life lost is a life too many. Let us organize in a way that when they attack us, we shall be the vulnerable ones. Let the world see that they are attacking vulnerable people. People who are not standing, people who are not running. Because let me tell you something, guys. When you stop running, no one will chase you. Even a dog cannot chase you when you are seated down. Okay? That is what we need to do with them. They are playing the strategic game. Let us play the equal game they want us to play. A strategic game. I would suggest we concentrate for now. We concentrate on the capital. And there's, I heard you mention several roads. Make sure you have coordinators who report to a focal point in case of anything. Because without coordination, we will be scattered. I think that is what was our undoing last time. We didn't have a very good coordination of each place. We were not very well coordinated. So I'm happy we are doing this, and let the world know and Kenyans know, because Kenyans now have gone back to the reject bill moment. We have captured that mood again, where Kenyans are saying enough is enough. We know what we want, and we expect you to deliver what we want, not what you, the establishment, want. That cabinet does not serve the KK administration. That cabinet serves Kenyans. And when Kenyans say we do not want that cabinet, the same way they said we do not want that finance bill, you need to take us serious. And I've winded up. And thank you very much, Afrocentric, for this space.
Thank you. Afro?
Afrocentric, may I please, again, sorry.
Hey, welcome. You can yes, go ahead.
Yeah. So I mean, one of your listeners has really bombarded me with one question around the question of the cabinet, and so I thought, let me just come in for a minute to respond to that. Now, listen, it does not matter whether Ruto reappoints the former cabinet ministers or not. There are a number of issues that he must respond to. Number one, they have to be vetted fresh by Parliament. The question now we must put on the table is, what kind of vetting will Parliament do to David Chirchir, Soipan Tuya, Duale, Kindiki Kiture, who the president had already declared a lack of confidence in them to dissolve them. And see, one of the things that the President William Ruto has not done, and you need to read this alongside Article 47 on administrative action. You must give reasons why you are taking certain administrative action. So William Ruto, in firing the cabinet, the entire cabinet, dissolving it, he never actually gave reasons why. But we all know it's probably because these people are supposed to have not failed him, failed Kenyans. So when you bring some people back, what is wrong with bringing back Ndungu as treasury? What's wrong with bringing back Machoge and the other guys who were there before? So what is so special about these specific individuals that he is bringing? And of course, now we must also ask the question, how will Parliament behave itself towards vetting of this so-called first batch of cabinet secretaries? You know, and I repeat what I'd said earlier. The constitution and the report of the Committee of Experts was very clear that cabinet secretaries should not be politicians. If you look at all the people that William Ruto is reappointing, they're all politically connected. And there is no way those people will not play the loyalty card towards him, meaning we haven't really moved an inch. We haven't changed. Nothing has actually changed. And I don't know whether I'm answering. There's Andrew who had asked me to actually explain that. So Parliament will still have to vet them afresh. But then I wonder what kind of questions will they ask the guys who were there and who were fired? I'm just hoping that a miracle will happen, that our Parliament will reject some of these nominees, especially those who were there before, and say to them, you are fired. What fresh thing are you bringing on the table? I'm really hoping. Thank you, Afrocentric.
Thank you so much for that. Danny, karibu.
Yes, thank you so much. First of all, there is a problem with Ruto reappointing the cabinet secretary. Me, I have a problem because hiyo ni kutupima, clearly anatupima. Mbona aliwa drop, tulipiga kelele akawa drop, then anawa reappoint. What is he showing us? He's showing us that he can do anything he wants and there's nothing we can do about it. But we are here to remind him that of course there's something we can do. Basically, I want to state that ever since this protest started, personally, I thought that we were getting somewhere, but I've come to realize that actually we are being played. We are being played, and Ruto keeps on lying and lying and lying and lying every day. Every day anakuja kwa TV ni uongo. Every day anakuja kwa TV ni uongo. Akakuja akatuambia the office of the first lady anai dissolve. Ndio hiyo saizi pesa inaitishwa za the office. As in what really we are being taken for a ride. We are being taken for granted. Appropriation bill imekuwa signed, finance bill saini law. Same in incompetent cabinet secretaries, ama wenye tulisema watolewe wamerudishwa. The unconstitutional office of the prime cabinet secretary still in exist. As in me, I feel like we should push and push harder. Something else I wanted to highlight, because I don't want to speak much, I will be repeating what most of us have said, is that let's stay on the course, let's be on the same page. Like if we say that Tuesday we are occupying all major highways, then we should be on the same page. Not that wengine wanasema sijui Tuesday twende Uhuru Park, Tuesday we should occupy State House, sijui we visit the county governments, sijui we do this and this. No, we are losing focus. If Tuesday we are occupying major highways, we retweet that. Afrocentric ameka the posters and the banners kwa comment section. Let's repost that. we stay on the same page. We do one thing at a time. We cannot be occupying major roads. Wengine wanataka to occupy Uhuru Park. Wengine wanataka to visit county governments. That is what the government wants us to be divided, because tukikuwa divided wana find an easier way ya kukab ya kutu arrest na kutu silence. But if we stay on the same page, then all of us we will be together. So something else I had, was it Daktari saying about the law? Kenya, the law is made for just a few people. The law is not made for all of us. Court orders, hata government I follow court orders. Court orders inapeanwa at live ammunition isikuwe used, it is not being followed. Court orders inapeanwa inasema isifanyike, it is not being followed. So in short, Kenya, law is for the few. And that is why we are going to the streets. Because tunafuata hiyo law as it is supposed to be, but tunanyanyaswa still. It is made for the few, it is made for the politician. Our cabinet secretary when Ruto reappoint, let me tell you, the parliament doesn't have shame. Haina shame. Hata unasema hiyo kuwa vet, that is just for formalities. They are going, wanaenda kupitizwa. Parliament ilikuwa captured kitambo. Are we not aware that parliament is captured? Are we not aware that the executive is captured? Are we not aware that the legislators are captured? So in short, it is us against the government. This government has no shame. Parliamentarians have no shame. Watapelekwa huko na watu washakuwa appointed. These are just for formalities. So
Hello.
So as much as tunasema sijui ati tuone venye watakuwa vetted, these people don't have shame. Wataka hapo na watawavet na watawapitiza, because
Wind up.
clearly the parliament is working for the government. So for me, I'll wind up by saying, going forward, let's stay on the course. Let's stay focused. Tuesday we occupy major highways, as Afro has put the banners and the posters. Let's keep pushing for that. After that, we'll get another agenda to push on. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's go to Dr. Job, because he kept on unmuting his mic. Dr. Job, can you hear us? Dr. Job, your mic is on. Can you hear us?
Dr. Job, can you hear Ayu? Dr. Job. Next.
Okay. Let's go to Bill Clinton. Bill Clinton, are you there? Bill Clinton. Watu nikawa wasikia hiyo kwa hii space. Akili.
Bill Clinton.
Yes. I'm here.
Akili ananisikia. Akili, talk to us.
Nakusikia. Thanks for the mic. I'm Akili. First, before I speak, I want to elaborate something small about Akili. Why Akili Kichwani? I started this Akili Kichwani during ballot 2022. I did some analysis. We all remember that it was so difficult to determine who was to win. There was a lot of propagandas, whether it was Raila or Ruto to win. That's why I came up with Akili Kichwani. I'm the founder of Akili Kichwani, whereby I was doing civic education to the common mwananchi. Ajifunze kutumia akili. Okay, in everything as you are doing, use your head, tumia akili, because it has come to our attention that even currently, even in the situation we are right now, unashindwa kama watu wanatumia akili ama wanatumia nini kufanya mambo. So for me, I'm very much disappointed. I'm a believer in accountability, competence, and I'm very much disappointed in whatever is happening on the ground right now. But ningetaka kuambia Gen Z, that please, as we go on with this fight for accountability and everything, pia tukue na akili kichwani. For instance, right now you have seen that when I did analysis of ballot 2022, at some point I said, it's not a wonder, very soon you will see Agwambo and Ruto working together. And so many people could not support that point. I told them it's just a matter of time, and you will see Agwambo and Ruto working together. That's said and done, is that my analysis has come to pass. So I want to say this. As much as people are going on the ground, You also have to realize that Agwambo and Ruto are together right now. We don't know the remaining list of cabinets who are coming. Maybe the bigger part will be from Azimio. We don't know. We are waiting. So as you go on the ground, be aware that there'll be, Ruto has strategized. Now, maybe at first he dissolved the cabinet out of panic. But now for me, I have a feeling that he has restated back his team because now he feels that amewasoma, amejua mbinu zenu, and he's counterattacking with confidence, and he knows what is prepared. How are you prepared yourselves? Are you prepared that there will be other goons from Azimio who will come and will more lives will be lost? Mine is just to urge you to kukwena ile yani akili kichwani in everything, in every strategy akili kichwani, every strategy akili kichwani in anything. Right now I've seen that on the platform, online platform, I have reposted on my timeline. I think there's someone in Baringo who has been arrested and the account deactivated. Is that another strategy that will be played? Akili kichwani. Another thing, maybe I don't know that Daktari has left. The issue of the Attorney General, for me, it doesn't augur well with me. There are rumors the CS has not been active in law in the last 25 years. Maybe Daktari can highlight on that. Another thing that has come out clearly for me is that the arrogance we have been seeing before, Kina Karenyamo, the leaders doing, I think now we have seen very clearly it is a reflection of their leader. Because whatever the Zakayo has done to us, it's pure arrogance. That what are you gonna do? And I think whatever his followers are, the Karenyamo, the leaders he appoints, I think they're his students. They follow exactly what he does. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Akili Kichwani. I have to go down there. West King, how are you? Is your mic hot, West King? West King? All right. Sigret?
Thank you. Thank you, Afrocentric. Hi, everyone. So what wameongeongea, I don't want to repeat myself, but I just wanted to add on. I wanted us to understand something. First of all, we need to plan knowing who Ruto is. So first of all, we need to know, like, what is Ruto thinking now? So this is what Ruto is thinking. Ruto is thinking that first, ameshaji establish na Rao unajua is the king of the streets. So Rao amekuja amemlegitimize, so he believes that now he is solid. He is going to scare us more. He's going to kill more of us, and then at the long run tutachoka na tutaachana na hiyo na kupress on. So that is something that we need to really do understand. And what is the first enemy kwa hii movement yetu? The first enemy is tribal division. Jana, I could tell even people who are with us, watu sasa wamesharudi, they are now talking about, watu wa Murima wamepata sijui nini ngapi, watu wa nani Duale was already collecting his people and giving us Simba is back. So what do we need to do? First of all, the first enemy is tribal politics. So the first thing that we need to do is disruptive messaging and agenda setting against any tribal identity. Like unaona, the way people set agenda, by the way, like they said, they communicate, like we should disrupt the messaging. Like tunafaa kusema, like wewe kama unaji-identify kama mjaluo we ni mshenzi, like things like that should start flying, so that we tell them that, you know what, we know that you are bringing back the tribal politics back, but we are not going to be part of it. Like we do not want to be identified by, okay, sasa hawa ni watu wa Murima, watu wa Jaluo, watu wa sijui nini. So that is the first thing that we should do. Second thing is that Raila factor is here, and we have to face it. Raila has been on the streets for longer time than we've existed on earth. and he's going to use tactics to do what? To suppress what we are doing. So we need to deal with this man Raila Odinga, because his influence and his impact on that government is going to be to have worse effects on us and on our movement. We need to isolate Raila Odinga first of all and deal with him. We need to expose Raila Odinga. We need to abuse Raila Odinga. We should tell Raila Odinga that, you know what, we have seen what you want to do, and we are not going to allow it. The reason why we need to first isolate Raila Odinga is because if we do not do that, his impact on our movement is going to be massive. This is a man who has goons. This is a man who has been on streets for years, and we've been with him on streets. Ni saizi ametugeuka. Unaona? Mimi nimeenda kwa maandamano za Raila when I was in Kenya, but ametugeukia. So what do we need to do? We need to first of all isolate him. Na to deal na yeye, expose Raila. I know he is a person mwenye kila mtu akikuja akamwambia, you know what, we are not going to allow this, he's going to back off. So we need to isolate Raila Odinga and tell him that we will not allow him to come and suppress the people, and yet he has been the one who is coming up as a people's person. That is something we need to do. Second, another thing that I talked about yesterday is that we need to have a Kenyan own kitty. Unaona, hii movement yetu inafaa kukuwa lucrative enough that people want to be part of it. So for example, hata saizi nimesikia uchungu sana kama mtu anakuja anasema, nimekwamilia hapa, I need mtu wa IT. Huyo jamaa hata mimi nilikuwa nauliza, can we send him hata hiyo pesa ya fuel? Like we need to make this movement lucrative, yenye mtu kama anataka kusaidia, yani people can just wanaweza kuwa proactive, waseme okay, me I'll handle this. And how do we make it lucrative? We need to have a kitty yenye tunachanga. Tuchange ikue Kenyan own na tusambaze, tuseme this is the account, because this is going to be a long run. In history yenye Raila Odinga ameingilia and all the political class wamegang against us, and now we have to prepare for a long marathon. Easy sprint. This is going to be a hard marathon. So we need to have a kitty, pesa ikue tu, so that kama mtu ameshikwa, because abductions are going to continue, killings are going to continue, you know, they are going to arrest more people. So we don't want to be in a situation whereby people are afraid of going, because what if I'm arrested? Ukwange ukijua wewe enda tu, ukikuwa arrested kuna pesa mahali itatoka utolewe. So we need that kitty. Another thing, we need to paralyze the economy. So anybody who is a friend of Ruto is an enemy of us. Kila mtu mwenye ni, whether it is a corporation, whether it is a media house, so long as you will be associated with this man Ruto, you are our enemy. We don't have any business with you. So tunafaa pia kuweka which are these corporations that are dealing with Ruto directly. Which businesses are for Ruto allies? To paralyze mpaka hizo. When we are visiting places, we visit even those ones. Because we cannot afford to have a person, yes, he's cashing from our pain. Sisi tunaumia, and then he's cashing from our pain and he's killing our people without accountability. A man who opposed our constitution. Sasa saizi ameweka hiyo constitution kando. He's abducting children. Hata Uhuru alikuwa mbaya, but haikukuwa hii level. We need to send message to Ruto very clearly, very very clearly. Na kama huyo Raila, by the way, saizi I know I have friends who are very close to people like Orengo and people who are close with Raila. Kuna wenye wamekataa, wamemwambia bana, we cannot be part of this shit. So hata yeye tu yani watu wenye wako karibu misalign that man, like just make him irrelevant. So those are my submissions. Let me just finish by saying that this war also can be fought through cyberspace. Mimi niko kwa area ya AI, but I'm not directly into the cyber security, but I know if they wakitufinyilia sana, we can hack their system. Ikue sasa, because those people who are employed kina nani, those people Hao watu si wasomi. Hii gava haina nini, haina technocrats. If we are going to play this thing through the books, we can still find a way that we can paralyze them. Kwa hiyo system now.
Thank you.
So those are my submissions. I hope that we can start working, especially on the kitty, tuanze kuchanga pesa. This is our project, and it is going to be a long marathon. Thank you so much.
Asante sana. Mzalendo. Mzalendo. Teddy.
I can hear you. Am I audible?
Bwana. Unauliza am I audible nikisha move on? Bwana. Nikiwaita once inafaa kwa mute.
Okay, thank you. The hashtag is
Aya,
Ruto must
Mzalendo,
go.
go ahead.
The hashtag is Ruto must go, and it doesn't matter how he goes. My submission is this: let us target areas that are very sensitive to this nation. An area like Jomo Kenyatta International Airport, we should go there. Watu wa Kitengela tukitoka huku tupatane na watu wa Nairobi, tukae hapo kwa runway, Ruto kuja tuulie hapo. International community waone Ruto is killing innocent people just sitting on the runway. Yani what we must ensure, hakuna ndege inapaa na hakuna ndege inatua. Na pia watu wa Mombasa wahakikishe hakuna ndege inakuwa diverted inaenda kuland Mombasa. Na watu wa Kisumu wahakikishe hakuna ndege inakuwa diverted inaenda kuland Kisumu. Tuesday tunaenda huko American Embassy. Huyo mzungu mjinga huyo mama akule tiagas pia. Akona ufala akule tiagas. Huyo mama akona ujinga. Ni yeye ametuleta kwa hii shida. Ni wao wali install Ruto kama president. In fact, we are saying Ruto is not our president. Number 3. Naomba sana, let us start tagging international human rights committees. For example, when people are forced to disappear, there is an international committee, there is an international human rights body, inaitwa Committee on Enforced Disappearance. So wakati mtu amechukuliwa na huyu Baba Shalin, tuna post picha huyo mtu na tuna tag this committee on forced disappearance. Watu wenye wanachukuliwa wakinarrate what they are going through ni machungu sana. There is also an international human rights committee inaitwa Committee Against Torture, CAT. Let us tag them ya kwamba mtu fulani amechukuliwa na ameteswa, amefanyiwa ABCD. Na mwisho, United Human Rights Committee. Let us not tag the Hague. Mwenye ako Hague pale ni beshte ya Ruto, mwenye walingangana na yeye wakaua watu kama akina Kinei kumaliza evidence. Ndio prosecutor. Na tusisahau kuna treaty Ruto alisign immediately he entered into power. 2 years before, yani 16 weeks baada ya Ruto kuingia kwa power, Ruto alisign treaty inaitwa the Malabo Treaty. This Malabo Treaty makes Ruto immune to be arrested by the Hague when he is in power. What is he telling us? If Uhuru Kenyatta was a product of Hague and Uhuru Kenyatta took 10 years without signing this treaty, why is this bagger signing this treaty? Meaning, alikuwa na sign akijua atatutesa, atuue, na hata shikwa na Hague. The only now way we can ensure this man goes is by tagging these other international committees. Hao wenye wanamsifungi kama mtu mzuri. Sio president wetu, yeye ni Baba Shalin na yeye ni bwana wa Recho. Thank you.
Asante sana. Teddy.
Yes, first of all, I want to say a big thank you for the host. This is the second time I'm joining the call na mmenikubalisha kuongea. So I wanted to talk while my senior in the profession, Dr. Okot, was speaking, but I've seen like he's dropped from the call, and he was talking about the Gazette notice that the president issued. And I wish to respectfully differ with his position, Because when you look at that Gazette notice, I don't know if kama nazaongea Kiswahili ama English, but let me just talk in English first. The president gave clear grounds on why he was dismissing, because dismiss is a very big legal term, especially in terms of employment, and why he was dismissing his cabinet. Na alisema 1, lack of capacity; 2, lack of good governance; 3, lack of public confidence, very key; 4, lack of efficiency, accountability, transparency, and effectiveness in running the government. And he outlined all those reasons before finally going and dismissing the entire of his cabinet. And that's a decision. So then the president cannot, in law, with the same hand, purge the very same people who he accused of not being capable or having the capacity of running the offices that they had. The only way that he has the ability in law to reappoint those people is if the people he mentioned in the dismissal go to court and file for a judicial review of that decision. So a reappointment of these people whom he dismissed by his own hand means that he's actually reappointing people whom he already has deemed as not being fit for office, which process is not allowable in law. So the only way that that can be vacated is if those people go to court and challenge the decision of the president in a court of law. The second thing is, when he dismissed these people, majority of the CSs then went to Twitter and actually acknowledged and received the dismissal by the president. And that has evidentiary value. So that when you say the president has dismissed you and then you say, thank you, Mr. President, for the chance, it was a great honor, and all these things that they were saying, it means they acknowledge the president rightfully took them out of office. And in law, kuna doctrine inaitwa doctrine of estoppel, which forbids them from recanting that evidence. So they agree with the president, especially the CSAs who sent out tweets after the president dismissed them. They agree with the president that they're actually incompetent in serving in those capacities. And that has evidentiary value. So then the president cannot then purge a thing that even the nominees themselves agree that they're not competent to hold those offices. And that's where there's a legal conundrum here, where the president is on one hand saying one thing, and then with the very same hand sort of cleanses them in a manner that is not known in law. And that's a very big issue. So even as we are messaging out there, we have to go out and say, with a degree of clarity, and we have to be very fervent about this, that these people who have been reappointed, even if it's in different dockets and different positions, and especially the ones who accepted the dismissal by the president, they cannot in law be deemed to be having the standing to assume those offices. The third thing I want to say is this. I've had, and you can know what the president is thinking through his bloggers. They're trying to push the narrative that anyone who's being reappointed is not going to go through the parliamentary process. A dismissal means that whatever term of office they served is already ended. So that this new term that wameanza sahi, the one that has started yesterday, is totally fresh. So every CS who's been nominated to their docket, even if it's going back to the same position that they had vacated, they have to go through a parliamentary process, especially because public confidence was a major ground of the president dismissing these very people. So that the Professor Kithure Kindiki has to come and tell us what the public confidence he wields, yet 53 people have died under his tenure for exercising a legal right. They said that the people who died are going to be accounted for in court. Has IPOA begun that process? When he was in office, did he do anything to ensure that IPOA actually conducted oversight over the National Police Service? And thirdly, if the president actually cited incompetence, lack of transparency, and all these things as a ground for their removal, really, can he really assume that office, same as Duale, and all these other people who have been reinstated in those offices. So even in our messaging and in our signaling, we have to be very clear that the president has done something that is contrary to the constitution. The implications of the dismissal in the manner that was done by the president is akin to an impeachment motion. Right now, as we speak today, Mike Mbovi Sonko Mheshimiwa cannot occupy any state office. Why? Because he was impeached by the Senate of the Republic of Kenya, and therefore in our constitutional arrangement, such a verdict on a person casts aspersions as to their ability to work within the public interest in future. So Mike Mbovi Sonko cannot even be a cabinet secretary, cannot even be an MCA, cannot even be a chairperson of any parastatal or anything that is being funded by taxpayers' money. It is the same parity of reasoning that should be accorded to a presidential dismissal. So that's one thing that needs to be very clear. And the reason why I'm going very systematically to respectfully challenge my senior's position is that he said that he did not give cogent reasons, or he did not give administrative reasons why he dismissed the cabinet secretaries. If you look at that Gazette notice, and I implore all of you to go and look at it, he had an entire narrative before he came to making up his conclusion in dismissing the cabinet secretaries. So that's something I wanted to become very clear. And in even our signaling, especially the people who have been reinstated, we have to say that the president has contravened the law in doing so. And I hope the rightful agencies, and I'm trying to see if I can push in a petition to challenge the motion done by the president, because that is not and so that you know that it has very it has huge implications. If you look at the tweets, the people who accepted the dismissal in their tweets, someone like Professor Kithure Kindiki did not accept, because he understood the implications of accepting such a dismissal, an arbitrary dismissal. If you look at former Attorney General, he's actually, Justin Muturi, he's actually in court challenging the dismissal that was done by the president. So that awareness, I think, has to be there. And the president, in reappointing them, in the very least, I'm not saying it's legal, but in the very least has to give us grounds and say Dualek has to be reinstated because 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, because he's the one who dismissed him. If you say, and there's a doctrine of collective responsibility, if you vacate the entire cabinet and you say it's not working properly, then it means cabinet as it existed then, if you then reintroduce the same people, then you're actually playing games with us. You cannot use the law to play such games. So yeah, that's one thing that I wanted to go out there and have that at the back of your mind as you're going through this entire process. And that's why for me it was shocking to see the president do what he actually did in reinstating some of these people. And the vigilance has to be in the tweets that these people made. And I am glad that media stations ran with the comments that all these CSs made when they were dismissed the first time. Hopefully they won't withdraw those videos or from YouTube or wherever it is that they have been uploaded. So if you can have a repository, si lazima hata tukuwe na cloud, so long as unajua uko nayo, so that itembe tu kwa internet, that's going to be good enough, so that in the event that they start deleting some of these things, because they have legal and evidentiary value. So ni hayo tu kwa sasa, na shukran sana for the chance. Nashukuru sana.
Hey, are you there?
Ayo na pineapple. Nalala.
Allah. Ayo. Okay. Steven, karibu kwenye mic.
Bro.
Umerudishiwa mic kitambo. What's happening?
No, I was listening.
Thank you
I was
very
away
much.
from the phone.
Afro.
Just a moment. Unanisikia Afro?
Yes, nakusikia.
Sorry, I was away from my phone. Nilikuwa na kwa earpiece hapa kando. Sorry.
Oh, no problem. Go ahead, Steven.
Okay. Good morning, Afro. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity and to make my 2-cent contribution. I am glad from the contributions of Dr. Kuro Okot, somebody I also respect so much. I was really behind his back when he was fronting for Punguza Mizigo. In fact, one of the questions I would want to put, so that probably whatever time he'll be back or whatever any other time he may come to this space, is I would have wanted him to comment and say, if he was given the opportunity to be the president, and things are turning up very fast, so it can be even 2 weeks, it can be even after 1 week, and then he has the opportunity to be the president, what would he do? Because, ladies and gentlemen, the task is not small. It's a very mounting task to be the president of this country, because we have a very enlightened population at the moment. And that's why I'm calling for everyone to put in their advices. I am saddened because of the turn of the events that the president has seen it fit to recycle some of the cabinets, and that was not what at the point of demonstration, masses wanted a fresh start, and he has failed to take up that olive branch. He has his own reasons, probably. I also want to acknowledge what the learned lawyer said some few minutes, that the cabinet, most of them, almost consented to the fact that they were incompetent, and they tweeted to that effect. The AG Muturi did a tweet, but actually it had a rider that he will follow the law, and that's why probably that's why there is some that court case that is on challenging his removal. Ladies and gentlemen, the task that we are facing of resistance is enormous, because we have very many enemies. And when we started, the enemy was the finance bill. As at now, it has mutated, because we have CS, we have politicians, we have church, we have business community who are seeing us as an enemy, but there is also a cross-section of other people who are backing up the protests. Speaking from the ground vibes, the violence, Kenyans love peace. Kenyans love peace. So anytime we touch on where lives are being lost, business are being spoiled, or they are being destroyed, we are going to lose our gains. And love me, hate me, that's my feeling. When it goes right, I will still come and apologize. I never saw it. But for me, I'm seeing a situation where we tamper with livelihoods, because there are so many people living on less than 50 shillings a day. The reason why we are feeling the pain is that so many people are suffering. So many people now have, the number of people who are suffering has quadrupled. That you used to have 10 shillings, you don't have. So if we try to cut lifelines, we might face a great challenge in our quest. But I'm not saying that we should not go on with our quest. It is right that this country is ripe for revolution. So I would request that we look at the strategies that we are going to employ that will not tamper so much with the livelihoods, but will give us results. Let's emulate Martin Luther King in his movement. I want to cross by saying, let's emulate Martin Luther King in his movement, which was peaceful, and we compare it with Malcolm X, because he was the revolution at the same time. Thank you so much for the opportunity, and I will continue listening, and I'm together with you. Asante.
Thank you. Thank you very much. You quoted both Martin Luther King and
Sure.
Malcolm X. Hey, okay. Those are two heavy characters. But
Genz is
anyway,
also heavy.
thank
Don't
you.
worry, the Genz is heavy because it's been recognized so much for what we've done. We have gained a lot, but let's not destroy what we have what we have gained. But we can build on that by having small gains. Small gains. You know, have some objectives that we must cross over. Like now, we should be pushing for IBC. We know, and let's have even the young people, those who think, Teddy, you are a lawyer, and you think you can be impartial and independent and dependable, go for that position of IBC commissioner.
Thank you so much. I want to go to Dr. Charlie.
Yes,
Dr.
yes.
Charlie, how are you?
I'm fine. How are you? Wow, it's a lot to hold. We are learning each and every day. And it's an amazing thing. Number one, Ruto must go. That is my opening remark. Number two, this movement as it is, anybody who thought that it has no leadership, they are wrong, because our leadership is the constitution of Kenya. Our leadership is the call for accountability for this nation. Personally, I've more often found myself looking at the long-term conversation, and in the long run, this country need to have a reduced number of politicians. This country needs to have a state officer's salary reduced, and that is why over and over again I've been talking about a referendum. I don't know how it will happen, but it has to come to this. We have to get to a point where we will have a referendum. After we're done with Ruto said he must go. We have to come to a point where we'll have a referendum that looks on certain matters. Number one, the salary of state officers, it has to be lowered. The money that motivates them to be in those positions, it is the same thing that motivates them to steal from us. So an MP's or state officer's salary should not get to $1 million. That is waste of resources. Number two, corruption should be punishable by this country. We have no room for corruption, or rather we should not allow room for corruption. Anybody suspected of corruption, it doesn't matter kama ni chief ama ni nani, hata wewe mwenyewe, kubali, kaa ndani hadi ile siku hiyo kesi itaisha, so that we can at least increase the percentage of people who are being held accountable and wanafungwa juu ya corruption. We have to create a chance.
Is he still speaking?
No, I can't hear him.
Dr. Charlie?
Afro, can I speak? Ni Genz, can I speak?
Just a moment. Calm down. Calm
Can you
down.
hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Yes. Go ahead.
I don't know where we lost each other, but I'll just continue from where I left. I was saying we need a referendum that will allow us to recall a president with a threshold that favors the citizen. The constitution as it is right now, it far much favors the government than the citizens. That is why we go to court, we get a ruling, but nothing is done, because the government cannot, as a matter of fact, the government cannot do much. It is just a law. It is just words that are being said by judges so they can assume and go forth. We have to make that impossible. We should do away with some of these positions. Why do you have so many nominated people? What do we gain from them? We're just paying them millions of money, including MCAs. We have nominated MCAs. What for? These people, the counties were envisioned to be very beautiful things, but unfortunately for a country, that is the paradise of looting. Things like CDF. Why the hell do we think that MPs need money to develop constituencies? Yet we put them. What is the role of the legislature? We contradict ourselves all the time. We need to channel this. If they say it is to offer bursaries to the people, then that amount of money allocated for this CDF, let it be channeled directly to the schools in that constituency. I think there's no other school that is in heaven that that gains or benefits from that money. There are schools in this country, whether a person comes from I don't know where, Kiharo or anywhere. If every school in that constituency is funded by that money that is named CDF, where our MPs are stealing and earning money to buy helicopters in 2 years, that is crazy. Damn. I can't say anymore. I hope you've heard you guys. That's my submission. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Charlie. I'll go to Osh, then probably to Genz. Osh, are you there? Okay. Genz.
Okay, thank you. Am I audible, Presenting?
Tunakusikia, endelea.
Okay, for me, I will be very brief. Yesterday, I spoke in one of the spaces in Nikasema. What we should do now is to occupy schools, right from the primary, secondary, kila mahali. Lakini watu hawakuona kama hiyo ina make sense. We should occupy schools so that we make this country equal on a standstill. Number 2, I just want to echo one of the speakers mwenye amesema we should now invoke Article 1 to initiate a people-driven referendum to collect signatures and zina favor wananchi ndio tukue na vote of no confidence kwa hii government. Number 3, namalizia nikisema I think William Ruto kama hata resign, we should now opt to mobilization ya popular vote to sensitize watu wenye hawana ID washike ID, young people, majenzi wenye hawana ID waregister kama voters so that 2027 tutakuwa na opportunity ya kumtoa vizuri. Thank you.
Asante sana. Let's get to Koino. Are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah, you wanna give your submission, maybe?
Okay, I want to talk about something. The first thing, people have been saying that a mega space should be hosted by all the people who have been hosting these spaces. I think it's a really good idea, but my only worry is, will it bring people together? Because I'm also made to understand that in such situations, there's always these battles for supremacy. Someone always wants themselves to be at the top. Probably not everyone will want to be at the top, but there's always someone who wants to be at the top. Kuna mtu atataka tu kukuwa maybe leader, and inaletaga division in one way or the other. Sisemi italeta, I'm not saying it should be stopped, it should not happen. It should, but inafaa kuwa considered na precautions zikuwe taken very carefully, because tuna tread in a very dangerous path. Na at such times zenye tuko sahi with this revolution and everything that is going on with the government, the worst that should happen to us, the worst that can happen to us sahi ni kukuwa divided, ama watu anze kupigania supremacy, mtu atake kuwa kiongozi and all that. So hizo ni vitu zinafaa kuwa considered. So as much as we would love it, pia naweza taka iangaliwe na a lot of caution, because inaweza divide watu in a way that maybe probably you all didn't see that coming. Na hatufai kuwa divided sahi. So in the meantime, my suggestion would be all the space hosts, hata kama ni ma big wigs, all the space hosts, au waelewane tu wajue, even if Afrocentric space is running here, ingine ya Kimuzi na run the other side, ingine maybe hata huyo Samaeno na run the other side, the goal ndio inafaa kuwa the same. Like waelewane, the goal kama ni watu in the streets, you mobilize from your space, tukue tuna stand on one direction. Si ati huku kwingine kuna kuwa na tuna take this course of action, wengine huku wanasema tuende to occupy naitwa Uhuru Park, wengine huku tuende to occupy roads. Unaona, inakuwa like people don't know who to follow. And these spaces, one thing you don't know is that wenye wako hapa kwa Afrocentric ndio wako kwa Kimuzi, ndio wako wapi, ndio wako kwa Citizens Assembly, we are just the same people. Kikaa huku sana unaona maybe mtu amechoka ameenda kwingine, it is just space hopping. It's just the same people. So tunafaa kuwa careful. As much as we want, we have a common goal. Yeah. I think hiyo ndio kitu nilikuwa nataka kusema for now. Then you can bring someone else up. Yeah.
Okay. So
Yeah.
Koino, a follow-up question. If the Kenyan media, the leading Kenyan media houses would come together and interview the president together, joint media presser, why do you think the Kenyans on Twitter would find it difficult to come together to host one space, for example, where, for example, Afro will be the host, and we have two other co-hosts, the bigwigs of Twitter, where probably Afro hosts, then we have two other co-hosts. Because I think Twitter Spaces can only handle two co-hosts, I guess. Why do you think it's so difficult to bring people together? Because it's never done until it's done. You have to believe that it can happen. But why are you thinking it's gonna be difficult?
Actually, I'm not saying it's gonna be difficult. I'm saying it should be handled with a lot of caution. Because number one, you as Ayo, do you trust Osama? Let me ask you that.
I don't trust Osama. Osama is not in the picture yet.
No, I'm not saying it's not the picture. I just wanted to ask you something. What if all the bigwigs sit down and agree that now they want Osama to be the one to host? Then maybe two of them becomes
the co-host. It is not the bigwigs to decide. It is us to decide.
Even everyone, assuming even if we decide, and probably is there and is also among the influencers. I'm just trying to say that I'm not saying that this is a very excellent idea. Actually, I think I even seconded it when it was raised. But I'm saying we must be very cautious so that we don't get misled or we don't get divided in the process. Because again, like I said, it is always good to have a strategy and never let your opponents know your intentions or what you intend to do next. For the record, the events of 25th of June, when we occupied Parliament and managed to make the president withdraw that finance bill 2024. The reason why it was very successful, it's because no one ever saw it coming. No one ever thought it was possible. We had not let our opponents know too much of our strategies and our plans, what we were going to do. They just thought it was all a joke. But after that, now after we realized we had achieved that milestone, we started revealing way too much of our plans. We started telling them everything we were going to do, all our next moves. But mind you, we've never known what they are going to do next. We've never known what card they are going to play next. Na ukiangalia hata hizi appointments za jana, hizi zilianzishwa na some media houses zilianza tu hiyo propaganda. Immediately these people were sacked, tukasikia Kenyans want Kindiki and sijui nani to be hired back. That tells you how walikuwa ahead in the game already. How walikuwa ahead. Mlikuwa mnauliza tu hapa kwa Twitter, which Kenyans? Alafu unaona watu wengine wanaanza kuandika kwako. If you want all the details in these things, go through the comment section. Hata the tweet yenyewe inanga maana. Just go through the comment section. Utaanza kuona watu wengine wanasema yes. Wanawapima tu hewa kwanza, wanataka kuona how do you guys react to it. So, for them they test the depth of the waters with one of their feet. For us, what we do, sisi tunaingizanga mguu zetu zote ndani ya maji, tunapima nayo, tunashtukia imetumeza. But before that, ile wakati watu when we occupied Parliament, it was different. Hata hawako wanajua strategy yetu, asi tulikuwa tunajua yao. And that is why tuli triumph. So I think going forward, Pia, we should not reveal so much. Pia, I know we don't have leaders, and this is the only place where we can say, "Oe, tukutane CBD, we tukutane JKIA," and all that. But let's not get carried away by the sweetness. But the struggle continues. Mimi hata maandamano Tuesday nitakuwa, so I'm not even discouraging anyone. I'm saying Pia, to reveal way too much. They wanapata plan zetu zote wanatukaunta nayo. Wewe tulikuwa na wewe pale Nation Center kidogo tupigwe risasi last was it Tuesday? You were there. Unaona venye walikuwa wanatukona, they corner protesters in one corner, wanawarushia tear gas, wanaanza kupiga marisasi, maraba bullets and all that. You saw it because walikuwa shajua jamaa walikuwa wamewaskata, they scattered us. Town mzima walikuwa wameskata watu, wengine wamepelekwa huku, wengine wamepelekwa huku. So you all can't unite together. Why? Because walikuwa shajua what next, what are we supposed, what we are supposed to do with these people, and watu wamepanga nini. You understand? So I'm not saying the space thing is an impossible thing. I'm saying pia ikuwa held na cautious, because wataanza sasa pia watakuwa watu wao watakuwa kwa space wanasikiliza, watakuwa wanajua mpango yao watu ni nini na wanaweza counter aje. So it's a very possible thing, very very possible actually. Actually it should be held, but with caution. Are we together?
All right. So thank you for bringing that clarity. Engineer Okumu, mic is yours. Is it Okumu? Okuna.
Okuna, yeah, is Okuna. Thank you for the space. I really don't have much to say, but I listen to you guys. Leo pia listen, but I just heard someone talking about occupying schools. I think we might lose focus if we really don't know where we are heading to. Then we'll have all chunks of proposals, so that by the end of the day, we will not know what we're gonna do. I know we are humans, and as someone said, that we only have fun. Actually, I've met Okia Omtata this morning. We are reviewing this issue of cabinet secretaries who are reappointed. I've been part of a number of petitions, including the presidential petitions, the 50+1 petition that was taken to Supreme Court. I was part of the drafters, and I was there for the 14 days. And actually, no one gathered 50%+1, but the courts said what they said, and we went ahead, as well as the housing levy. I was also part of that team that drafted that petition. So we've met as a team, that team that drafted the housing levy, and we are looking at that pronouncement by the president regarding yesterday's reappointment. What is really worrying me, I don't have anything to do with laws. I'm an engineer, electrical. But President Ruto's cabinet had almost 60 or 70% made up of lawyers. And actually, some are even professors of law. But you understand that a number of communications, a number of advice, a number of pronunciation made by this cabinet itself, a number of their decisions have always found their ways to the court. So you ask yourself whether these guys really advising the president. The president also have lawyers, also have advisors. Then you ask yourself, if these guys have all types of lawyers in the cabinet and the advisors, then such kind of blunders, I don't think should come out from someone who really did laws and is a professor of law. I think the first thing at Angiwambia president, no, look at this president. Do not send everyone home. Just send a number of those CS whom you think you don't want back, because this article says once someone is dismissed, dismissal is a very serious term. Once you are dismissed, there's no way you can be absorbed back into that position and even other positions. So I don't know whether the lawyers we have were not really understanding English. No, we may have problems with English, or the term dismissal was not really, they didn't understand that word
language that anyone can understand. What I always tough language or anything that is written there was written in a language that anyone can understand. But you find out that people want to interpret the sections and the articles of our constitution just to make them happy. So you realize that Ruto did a mistake, and the mistake that he did, someone who has understood and has studied law up to the professional level, PhD, will still come out and say that provisions were really not altered. So we will go to the court, I'm very sure, in probably next week, and it will be a battle. We don't have lawyers, definitely. Even Okia himself is not a lawyer. Okia himself is an engineer, civil. But the 2010 constitutions allowed anyone can take a petition, you can draft a case, you can take it to a court, and you can argue your case so long as the judges, the bench, have agreed that you have that capacity to argue your case. But I want to tell you guys that Ruto is scheming for 2027 more than ever in what he's doing here now. What is happening is that Ruto wants to confuse everyone so that the elephant in the room, which is IBC, is kept at bay. He wants to manipulate it. If there's nothing that is happening in this country, then every person's eye will be at IBC. So for him to really get your eyes and your attention off the IEBC, Ruto wants to bring each and every kind. So you want to go to the court today because of the CSS. Tomorrow we'll need to go to the street because of 1 or 2, 3. Tomorrow we need to go to the court. So when these things are happening, time is going out. Time is going out until you'll just realize that Ruto has put his people at the IEBC for manipulations of the result. So as much as we are looking for all these issues, let us not take everything on board. We will not really manage. Let us be specific. If I'm saying that we want to occupy everything and everywhere, we will not make it. I can assure you, we may not make it. If we need to occupy, let us occupy one thing and let it be successful. And me today, yesterday I said very well, and I still say it. Let us not go to Uhuru Park. It will not add any value. Let us identify a serious government institution like Parliament, and let us ensure that there's no business that Parliament will transact until our demands are met. If it is not Parliament, let us just focus on ensuring that there's no activity going on at the JKIA, so that once you attach the JKIA and Parliament, that news will circulate across the globe. Across the globe. When we go to Uhuru Park, that news will not even go past Limuru, because Uhuru Park is a place known for guys who wants to go and have leisure. But people who really wants to go and have something done have nothing to do with the Uhuru Park. The only thing, maybe if we just have to go to Uhuru Park, let us say that we want to see off the CBD from any movement in and out. That is very simple, because police. What happened in Parliament? I was there that day full time. Actually, after that, we met Okia Mtata in his office. That day of Parliament, we were very many, and you will find some people were coming from Modurwa.
Hey, can you hear the speaker?
No, I think he's
Lakini ama host wangu,
reconnecting.
what's going on?
Unanisikia?
We have lost the speaker.
Unajua every time najaribu kunini kuongea ni kama sijui mic yangu najaribu kutap kufungua mic na hang. Are you able to Ebu give Koino the co-host?
Okay, that's what I'm doing.
Mm. Meanwhile tuko kwa nani naitwaje? Tuko kwa Grace eh?
Thank you, Grace. Thank you also, Kowino. Great. You're doing amazing. All night, all day. Grace, go ahead. Grace, not skia?
Grace hayuko Afro, acha mimi niendelee.
Okay, sir.
Good morning guys.
Hapana, ngoja kwanza. Calm down. There are people who came before you. Msijipende
Ah,
hivyo bwana. Grace kama amekataa tunamtoa tu tunawacha watu wengine. Relax tu na ndakufikia. Even Ivy was here before you. Hey,
we Ayota, we uko na zako. Sawa, endelea.
calm down. Network, Thomas Sankara. Thomas Sankara.
Ni the end game. Kama end game ni Ruto must go, strategy should change and we should try to reach out to as many people as possible. Afadhali ikuwe maandamano, hii maandamano ya every other week inafanya the other side wana regroup, wana plan imewapea chance ya kustudy strategy yetu na kukame up na counter. Why don't we have even 7 days or 1 month tuseme hatuta relent mpaka Ruto must go, because if you don't have an end game na if you are doing it every Tuesday and Thursday, unaona siku hizi inakuja Tuesday then Thursday it dies out. Strategy ya kucounter, then we should be very careful with this revolution. As much as we are saying that Ruto must go, msisahau ati Uhuru pia kuna time watu walikufa sana 2017. Huyo Matiang'i watu wanasifu saa hii. Kuna time watu wameuliwa. So hawa watu ni puppets of the. Uliona statement ya US Embassy jana. Walisema nini? Ati hizo vifo ni protest related. They are not blaming the government. They are puppets for killing innocent protesters. Alafu they are calling us the involved groups at actors. You know. Na hiyo statement ime take too long to come. Ukitaka kujua tuko sovereign, why do we have foreign military bases in our country? Why do we have, every time we try to agitate for change, tushatumiwa Obasanjo, tushatumiwa other puppets wakuje wajenge nusu mkate. Hii nusu mkate mnapigana na Magadi Soda area. 220, enda Google who owns Magadi area. It is being owned by the royal family ya Britain. 220 to 24,000 acres is a land bigger than Nairobi.
za wanyama hizi, those are protected areas where these people are mining minerals. Angalia coast, angalia hii kitu ilikuwa inafanya Jacob Juma anauliwa. These people are still, they are just installing puppets so that, yani, what I normally think, our watu kurana colony became so expensive for them, so that walituachia ma prefect. Hii election mnafanyanga alafu mnaenda mnasema sijui IBC wameiba. Hakuna, hii kitu inakontroliwa kutoka nje. Na the moment mtajua the real enemy ni nani, then you'll be able to get true. Let us seek for true independence. The colonialists out. Wamefukuza Burkina kuza France na wakatoa French military base. Niger hata hakuna jeshi ya US. Niger walifukuza jeshi ya US juzi. Wametoa, wataki foreign military base in their country. Why do we have a foreign military base ya US huko Manda Bay? Why do we have foreign military base ya Britain? Wana rape watu, they are doing bad things. Hakuna mtu anawafanyia kitu, hawezi pelekwa kotini, hawezi fanyiwa anything. Na mnasema mko independent. These guys are just watching this revolution. And Ruto and Raila are their puppets. Wow, watu, they sponsor na department inaitwa psychological department. Wana study psychology yetu kama Kenya. Kama Kenya ni koloni yao, wana unakuta Mjaluo Mkikuyu anashikana na Mkale. Mkale akikaa sana, Mjaluo anashikana na Mkikuyu anamtoa. Hiyo ukabila wametu divide along tribal lines. Then ukitaka kujua tuko independence, nani hapa anaweza niambia origin ya Kenya ni nini? Kenya ilianza na nani na ilianzishwa wapi? We were just Africans tukiwa hivi continent moja until these people came na wakatugawa. Ilikuwa inaitwa British East African Company, British South African Company. So si tulikuwa tu ni ile nyara nyara, kama mlichezaga ile nini ya utotoni. Yani walirusha Afrika nyara, alafu mwenye anajishikia ile part ni yake. Then they came up with this, mimi naziita zizi kwa lugha ya Kiswahili. The way unaweza kuwa na kondoo yako alafu umewaekea fence. So if we don't know who our real enemy is, these people, what they will do, all another puppet, then we will have another puppet after 5 or 10 years or 15. Then we will be singing Afrocentric must go. I hope mnanipata. We should fight for real independence. We should try to educate people. There are books. Kuna kitabu imeandikwa na John Perkins, inaitwa The Confessions of an Economic Hitman. Kuna ingine ya Burgess hapa, watu watakufa. Sasa unasikia tunauziwa uoga. Umeona speech za Raila na Mudavadi ati if Ruto goes then who comes in? Sijui Mudavadi anasema if you are 18 or 20 years, mkiharibu nchi 40 years after hapa mtakuwa wapi? Tayari wanacheza mind game, wanatu blackmail ati it's either we let them continue selling our country to the colonialist, yani it's either peace or we let them loot. Sasa tuchague peaceful, to choose kukua peaceful lakini tukaliwe, ama tuuziwe violence na to lose. Yani it's either them or nothing. It's either they gain fools, kwa sababu tuko educated lakini hatujui adui yetu ni nani. After all those years of education, let's try wale watu wamechanuka wa 1953 walitoa Mossadegh. Unaona hizi demo tunafanya, the Americans were able to hijack those demos and put in a puppet. The puppet ruled that country for 25 years. It took the Gen Z of that country to change that country and recover it. Ndio unaona Iran wako independent mpaka saa hii. Wamefunika yani country yao, foreign influence haiwezi ingia. Resources zao wanazimanage hao wenye. We have resources in this country zenye hata uwezi, tunaweza kuwa kama Saudi Arabia. Tuko na minerals kwa hii country. Hizi zinaitwa conservancies. Zinaoniwa na wazungu wenye hata Muafrika hizi kanyaga ndani. Hizi huku Savo wapi kuna minerals zinatoka huko. Kama hapo Magadi Soda nilikuwa nakwambia. Kuna kampuni huko Shell company inaitwa Tata Chemicals. 224,000 acres na walipi land rates. Olelenko akakuja 2017 akasema how comes there's a foreign company here yenye hailipi land rate. Wamekalia 224,000 acres na walipi land rates. Akajaribu kusema walipe land rates. Walimpeleka mbio, enda Google hiyo kitu. Hiyo kesi iko kwa magazeti utaipata. Wana mine our minerals, wanachukua bure, wana file fake books of account, wana file loss. So they are not even paying tax.
Maliza.
Unanipata?
Maliza, umeoverrun.
Sawa.
Unachukua 10 minutes.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Let me nimalize, but let's keep educating each other. Tafuteni hizo vitabu please. The Looting Machine and the Confessions of an Economic Hitman by John Perkins. Thanks a lot for the space.
Asante sana, Thomas. I think this is the time I bring in Ivy.
Habari hayo.
Poa sana.
Okay, so kitu imenifanya niitishe mic ni kuna msee alikuja hapa na bio yake ilikuwa inasema politician and a businessman. Alikuwa anasema ati Kenyans love peace na tukianza kuguzia livelihoods hapo ndio tuna lose watu. And I was wondering livelihood ya nani ndio anamaanisha, because si ya common mwananchi. Livelihoods ya common mwananchi imekuwa shit before even revolution ianze. Huo mtu in essence anajaribu tu kutuambia chenye nilisema kwa space before, ni the middle class and the rich wameanza kuguzwa sasa, wana feel like tunawasumbua. So asijifanye ati sisi common mwananchi ndio tunataka peace ndio tuweze kupata livelihoods yetu. Whether kuna peace ama I disagree with him in hiyo part. And maandamano ikikuwa on select days, huo mtu hatusikii. We are supposed to hit him hard. Every day, day and night tukue tunaandamana, hata kama tunaenda na shifts. Watu wengine wako wanarudi home, sisi ndio tunaingia shift ya asubuhi. Atoke. Wao wote wako corrupt. Na nimekeep nikisikia watu wakikuja hapa kwa space and even kwa timeline, watu wakitype wakisema unajua zile pesa unafaa kuwa nayo ndio uingie kwa hiyo gava. That is what we are trying to eliminate. Hii kitu ifai kuwa investment ya mtu ati ana invest pesa akijua ataenda kurudisha investment yake akishaingia huko. Age limit inafaa kukua, pesa yenye mtu anafaa kulipwa inafaa kuwa pesa kidogo sana, that hata mtu anaenda huko simply because ana feel ako na calling ya kuserve wananchi wa Kenya. Nation tunafaa kulive within our means. Hii kitu a lot of people here come na wengine wako pro maandamano. We keep saying maandamano inafaa kukua kila siku, watu wengine wanasema tujui tukienda wapi ndio maandamano itasikizwa. Anafaa kuona watu wametokea kwa street in large numbers kila siku, and that guy will bow. Hatuwezi appeal to his human side because he is a narcissist na hana humanity in him at all. Whether yeye ni puppet wa the West, sisi the power iko with the people, sisi ndio the people. Wanasemanga nyeusi kwa bendera ni ya watu, ni sisi, not anyone mwenye ako white ama mtu ametoka country ingine. Sisi wa Kenya. Wakenya hawapewi ID sahi, watu wanawekwa kwa government mtu. People keep joking that Chirchir ameletwa hapo atumalize sasa this time. It is not funny at all. We need to wake up and take back our country. Na tuache kuongea tukisema sijui common enemy ni moja, ni political class. Wote waende tuanzie zero. That's what I keep saying. Lakini mtu asikuja hapa akisema Wakenya wanapenda peace na livelihoods zinakuwa affected. Ni only the middle class and the rich wana feel effect ya hii maandamano, because let's be honest, watu walikuwa wana struggle na cost of living before. So tunataka kurectify everything. That's why tunataka kuanza fresh. I hope everyone else may point out, but that's mainly what I wanted to say. Huyo mtu asiseme ati ni mtu ana earningi 50 shillings amelemewa kupata 50 shillings tena. It's not true. Thank you
Thank you
Afrocentric.
so
Thank you
much.
Ayo.
Thank you so much, Ivy. Future generations, then Hannah. Future generations,
Niko hapa.
talk to us.
Unanisikia?
Don't take more than 3 minutes. Talk to us.
Sawa, thanks. Sasa first things first, kabla nifike point yangu, nataka kuaddress nye Thomas ametoka kuongea about hizo countries zingine zenye wametoa all their colonizers and all that shit. Tuanzie tu first things first. Shida yetu si colonizers, shida yetu si mzungu, shida yetu si British ama American ama Mwarabu ama Muindia mwenye analetwa JKIA. Our problem is our leaders. These are the people doing the deals. These are the people when amesema hapo Olelenku sijui alipata nini. Of course, what happens, and I'm talking from my own experience, an investor comes to Kenya. Akikuja, there are two ways. Either atauziwa shamba na wenye wako kwa ofisi, ama atapewa documents. Whatever deal inafanyangwa, zote zinafanyangwa na wenye wako ofisi. There's no way you'll come and start blaming someone ati huyu ako na 220 acres ama whatever thousands, alafu unaanza kumwambia ati sasa atoke juu mmeleta serikali mpya ati juu ni mzungu. To be very honest, ukiangalia most of the cases, hawa watu wanakuanga wamepewa hiyo shamba na hawa watu wenye tumesimamia. Tunaongea sasa, let's move haraka. The next thing tunaongea ni hizi bases zenye ziko. According to the world right now, anything can happen. A base might be an advantage or a disadvantage, or having it can be an advantage or a disadvantage. That is not the point. The point ni zile concessions wamepewa nazo. Juu zile concessions wanapangwa nazo ndio hapo corruption inaingilia. Unajipata tulipeana shamba 1000 years, unasema mzungu alikuja ameshikilia shamba yetu 1000 years, we are still colonized. No, the colonizer is not the one on the land. Wenye walitu-colonize walishatoka. Wenye walichukua mashamba za the white settlers, wenye wako na mashamba saizi au ndio wali make deals. Hizo ndio deals zinafaa kuangaliwa. Mtu akikuja anasema ati akina Raila ndio wako na gava, no problem. Why the ameshinda kwenye naishi? Na mimi nimeweka bendera yangu kwa my business premises na kila mahali, and I to the problems in Kenya. You see the money that you give to companies to invest in to aid in Kenya, and then it's given into companies. Me from the embassy last year in 2023. There are companies with portfolios, there are companies that are making sense. But let me break it down. Of course, Peponi schools. Of course Brookside, of course all the Kenyatta projects and families ndio zinapewa hiyo do. So me was telling these people here, the money that you're giving as aid, taking from your taxpayer, you're going to enrich billionaires. Hapo sasa ndio inaanza kuguza watu jua naona haya, so mimi nataxiwa ndio hiyo do iende Kenya ikapewe a billionaire. And I have the list na niliwafungulia na nikawaonyesha. Hata by then nimefollow watu kwa group. I do that every time I speak in a group or anytime I'm in a group, me follow watu. Hana, you're the next speaker, and I've seen your UK Labour member, activist, mediator, working with communities across the board in policy. Pia wewe kwenye uko, it is your time now kuambia Labour Party, this is what is going on in Kenya. From where we are, maandamano pia sisi tunaandamana. Mimi kazi yangu ni kuambia, haya, mimi mnafanya hivi ndio kunaenda Kenya. Haya, there's Batok in Kenya, this is what they're doing. Hawa ndio watu tunafaa kuambia. Unajua kina Raila wanapandanga ndege, jua ndio wako na ndege ya kupanda kutuliko, wanakuja kuuza hizi sera. Hizi sera si ngumu kuuza, ni tuungane pia sisi Genz wenye tuko nje, tukuje tuongee, tukuje tujirepresent. I have done this before, it is doable. Advocacy is doable. Na hizi vitu tuna blame watu wa nje, tuache kublame watu wa county. Tulianza under Jane Marriott when she was the ambassador in Kenya. Hiyo project ilikuwa inaenda vizuri, alafu Kihika akakuja akatukanyaga akatutupa nje. So of course people left with tons of money that people were trying to do. Me as a small fish, mimi nilikuwa nafanya through knowing kuna shamba pale inaweza fanywa nini hapa. We forget who sold us. Sini watu wetu waliuzana. We are the people we are the problem us wenyewe. That's why I wanted to address it from. We clean up ourselves, we clean up our leaders, we make sure that whoever is representing us, akona the interest of the people. Let any deal that is being done by anyone outside of Kenya or under any ministry, ijulikane na Kenyans. Do we think we should be independent? Do we think we need a base here? Like that should be in the public discourse. Of course, some of these things ni high security, whatever, but we need someone we can trust. Mwenye akikuja ground, atajua vile atatuelezea tuelewe kwa nini wanafanya hivyo. As Kenyans, tunajua huyo mtu ako accountable. The second thing is about occupation. Occupying parliament ilikuwa successful. The next one ni occupying State House. I know we are beating around the bush. Sasa mimi at least hawezi nishika. Wacha niseme. The next one should be occupying State House. Kwani why are we beating around the bush? State House and JKIA. Unajua by the way, JKIA is a crazy one. Imagine kuna watu wako huko hata saizi, Americans, British. Imagine tufunge JKIA. Do you know what we are telling them? You cannot exit. The moment people know there is no way out. Unaona kama vile tuko ground, sisi hatuna do hata ya kupanda ndege anyway, hata hatuna passport, hawatupei passport, so hata hatuwezi jisaidia hata airport kama iko open or not. Sasa haiwa affect, lakini sisi it doesn't mean anything. And going to that JKIA by the way, it will be a tall order. Unajua vile kuna kuangana hiyo jam hapo hivyo kuingia JKIA. Hizo places za utawala. Tufunge tu hiyo surrounding. That in itself is a threat to national security. Juju hata ambassadors wajatoka. Ambassadors bado wako huko. Fungieni hao wase huko. Hapo sasa ndio tutakuwa tumefinya. Watu no exit. This problem you have created, this problem you have created, this problem you're not running out of. Watoto wao hawajatoka bado, wana buy time. Hata kuna mtu ametoka kuniambia ati ako
afungiwe State House na afungiwe JKIA, no exit. Kuna mtu hata aliongea about tall buildings nini nini. I know that's a good one, but basics, JKIA na State House, tutakuwa tumemaliza hii job na home. Hakuna home. Mimi best yangu alikuwa niuliza na home. Like, by the way, tusipotoa watu hatuwezi enda home. Please.
Afro, I think we were here with you when the cabinet was dissolved. And the first thing people were saying, yes, amesikiza. Back or find their way in other parts of the government. Do you really guys believe that he dissolved them, therefore he's going to bring the right people for the right job? So for me, it wasn't a surprise. To be honest, it wasn't a surprise. What Ruto did was quintessential. What was expected of him. A wolf in a sheep's cloth will always be a wolf. So for me, but what has this achieved? It has achieved all along what they wanted it to achieve, which is change the focus, divert attention from actually, it has managed to divert attention of people that were not attentive in the first place. But I think the people who in their core believed strongly that Ruto needs to go and the system needs to be fixed. I don't think how wamekuwa surprised, lakini diversion, yes, wengi wamekuwa diverted. And somebody mentioned that these names, I think a while back, walituma majina kwenye, on the social media, and people start saying, huyu ni hivi, huyu arudi. They were testing waters. Now, yesterday we hold the space, and people are focusing, Flani amerudi, Flani, even the ones who did not come back, their first-hand man or lady, whatever it is, those are the people who have been named. So I'm confused with Kenyans. When we choose and pick these people and say this one should stay, this one should come, matter. The driver of this is still the same. It's still Ruto, and Ruto needs to go. So whoever Ruto brings is still going to be working for Ruto. And everybody that is on that list, I'm not even looking forward to the next list. And I was not actually looking forward to this because the first day he dissolved it and the tones started changing. I said, for me, I do not believe these people are gone. They will crawl somewhere else within this government. And that is exactly what has happened. Na ukiona mwenye hajarudi, his assistant amerudishwa, he's somebody that kila mtu ameweka mtu wake hapo. Mwenye ameonekana is too toxic to come back, maybe in his head, wameweka mtu wake, somebody who was there for him, somebody who was working with him. So why are we talking about this people? Why are we talking about this cabinet? It's of no use. I don't even see. Yesterday there was too many spaces. Everybody's talking about the list, why Flani amerudi. It has been dissolved and it should stay that way. Kwanza, my question is, don't they have any other life? Why do they need to come back? Is there no life after this cabinet? Don't they have any lives? You know, why do they really so badly you want to come back? For what? I don't know, to be honest. Last Tuesday, for me, the spirit was high. We went to demonstrate in front of Kenyan embassy in London, and actually, we had more people than the previous time we were there, and of course, more police present. People are talking about this. People are tweeting. Even the hashtag of Ruto must go, it may reduce. For me, here where I am, it's not trending anymore. And it's actually really frustrating. When people keep tweeting about fulani amerudi, I wrote somebody, wengine wanaandika wamepigia Sofia simu, wengine wanatuma screenshots za message ya what. From day one, we said everything that is happening, it's a sideshow to divert people from the issues at hand. It's very simple. I don't know why we are diverting our energy, our issues. People have to mention the names of these people on the list. Why do you care? Ruto is still there. Ruto has to go, and this system has to be fixed. And there's no two ways about it. We cannot go out of it. We cannot stop now. We cannot even have time to breathe. For me, probably we should change this tactic and maybe take it a notch up. Why not? We what were bebe brangetina. Let people camp outside for a day. If we can manage to get people to put permanent tents in front of the Kenyan embassy in London and maybe stay there for a few days and keep rotating people. If it takes that, we will do that. Wakenya wenzangu, that is what I would argue. Imaba kurudi nyumbani, maybe get, even if it's not a lot of people, a few. Some can go home, some can come back, some can change those and keep rotating. Because it's not gonna be easy from here onwards. This what Ruto has done. He's ripped off that band-aid instead of treating the wound and let Kenya be, and he can step down for the sake of this country. He decided to put another band-aid in. So it's garbage in and garbage out. Nothing more, nothing less. It's frustrating. It's we will all be hunted down one by one. And actually, they will get to us. Everybody, no matter where you are, whether you're in Kenya, whether you're outside Kenya, it does not matter. Anybody who was outspoken there, if we stop now, they will come after each and every one of us and we are giving him an authority that we took off him, Kitambo. We told him he's not our president. We want him to go. Now, when we discuss, he has appointed. I think we should think deeply, and the focus is not only Ruto should go, but we should fix this system once and for all. Enough is enough. Thank you, guys. Are you enough for handed over the mic back to you guys? Thank you. Are you and Afro? Are you guys there? Is anybody speaking or Mrs. Kim too? Or is it me?
Hannah.
Okay. I thought I'm having issues because I couldn't hear anybody speaking. So
Now I'm here waiting for Kowino to pick the co-host because I want to get is Kage around?
General Cargo, are you there? General
Cargo, sorry.
Cargo. General Cargo, are you there?
And where did Pineapple drop? Pineapple, what's up? Why did you drop? Anyway,
General just
if Cargo is
raised
not,
his hand. General
oh
unasikia?
Cargo, your mic is on. Speak to us. Cargo.
Labda akona issues, drop
Yes,
alafu
Ivy.
mrudishe.
And where is Ivy? Kindly. Wanyama. Let me add other speakers. I have like 54 requests. My goodness. All right, we have new speakers.
And I wanted to speak if possible.
Go ahead, please.
First and foremost, I wanted to encourage all of you that us from the diaspora, we are behind you, and we've always been concerned about our people at home, and that's why we've always tried to be engaged with. Secondly, I've had all the comments, and for me, my thought process is we should attack from all levels. There are some people who said that that the West are not involved. We live with them here and we know how things happen. So I think we need to attack from all levels, meaning from this side in the United States, we are attacking from the IMF level and the World Bank level to kind of hold them accountable. So as you people hold the government officials accountable there, for us, we are working to see how we can tackle the IMF with the policies. Another thing that we've spoken in several forums as the diaspora is to see how we can help you guys organize yourselves so that you can have a structure. I know you guys mumekuwa mkienda nje, on the forefront, but in the back end, if we can have people who are working on a strategic plan for instance, of what we want to see in future, I think that will make sense. Meaning, for the governors that are currently there, they have strategic plans that they had worked on, which they came up with. Probably some of them have never come up with them, but the ones who have come up with them, they have very big documents, which doesn't make sense, of development that they want to do. So during this time, we should have a team in the back end, which I believe us as diaspora, or I can say, you know, I can round up some people where we are looking at those strategic plans, and we are also cascading the information to you guys, and you guys are holding them accountable to find out why they haven't implemented some of the projects, because they should have short-term projects, mid-term, and the long-term projects. Yeah, I think that's pretty much what I'm thinking in terms of tackling everything, because you have to have solutions whereby if Ruto steps down, how do we enter real quick to develop our country? Because we're going to experience famine probably in the next 7 years because of the war in Ukraine. So how can we prepare ourselves so that when all the maandamanos are over and we come up with a solution, we all jump in now to developing our able to come in and bring development within our home within 7 days. I was able to, plant trees and do all that stuff. Then I believe all these governors and MP immediately, because most of the times you'll find all these people who have titles of doctors and all that, they don't end up doing what is expected. What we need is the person on the ground to feel a change within their lifestyle within a short period of time. I hope that
All right.
Yep,
All
yes.
right.
But farming is everything. I know people in Kenya, they might find it hard, but we have so much land that we are not utilizing, and we can do so much. We can do so much with farming. So if the Gen Zs, you guys can decide to make your hands dirty and just do farming, wale watu wenye wako na maushago and all that, that land is not being utilized. So in the back end, you guys can start preparing yourselves, because it's going to get worse everywhere, including at hapa America, where people have been having global meetings, njaa inakuja, because Ukraine ndio ilikuwa ina supply ya the entire world food. We won't be at a standstill. Things will still be moving. Hope that makes sense.
Makes a lot of sense. Mzalendo?
Thank you so much, Ayo. I would like by saying this a unity call that a people united shall never be defeated. A people united shall never be defeated. A people. The only thing that will make Ruto, as the hashtag goes, Ruto must go. The only thing that will take Ruto out is the masses. Masses. I have seen KOT has done a lot of work today. He has applied a lot of things. Now let us, if we are occupied last Tuesday I was seeing in town, it was like the forces were kitu ingine, tusiache hasira nyuma. Kenye ilileta French Revolution ilikuwa ni hasira. Kasirika na kila kitu Ruto amekufanyia. Kama mimi kenye Ruto ananiudhingi nayo zaidi ni housing levy. Nakatwa housing levy, bibi yangu anakatwa housing levy. Kwani hiyo kitu, yani hiyo kitu, anytime I remember the housing levy deduction, na nimejaza kitu ninaenda mahali, I always feel, ama hiyo siku nasemaga kwetu ni kubaya, nimeshikwa kwa barabara siwezi make. Tafuta kenye Ruto anakukasirisha nayo, toka na hiyo hasira, toka na hiyo hasira. Mimi utokanga na hasira ya housing levy. Hasira ya pili natokanga nayo ni hasira ya NSSF. Uhuru alikuwa ananikata NSSF ya 200, ananiacha vizuri nilishe familia yangu, lakini Ruto ananikata things. Natokanga na hasira na of the hasira. Na kitu ya mwisho, for the sake of social justice in Kenya, Ruto must go. For the sake of better governance in Kenya, Ruto must go. For the sake of a brighter future for our children, Ruto must go. To end tribalism in Kenya, Ruto must go. To clean up the nation, Ruto must go. To end corruption, Ruto must go. To demand for accountability, Ruto must go. He just has to go. Ruto is going to throw to us is the return of chief cabinet secretaries, whom he, in his first press conference, he said he has suspended them. Remember, off workers. What bullshit is that? Kwani ya watu wanalipwa nini? Kwani walikuwa wamekaa miezi 10 hawajalipwa? Why require 571 million to pay? Kwani ni watu wangapi? Tunabebwa ufala, na sisi sote venye tuko hapa sisi ni mafala na tuko na ujinga, na hiyo ujinga inafaa tutoe. Tutoeni ujinga, tuweke makasiriko.
Thank you very much. Afro, are you there? Afro? Afrocentric. Afro is away from his phone.
Ako mbali na simu kama kawaida yake. I think mumekuwa hapa for long eh?
To Wanyama. But Wanyama have sent you the microphone. Just accept it. Meanwhile, let's hear from Achesa. No, not before Achesa. Let's hear from Axe Global. Sorry, Achesa, you come after Axe Global.
Yeah, thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for this opportunity. I've been listening, and guys, let me tell you, we're in the right cause. But what I can echo is this: internal system, and we're dealing with an international system, the external system. You understand, and we have to counter at all cost. And this internal and both external and internal system that we are dealing with, as much as we are looking for good governance, which is our main cause, because there's no any other cause, our main cause is good governance. That's what we demand, accountability and everything. These guys, they have their own, what you call, game cards. They have their ways of dealing with things, you understand? For me, I call them the algorithms of control, you understand? These guys, they'll try whatever it takes to undermine this this cause, whatever we are pushing for. And deeper, you'll see the same thing he used is now what he's using into us, you understand, to counter us. And if you're careful, I know we are here to educate each other. There's a speaker who talked about this international body, the IMF, having some sort of indictment, these big corporations, you understand. And these guys, they have some stuff, if I can echo, is I call them the algorithm of control. The first thing they're going to do, and these are things that are already playing out, and I want to educate you on this. Number one, they do what you call, they undermine the media, the people's faith in media. You understand? So that people can doubt the very nature of the truth that the media is exposing. Right now, if you're careful, hashtag, which is they're pushing using the government bloggers. Why? Because they have seen, like, of all the medias, I'm not saying all medias are good. I'm not saying actually medias that are kuna shida na sisi, but wakiona they are not playing with the tune, they start you. Another thing they're going to do is they're going to polarize like a faction in the society. Like they create division. These people, they thrive in division. So how do they do it? They start bringing things like now we have politicians against Genz.